Hello, dear friend. Welcome to Sacred Rest. I'm so glad you've joined me tonight for this time of peaceful reflection and spiritual rest. Wherever you are in the world right now, I hope this finds you settling into a comfortable space. How was your day? Was it filled with joy and laughter, or perhaps challenges that left you weary? Whatever experiences you've carried through your hours, know that this is a safe place to set them down. What time is it where you are? Perhaps it's the deep of night, when the world has grown quiet and stars pepper the sky. Maybe it's early evening, and you're seeking a moment of calm before sleep. Or perhaps you're listening in the gentle light of dawn. Wherever you're from in our vast, beautiful world, whether you're nestled in a busy city or somewhere quiet and remote, I welcome you to this sacred time. If you found comfort in these meditations, I'd be deeply grateful if you would subscribe to Sacred Rest. Your subscription helps this ministry continue providing peaceful, scripture-based sleep meditations to those who need them most. When we gather together in this digital sanctuary, we create a community of believers finding rest in God's presence. Now I invite you to settle more deeply into your bed or chair. Feel the weight of your body being supported. Notice where you might be holding tension, perhaps in your shoulders, your jaw, or your hands, and gently release it with each breath. Breathe in God's peace and exhale any lingering worries. Tonight, we'll journey across the Sea of Galilee with Jesus and his disciples. We'll witness how even the fiercest storms must bow to his gentle command. In your own life, whatever storms you face, anxiety, uncertainty, fear, or overwhelm, this story reminds us of a profound truth. The one who calms the seas can calm our hearts as well. Let's begin with a prayer. Loving Father, as we prepare for rest, we invite your peace to wash over us. Still our racing thoughts and calm our beating hearts. As we journey through this story of your Son's power over the storm, help us to trust you with the storms in our own lives. May this time be a sanctuary of rest and renewal. In Jesus' name, Amen. The day had been long, wonderfully full but exhausting. Jesus had been teaching since morning, sharing parables about seeds and lamps and the mysterious growth of God's kingdom. Crowds had pressed in around him, their faces eager and questioning, their needs endless. As the golden light of late afternoon stretched across the hillside surrounding the Sea of Galilee, Jesus looked out at the water, its surface catching the amber glow of the setting sun. "Let us go across to the other side," he said simply to his disciples. The men nodded, familiar with their rabbi's ways by now. When the crowds grew too large, when the demands became too constant, Jesus would often seek the quiet of the water or the solitude of the hills. They understood his need for moments of peace. The disciples began preparing a fishing boat, one they had used many times before. It wasn't large, but it was sturdy enough for the journey across the lake. Several of them were fishermen after all. Peter, Andrew, James, and John knew these waters intimately. They had spent countless nights on this very sea, reading its moods, respecting its power, harvesting its bounty. As the last remnants of the crowd dispersed, moving back toward the villages dotting the shoreline, the disciples helped Jesus into the boat. They couldn't help but notice the weariness in his movements, the heaviness in his shoulders. He had given so much of himself that day, healing the sick, answering questions, teaching with stories that somehow made the mysteries of heaven feel tangible and close. There were other boats setting out with them, smaller vessels carrying more followers who weren't ready to end their time with the teacher. The little flotilla pushed away from shore, wooden hulls creaking gently as they slipped into deeper water. Oars dipped rhythmically, creating small whirlpools that glinted copper in the fading light. In the stern of the boat, Jesus found a cushion, a simple thing made of cloth and stuffed with wool. Without ceremony, he laid his head upon it. The gentle rocking motion of the boat, the soft splashing of water against the hull, and the quiet murmuring of his friends' voices created a lullaby that his exhausted body could not resist. Within moments, Jesus was asleep, his breathing deep and even. The disciples continued their work, some rowing, others adjusting the small sail to catch what little breeze stirred across the water. They talked quietly among themselves, occasionally glancing back at their sleeping teacher with affection and protectiveness. "He pushed himself too hard again today," Peter whispered to John. "Did you see how many people he healed?" Matthew added. "And yet he had time to explain his parables to us afterward." "I'm still thinking about the mustard seed," Thomas said thoughtfully. "How something so small can become something so significant." As they conversed, the brilliance of sunset gave way to the soft indigo of early evening. Stars began to appear, first one, then dozens, then hundreds, until the heavens above them shimmered with light. The moon, nearly full, cast a silver pathway across the water. Under different circumstances it would have been a perfect night for sailing. But the Sea of Galilee, nestled as it was in a basin surrounded by hills and mountains, was known for its sudden, violent storms. Cool air from the Mediterranean could rush down the mountain passes and collide with the warm air over the lake, creating tempests that arose with frightening speed. And on this night, as Jesus slept, the first signs of change began to appear. It started subtly, a freshening of the breeze that made the sail suddenly grow taut. The disciples, who were fishermen, exchanged knowing glances. They had felt this shift before. "Perhaps we should wake him," Andrew suggested, looking back at Jesus. "No," Peter replied. "Let him rest. We can handle a bit of wind." But the breeze continued to strengthen, becoming a wind, and then a gale. The surface of the water, which had been as smooth as polished glass, began to roughen. Small wavelets appeared, growing quickly into swells. The boat, which had been gliding peacefully, now began to pitch and roll. The other boats that had been following them were already turning back toward the shore they had left, their occupants clearly visible in the moonlight, faces turned upward at the darkening sky. But Jesus' boat was now nearly in the middle of the lake, equally distant from both shores. Turning back would be as dangerous as continuing forward. Within minutes the wind was howling through the rigging. The sail had to be quickly furled before it could tear or, worse, overturn the vessel. The disciples moved with the practiced efficiency of men who had faced such conditions before, but even they could not hide their growing concern. The sky, which had been clear and star-filled just moments before, was now obscured by fast-moving clouds that seemed to boil out of nowhere. The moon disappeared behind them, plunging the lake into shadowy darkness, broken only by the white foam of wave caps. Now the boat was being tossed violently. Waves crashed over the bow, sending frigid water cascading into the hull. Several of the men scrambled to bail with whatever containers they could find, while others struggled with the oars, trying to keep the vessel from being broadside to the swells. "This is getting dangerous," James shouted over the roar of the wind. "I've never seen it come up so quickly," his brother John replied, his face glistening with spray. The storm continued to intensify. Lightning now split the darkness, illuminating the scene in stark, terrifying detail. Waves as tall as a man's height, disciples with fear etched across their faces, and still somehow Jesus remained asleep in the stern. Water was coming in faster than they could bail it out. The boat was riding lower in the water, each wave bringing them closer to the point where they would be swamped entirely. Even Peter, who had weathered countless storms on this lake, felt a cold fear gripping his heart. They were in real danger now. The disciples looked at one another, their expressions reflecting a dawning realization. For all their experience, for all their skill, this storm might be beyond their ability to survive. Death felt suddenly uncomfortably close, a cold presence riding the winds that screamed around them. "Where is your faith in these moments?" a quiet voice might have asked, had anyone been listening. But the disciples could hear only the howling wind, the crashing waves, and the hammering of their own frightened hearts. And still, Jesus slept. It was Philip who finally broke. "We need to wake him," he shouted, gesturing wildly toward the stern. The others nodded in agreement, though none could have articulated exactly what they expected Jesus to do. He was no sailor. He had spent his life as a carpenter, not a fisherman. And yet, in their moment of greatest fear, they turned to him instinctively. Peter struggled toward the stern, fighting to keep his balance as the boat heaved beneath him. He reached Jesus and knelt beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Even in the midst of chaos, Peter couldn't help but marvel. How could anyone sleep through such violence? "Master!" Peter called, having to shout to be heard over the storm. "Master, wake up!" Jesus stirred slightly but did not wake. The boat pitched violently, nearly throwing Peter off his feet. He gripped Jesus' robe more firmly. "Teacher," this time it was John who'd made his way to join Peter, "don't you care if we drown?" Those words, spoken from fear rather than faith, seemed to penetrate Jesus' sleep. His eyes opened, taking in the scene around him with calm clarity. The water sloshing in the bottom of the boat, the sail straining against its ties, his friends' faces contorted with fear. There was no disorientation, no moment of confusion or alarm. Jesus simply sat up, his movements unhurried even as the boat threatened to capsize beneath him. Water streamed from his hair and beard. His robe was soaked through. Yet he showed no sign of the terror that had overcome his disciples. What happened next would be burned into the memory of every man present. A moment they would recount countless times in the years to come, a demonstration of power so profound that it would forever alter their understanding of the one they followed. Jesus stood up, in a boat being violently tossed by waves. When standing was nearly impossible, Jesus rose to his feet with perfect balance, as though the deck beneath him were solid ground. He looked out at the churning waters, at the dark sky split by lightning, at the wind that howled like a living thing. And then he spoke. Just 3 words, uttered not in a shout to be heard over the storm, but in a tone of quiet authority, as one who expected to be obeyed. "Peace, be still." The Greek words, siopa pephimoso, carried a weight beyond their literal meaning. Silence, be muzzled, as though addressing not unthinking elements, but a creature that could hear and must obey. What happened next defied all natural law, all human experience. The wind ceased, not gradually, not with diminishing gusts that slowly faded away. It simply stopped, as completely as if a door had been closed against it. One moment it howled with deadly force, the next it was gone, and the waves, which should have continued to roll and crash even after the wind died, also subsided immediately. The surface of the lake, which moments before had been a chaotic, foam-streaked nightmare, became as smooth as polished marble. So complete was the transformation that the stars, once again visible in the cleared sky, reflected perfectly in the water's surface, as though the disciples floated in the midst of infinite space. The silence that followed was profound, almost shocking in its completeness. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of small wavelets against the hull and the ragged breathing of the disciples. For a long moment no one spoke. They stared at Jesus, then at the suddenly calm water, then back at Jesus. Their minds struggled to process what they had just witnessed. This was beyond their categories, beyond their understanding of what was possible. It was Jesus who finally broke the silence, his voice gentle yet penetrating in the stillness. He looked at each of his disciples in turn, his gaze both loving and challenging. "Why are you so afraid?" he asked. "Do you still have no faith?" The questions hung in the air, not accusatory but probing, inviting self-examination. Faith. Such a small word for such a profound concept. They had believed in him enough to follow him, to leave their livelihoods behind. They had seen him heal the sick, cast out demons, challenge the religious authorities. They had committed their lives to his cause. But this kind of faith, faith that remained steady when death seemed certain, faith that trusted even when all evidence suggested they were doomed, this was another level entirely. This was faith that could sleep through a storm. The disciples did not answer Jesus' questions. Instead, they posed their own, speaking in hushed, awestruck tones among themselves. "Who is this?" they whispered. "Even the wind and the waves obey him." It was the question that would echo through their hearts for days, weeks, years to come. Who is this man we have chosen to follow? If the forces of nature bend to his will, what might that mean? The implications were staggering, too vast to fully comprehend in that moment of stunned amazement. The boat continued to drift peacefully on the now placid surface of the lake. Above them, the night sky had cleared entirely, revealing a canopy of stars so brilliant they seemed close enough to touch. The moon cast its silver light once more, creating a path of a shimmering brightness that stretched toward the eastern shore. Jesus did not press them for answers to his questions. He simply sat back down in the stern, his expression serene. Perhaps he understood that the seed had been planted, a seed of deeper understanding that would take time to germinate and grow. The disciples returned to their positions, taking up oars once more to continue the journey to the other side. But they rowed differently now, their movements careful and reverent, as though the very air around them had become sacred space. Occasionally they would glance at Jesus, then at one another, communicating without words their shared astonishment. As they approached the eastern shore, the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with gentle hues of pink and gold. A new day was beginning, and for the disciples, it would be a day coloured by the extraordinary revelation of the night. They had embarked on this journey as followers of a remarkable teacher. They would disembark with the dawning realization that they were in the presence of someone far greater than they had imagined. The boat's hull scraped gently against the shore. One by one, the disciples stepped out, their feet sinking into the wet sand. Jesus was the last to disembark, moving with the same quiet grace that characterized all his actions. As his foot touched the shore, he paused for a moment, gazing back across the now peaceful waters. Perhaps he was thinking of the lesson his friends had just learned, or perhaps of the greater storms, the deeper challenges that still awaited them all. For this night's tempest, however terrifying, was but a small preview of the forces that would one day rage against him and those who loved him. But those were concerns for another day. For now, Jesus simply turned toward the rising sun and began walking inland, knowing his disciples would follow, and they did, their footsteps in the sand forming a pattern behind his, a visual representation of the faith journey they had embarked upon, still uncertain, but now enriched by a deeper glimpse of the one they followed, the one who could speak to storms and be obeyed. As we rest in the stillness of this moment, let's reflect on what we've just witnessed through the eyes of the disciples. Feel the residual awe that must have lingered in their hearts as they processed what had happened on that lake. The one they thought they knew had revealed himself to be far more powerful, far more majestic than they had imagined. Perhaps you find yourself in a storm right now, not one of wind and waves, but a storm nonetheless. It might be anxiety that crashes over you like relentless waves. It might be uncertainty about the future, rising like dark clouds on the horizon. It might be grief or loneliness or fear, emotions that howl through your heart like a gale-force wind. Take a moment to name your storm silently. What is causing turbulence in your life right now? What makes your heart race with worry or your mind churn with doubt? Pause. Now imagine Jesus in your boat. Yes, right there with you in the midst of your personal tempest. This is not wishful thinking or mere metaphor. It is the profound reality of the Christian faith. Emmanuel, God with us, not God observing from a safe distance, not God waiting for us on the shore after we've weathered the storm alone, but God present in the very midst of our chaos. And here is something remarkable to consider. In the story we've just heard, Jesus didn't calm the storm immediately. First, he slept through it. There's a profound lesson here that's easy to miss. Sometimes the greatest demonstration of faith is not receiving an immediate solution to our problem, but finding peace in the midst of it, peace so profound it can rest, even when everything around it is in chaos. Jesus sleeping in the storm wasn't indifference. It was a demonstration of absolute trust in the Father. It was a live sermon more powerful than any words he could have spoken. You can rest even when the storms rage, because you know who holds you. Take a deep breath and sit with that thought for a moment. Pause. Now consider the words Jesus spoke to the disciples. Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith? These weren't words of condemnation, but an invitation to growth. Jesus was gently showing them the gap between what they professed to believe about him and how they behaved when circumstances became frightening. He was calling them to a faith that remained steady even when situations suggest there's reason to panic. What might Jesus be inviting you to trust him with right now? Where in your life might he be saying, "Peace, be still"? Pause. There's another beautiful detail in this story that's worth lingering over. Jesus said to the disciples, "Let us go over to the other side." Not let us go into the middle of the lake and drown. He had already declared the destination before the journey began. Despite the storm that arose, his intention remained unchanged. They were going to reach the other side. In your own life, what other side has Jesus promised you? What word has he spoken over your situation that the current storm seems to contradict? Hold fast to his promise. The storm, no matter how violent, cannot prevent the fulfillment of his declared purpose. When Jesus commands something, whether it's peace, be still, to a raging sea, or let us go to the other side to his disciples, it will come to pass. His word does not return void. It accomplishes what he intends. There's a particular comfort in knowing that the same voice that commanded the elements has spoken over your life. The same authority that subdued the storm is engaged with your circumstances. The same love that prompted Jesus to stand and act on behalf of his frightened friends is extended to you as you navigate your own waters. Listen now for his voice in the quiet of your heart. Perhaps he's not removing your storm immediately. Perhaps, like the disciples, you're being invited to know him more deeply through the experience of watching him work in unexpected ways. But know this, he is in your boat. And because of that, you will reach the shore. Let the gentle rocking of the now calm waters lull you toward rest. Feel the tension leave your body as you entrust yourself to the one who commands the wind and waves. Whatever storms tomorrow may bring, tonight you rest in the presence of the storm calmer, the peace speaker, the Lord of wind and wave. Let these words wash over you like gentle waves. Peace, be still. You are safe in his hands. Let go of your worries. Let him hold them now. Peace, be still. Rest in this truth. If the winds and waves obey him, so can your anxious heart. You don't have to control the storm. You just have to rest with the one who can. As we come to the close of our time together, I want to offer a blessing over you as you prepare for sleep. May you rest tonight in the perfect peace that comes from knowing the master of the storm is watching over you. May you sleep deeply, secure in the knowledge that the same God who calmed the Sea of Galilee is present in your room, attentive to your breathing, mindful of your needs. May your dreams be serene, unthreatened by the storms of waking life. May the gentle rocking of God's love lull you into profound rest, the kind of rest that renews not just the body but the soul. May you awaken tomorrow with the disciples' question still echoing in your heart. Who is this? Even the wind and waves obey him. And may that wonder lead you into a day lived with greater trust and deeper peace. Let us pray. Loving Father, I thank you for the precious soul listening right now. You know their name, their face, their struggles, and their joys. You know the storms they've weathered, and the ones that may still lie ahead. I ask that you would spread your mantle of peace over them tonight. Quiet their racing thoughts, slow their breathing, release the tension from their muscles, guard their mind against anxious ruminations, and fill it instead with the truth of your loving presence. Lord Jesus, just as you stood in authority over the storm on Galilee, I ask you to speak, "Peace, be still," over any turbulence in their life. Calm the waters of their circumstances. Quiet the winds of their worry. Help them to rest in the boat with you, trusting that you will bring them safely to the other side. Holy Spirit, be the breath of God in this room tonight. Fill this space with your comforting presence. Minister to the deep places of hurt or fear that conscious thought cannot reach. Repair, restore and renew as only you can do during the sacred hours of sleep. We rest tonight in the perfect love that casts out fear, in the mighty name of Jesus who calms all storms. Amen. Remember, dear friend, Jesus is in your boat. The journey continues tomorrow, but tonight you can sleep in perfect peace. You're watched over. You are loved. You're not alone. Good night, and may God bless your rest.
Hello, dear friend, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, how has your day been? Whether you're listening to this in the quiet hours of evening, perhaps as the sun sets wherever you are in the world, or if it's late at night and you're ready to rest, I hope you'll find peace in the story we're about to share together. Are you listening from a cosy bedroom in America, perhaps from a small town in England, or maybe from somewhere across the vast expanses of Australia or Canada? Wherever you are, whatever time zone cradles you tonight, you're welcome here. If this is your first time with Sacred Slumber, I invite you to subscribe so these stories can accompany you through many peaceful nights ahead. Now, let's settle in together and journey back to an ancient time, to a small town called Zarephath, where a miracle unfolded that would echo through the ages. The sun blazed mercilessly over the land of Israel, its rays beating down upon cracked earth and withered fields. For 3 long years, not a single drop of rain had fallen from the brass-coloured sky. The rivers had dwindled to dusty beds, lined with sun-bleached stones, and the wells that once bubbled with fresh water now echoed hollow when a stone was dropped into their depths. This terrible drought was no accident of nature. It was the judgment of the Almighty God upon a nation that had turned away from him. King Ahab, weak and easily swayed, had married the pagan princess Jezebel, and together they had led Israel into the worship of false gods, Baal, the supposed god of rain and fertility, and Asherah, the goddess of the sea. Golden calves and wooden idols dotted the landscape, where altars to the true God once stood. Into this spiritual darkness had stepped a man unlike any other, Elijah the Tishbite, a prophet wrapped in rough camel's hair, his eyes blazing with the fire of divine purpose. He had confronted King Ahab with words that still rang in the air. As the Lord God of Israel lives, before whom I stand, there shall not be dew nor rain these years, except at my word. For months after delivering this pronouncement, Elijah had hidden by the brook Cherith, east of the Jordan River. There in that secret place, ravens, those dark messengers of the wilderness, brought him bread and meat each morning and evening, while he drank from the brook's clear waters. It was a time of solitude and communion with God, but even this sanctuary could not last forever. Day by day, Elijah watched the brook grow shallower. The musical babbling that had once lulled him to sleep grew quieter until it was barely a whisper. Soon only scattered puddles remained, then mere dampness in the sand, and finally nothing but a dry bed where life-giving water had once flowed. It was then, when human resources failed and earthly security vanished, that the word of the Lord came to Elijah again. Arise, go to Zarephath, which belongs to Sidon, and dwell there. See, I have commanded a widow there to provide for you. Zarephath. The name meant a place of refining, and how fitting it would prove to be. This small Phoenician town, nestled along the Mediterranean coast north of Israel, was under Gentile rule, beyond the borders of the chosen people. in a land where Baal and Asherah were worshipped openly. Yet it was here, in this unlikely place, that God would work one of his most tender miracles. So Elijah gathered his simple possessions, his mantle, his staff, and the unwavering faith that had sustained him through these years of drought and hiding. The sun was high as he began his journey northward, his feet raising small clouds of dust from the parched earth. Behind him lay the dried brook and the memories of miraculous provision. Ahead lay uncertainty, but also the promise of God's continued care. As he walked, Elijah might have pondered the strangeness of God's ways. Here was a Hebrew prophet, a man who had proclaimed judgment upon Israel for their worship of foreign gods, now being sent to a foreign land where those very gods were revered. Yet if the years had taught him anything, it was that the Lord's thoughts were higher than his thoughts, and the Lord's ways past finding out. The journey from the Jordan Valley to the coastal region of Zarephath would take several days. Elijah travelled through landscapes scarred by drought, abandoned villages where the wells had run dry, fields where the stubble of failed crops crunched beneath his sandals, and hillsides where olive trees stretched their gnarled branches skyward in silent supplication for rain that would not come. At night he slept under stars that seemed to burn with unusual intensity in the clear, dry air. The moon, when it appeared, cast sharp shadows on the lifeless landscape, and sometimes he could hear, in the distance, the mournful cry of jackals searching for water in the empty wadis. But even as the physical landscape spoke of judgment and desolation, Elijah's heart remained anchored in hope. The same God who had sent ravens to feed him, who had made water spring from rock for Moses, who had provided manna in the wilderness for the children of Israel, had promised that a widow in Zarephath would care for him. It seemed impossible, even absurd. What widow in this time of famine would have enough to share? Yet Elijah had learned that impossibility was often the very stage upon which God chose to display his glory. On the third day of his journey, the scent of the sea began to reach his nostrils, carried on breezes that offered little relief from the heat, but spoke of his approaching destination. The landscape gradually changed from the brown hills of inland Palestine to the terraced slopes that descended toward the Mediterranean coast. In the distance, he could see the blue expanse of the Great Sea, its surface shimmering like hammered metal under the relentless sun. As he crested the final hill before Zarephath, Elijah paused to survey the town spread below him. It was modest in size, its flat-roofed houses clustered around a small marketplace, with narrow streets winding between them like tributaries of a dry river. The town's walls, though not as grand as those of the great cities, spoke of a community that had weathered many storms. Fishing boats lay pulled up on the beach, their nets spread out to dry, though in these days of little rain, even the sea seemed less generous with its bounty. Smoke rose from only a few chimneys, a sign that even here, far from Israel, the effects of the drought were being felt. Fuel was precious, when every piece of wood might be needed for cooking what little food remained, and families were learning to make do with cold meals and carefully rationed provisions. As Elijah descended the hill toward the town gate, his stomach reminded him that it had been hours since his last meal. The ravens no longer came with their mysterious daily provision, and the bread in his travelling pouch was long since consumed. For the first time in months, the prophet experienced the gnawing uncertainty that had become the constant companion of countless families throughout the region. But even as hunger and weariness pressed upon him, Elijah's step remained steady. Somewhere in this foreign town was a widow whom God had prepared to be his instrument of provision. The prophet did not know her name, her face, or her circumstances. He knew only that the Lord had spoken, and that was enough. The sun was now approaching its zenith as Elijah neared the gates of Zarephath, his shadow a small dark pool at his feet. Soon, very soon, he would meet the woman through whom God intended to demonstrate that his care extends beyond all human boundaries, his provision beyond all human understanding, and his power beyond even the finality of death itself. The stage was set for a miracle that would begin with a simple request for water and a piece of bread, but would culminate in wonders that neither the prophet nor the widow could have imagined. In this place of refining, in this encounter between a Hebrew man of God and a Gentile woman of faith, the character of the Almighty would be revealed in ways both tender and magnificent. The gates of Zarephath stood open in the midday heat, their wooden beams weathered and worn by countless seasons of sun and storm. As Elijah approached, he could see that the usual bustle of a town entrance was notably absent. No merchants haggled over goods, no children played in the dust, no elders sat in the shade discussing the affairs of the day. The drought and its accompanying famine had drained the life from this place, leaving behind only the essential movements of survival. Elijah's throat was parched from his long journey, and his lips were cracked from the dry air. Each step sent small puffs of dust up from the hard-packed earth, and the prophet found himself scanning the area, hopefully for any sign of a well or fountain. His eyes, accustomed to the blazing light of the Palestinian sun, squinted as he tried to make out the details of his surroundings. It was then that he noticed her, just outside the town gates near a grove of scraggly olive trees that had somehow managed to survive the prolonged drought. A woman was bent over, methodically gathering fallen sticks and dead branches. Her movements were slow and deliberate, speaking not of laziness but of the careful conservation of energy that comes from prolonged hunger. Her clothing, once perhaps a deep blue or brown, had faded to the nondescript colour of dust and wear, patched in several places with fabric that didn't quite match. As Elijah drew closer, he could see that she was neither young nor old, but somewhere in that middle season of life, where a woman's beauty becomes less about the freshness of youth and more about the character etched in her features by joy and sorrow, hope and disappointment. Her dark hair, streaked with premature grey that spoke of hardship born before its time, was partially covered by a worn headscarf that had slipped back as she worked. There was something in her posture, a weariness that seemed to go beyond physical exhaustion, that made Elijah's heart stir with compassion. This was a woman who had carried burdens, who had made hard choices, who had watched her resources dwindle day by day until she was reduced to gathering sticks in the heat of the day. The prophet paused for a moment, studying her face as she worked. In her features, he could read the story of the drought's impact on ordinary people. Her cheeks were hollow, her eyes shadowed with the particular kind of worry that comes from watching a child grow thin. Yet there was also a quiet dignity about her, a refusal to surrender to despair, even in the face of seemingly impossible circumstances. "Excuse me," Elijah called softly, his voice rough from thirst and travel. The woman looked up, startled. Her eyes widened slightly as she took in the appearance of this stranger. His rough clothing, his weathered features, the staff in his hand that marked him as a traveller from far away. In her gaze, Elijah could see the wariness that had become second nature to people in these hard times. Strangers might bring news, trade or help, but they might also bring additional mouths to feed when food was already desperately scarce. "Please," Elijah continued, his manner gentle and respectful, "could you bring me a little water in a cup, that I may drink?" The request hung in the air between them. Water, in this time of drought, was precious beyond measure. Every drop had to be carried from wells that were increasingly distant and depleted. Yet something in the prophet's manner, perhaps the genuine need in his voice, or the courtesy with which he had made his request, caused the woman to hesitate rather than refuse outright. She studied his face for a long moment, as if trying to read his character in his features. What she saw there must have reassured her, for she slowly straightened, her bundle of sticks still clutched in her arms. "I will bring you water," she said simply, her voice carrying the accent of this coastal region, but also a warmth that suggested a heart not yet hardened by suffering. As she turned toward the town, Elijah felt a stirring of gratitude. Here, in this foreign place, this Gentile woman was willing to share her precious water with a Hebrew stranger. It was a small act of kindness, but in a world grown harsh with want, small kindnesses took on the weight of great acts of mercy. But the Lord had sent him here for more than water, and Elijah knew that his true test and hers was yet to come. "Wait," he called gently, as she began to walk away, "and please bring me a morsel of bread in your hand." The woman stopped as if struck. She turned back to him, and now her face bore an expression of such profound sadness that Elijah felt his heart constrict. The weariness he had noticed before was nothing compared to the look of desperate finality that now clouded her features. "As the Lord your God lives," she replied, and there was no anger in her voice, only a crushing weariness and the terrible honesty of someone who has nothing left to lose. "I do not have bread, only a handful of flour in a bin and a little oil in a jar. See, I am gathering a couple of sticks that I may go in and prepare it for myself and my son, that we may eat it and die." The words fell between them like stones dropping into a deep well. This was not the casual refusal of someone unwilling to share, nor the calculated response of someone hoarding resources. This was the stark reality of a mother who had come to the end of all earthly hope, who had measured her remaining provisions with the careful precision of someone planning a final meal. Elijah felt the weight of her despair, but he also felt the stirring of something else, the peculiar lifting of spirit that came when he sensed the Lord was about to move in power. How often had he seen this pattern? The moment when human resources failed completely was precisely the moment when divine intervention began. "Do not fear," he said, and his voice carried a new authority, a confidence that seemed to come from somewhere beyond his own understanding. The words were not merely a comfort, but a command, spoken with the certainty of someone who had learned to recognize the voice of the Almighty. The woman's eyes widened at the change in his tone. Something had shifted in this stranger's demeanour, as if he had suddenly remembered who he was and whom he served. "Go and do as you have said," Elijah continued, "but make me a small cake from it first and bring it to me, and afterward make some for yourself and your son." The request seemed almost cruel in its audacity. Here was a woman who had just confessed that she and her child were preparing to eat their last meal before death, and this stranger was asking her to give him the first portion. By any human standard of fairness or compassion, the request was outrageous, but Elijah was not speaking from human wisdom now. He was speaking as one who had learned to see beyond the visible, to understand that sometimes the pathway to blessing required actions that seemed to defy common sense. "For thus says the Lord God of Israel," he proclaimed, and now his voice carried the full weight of prophetic authority. "The bin of flour shall not be used up, nor shall the jar of oil run dry, until the day the Lord sends rain on the earth." The promise hung in the air between them, like a bridge spanning an impossible chasm. On one side stood the widow's desperate reality, empty bins, empty jars, and the approaching spectre of death. On the other side stood the word of a God she barely knew, spoken through a stranger whose only credentials were the conviction in his voice and the authority with which he spoke. The woman stared at him, her mind undoubtedly racing. Everything in her experience told her that flour and oil, once consumed, were gone forever. Everything she had learned about the world spoke against the possibility of vessels that never emptied, of resources that renewed themselves. She had no reason to trust this foreigner, no evidence that his God was any more real or powerful than the gods her neighbours worshipped. Yet something in his eyes, something in the absolute certainty with which he had spoken, gave her pause. She had lived long enough to recognise truth when she heard it, even when that truth seemed to contradict everything she thought she knew about the world. The choice before her was stark and simple, yet it carried implications that reached far beyond the immediate moment. She could refuse, clinging to what little she had, and eat her final meal with her son in the privacy of her own home. Or she could trust stepping out in faith toward a promise that seemed too wonderful to believe, risking the immediate needs of her child on the word of a stranger's God. As she stood there in the dusty street of Zarephath, with her bundle of sticks still clutched in her arms, and the prophet's words echoing in her mind, the widow found herself at one of those crossroads that define a life. Her next decision would determine not only whether she and her son lived or died, but whether they would become part of a story that would be told for generations to come. A story of faith rewarded, of divine provision, and of the God who sees beyond the boundaries that divide nations and peoples. The sun beat down upon them both as she weighed her choice, but in that moment of decision, neither the heat nor the hunger nor the desperate circumstances seemed to matter. All that mattered was whether she would choose to believe that the impossible might, just possibly, be true. The widow stood motionless for what seemed like an eternity, though in reality it was perhaps only the span of a few heartbeats. In that suspended moment, the entire universe seemed to be waiting for her decision. The very air around them felt charged with possibility, as if creation itself was holding its breath to see whether faith would triumph over fear, whether hope would overcome the stark mathematics of survival. Elijah watched her face carefully, seeing the battle that raged within her soul. He had delivered the word of the Lord as he had been commanded, but now the choice was hers alone to make. The prophet knew from long experience that God's miracles often hinged not on human understanding, but on human obedience, not on the ability to see how a promise might be fulfilled, but on the willingness to act as if it already had been. The woman's eyes moved from Elijah's face to the bundle of sticks in her arms, then toward the town gates where her small home awaited, where her son was undoubtedly waiting for her return, probably listening for the sound of her footsteps that would signal the beginning of their final meal together. She thought of his thin face, his two bright eyes that spoke of a child who had learned too young what it meant to be hungry, and her heart clenched with the fierce protectiveness of motherhood. Yet something else stirred within her as well, a memory perhaps of stories she had heard as a child about the God of the Hebrews, the one who was said to part seas and rain bread from heaven. Or perhaps it was simpler than that, nothing more than the recognition that she'd already lost everything that could be lost, and in that place of complete surrender there was a strange kind of freedom. "I will do as you have said," she whispered finally, her voice so quiet that Elijah had to lean forward to hear her words. The decision, once made, seemed to infuse her with new energy. She straightened her shoulders, adjusted her grip on the bundle of sticks, and began walking toward the town gates with a purpose that had been absent from her movements before. Elijah followed at a respectful distance, marvelling at the courage it must have taken for her to choose trust over terror, faith over the apparent facts of her situation. The narrow streets of Zarephath were largely empty in the heat of midday, but the few people they encountered looked at the odd pair with curiosity. The widow, known to her neighbours as a woman facing starvation, was walking with determined steps beside a foreign stranger whose very presence seemed to radiate an unusual intensity. Word would spread quickly through the small community that something unusual was happening at the house of the widow woman. Her home, when they reached it, was modest even by the standards of a fishing town. The flat-roofed dwelling was built of the local stone, its walls weathered by countless seasons of Mediterranean storms. A small courtyard in front contained an outdoor oven that had seen little use in recent weeks, its stones cold and covered with a fine layer of dust. A few clay pots stood in the shade, and a wooden door, worn smooth by years of use, led into the main room of the house. As they approached, the door opened and a boy appeared, perhaps 10 or 11 years old, with his mother's dark eyes and hair. His frame was thin in the way that spoke of prolonged hunger, but his face lit up with genuine joy at seeing his mother return. That joy dimmed slightly as he noticed a stranger accompanying her, replaced by the cautious curiosity of a child who had learned to be wary of unexpected changes in routine. "Mother?" he said, his voice carrying a question that encompassed much more than the single word could express. The widow reached out and touched her son's face gently, a gesture that spoke of infinite tenderness and perhaps also of farewell. "This is Elijah, a prophet of the Lord God of Israel," she said simply. "We're going to prepare food and he will eat with us." The boy's eyes widened. In their current circumstances, sharing food with anyone, even a guest, represented an act of generosity that bordered on the impossible. Yet he had learned to trust his mother's judgment, and if she said this man would eat with them, then somehow it would be so. Inside, the house was cool and dim, a welcome relief from the blazing heat outside. The main room served as both living area and kitchen, with sleeping quarters in a small adjoining chamber. Clay storage jars lined one wall, most of them standing empty like silent witnesses to the family's dwindling resources. Only 2 containers held anything of value. A small bin that contained the handful of flour the widow had mentioned, and an equally small jar that held the last precious drops of oil. The widow set down her bundle of sticks and began the familiar ritual of preparing a fire. She arranged the wood carefully in the outdoor oven, knowing that every stick must count, every flame must serve its purpose. As she worked, Elijah and the boy watched in respectful silence, each lost in his own thoughts about what was about to unfold. When the fire was burning steadily, the widow went to retrieve her flour and oil. She opened the bin and looked inside, seeing the meagre handful of grain that represented all that stood between her family and starvation. For a moment her resolve wavered. The practical voice of experience whispered that she was being foolish, that she was about to sacrifice her child's last meal on the word of a stranger. But then she remembered the authority in Elijah's voice when he had spoken his promise, the absolute certainty that had rung in his words like a bell struck in a clear mountain air. She had heard many people speak in her lifetime, merchants making promises they wouldn't keep, neighbours offering help they couldn't deliver, officials making proclamations that meant nothing. This had been different. This had carried the weight of truth spoken by someone who knew the one who held the universe in his hands. With steady hands, she measured out the flour, not all of it, but enough to make a small loaf, as Elijah had requested. She added the precious oil, drop by careful drop, then water from their dwindling supply. As she kneaded the dough, she found herself praying to the God of Israel, a God she knew only by reputation, but whom she was now trusting with everything she held dear. The bread baked quickly in the hot oven, filling the small courtyard with an aroma that made all their mouths water and their stomachs clench with longing. When it was finished, golden brown and still steaming, the widow placed it on a wooden plate and carried it to where Elijah sat waiting. "Here," she said simply, offering him the bread that might well be the last her household would ever eat. Elijah received the loaf with the gravity it deserved, understanding that he held in his hands not just food, but an act of faith that would echo through eternity. He broke it carefully, offering portions to both the widow and her son, before taking any for himself. The bread was simple fare, coarse flour baked with skill born of necessity, but it tasted like the finest feast to 3 people who had known real hunger. As they ate, a comfortable silence settled over the small courtyard. The bread satisfied their immediate hunger, but more than that, it seemed to nourish something deeper. Hope, perhaps, or the peculiar peace that comes from taking a step of faith and finding solid ground beneath one's feet. When the meal was finished, the inevitable moment arrived. The widow rose to check her storage containers, knowing that according to every law of nature and economy, they should now be empty. The flour bin should contain nothing but dust and remnants, the oil jar nothing but the stained clay at its bottom. She opened the flour bin first, and her breath caught in her throat. Where she'd expected to find emptiness, there was flour, not the handful that had remained before, but the same amount that had been there that morning. Her hands trembled as she reached into the jar, running the grain through her fingers to assure herself that she was not dreaming. Next came the oil jar. She lifted it carefully, feeling its weight, hearing the liquid slosh against the sides. It was full as it had been when she had first measured out the precious oil for their bread. "Mother?" her son whispered, seeing the wonder and disbelief that played across her features. "The word of the Lord is true," she breathed, her voice filled with awe. "The flour and oil have not diminished. They are just as they were before." From that day forward, the miracle continued. Each morning, the widow would wake expecting to find her containers empty, only to discover them filled with the same amounts they had held the day before. She would measure out flour for the day's bread, pour oil for cooking, and use what was needed to sustain her household and their guest. But each time she checked, morning, noon, and evening, the levels remained constant, as if invisible hands were replenishing what had been taken. Word of the miracle spread slowly through Zarephath. Neighbours who had expected to attend a funeral instead saw smoke rising daily from the widow's oven. They saw the boy playing in the courtyard with more energy than he had shown in months. They saw the foreign prophet living in their midst, his presence somehow bringing blessing rather than burden to the household that sheltered him. Some whispered that it was sorcery, others that the gods were showing favour to the widow for her kindness to strangers. But the widow herself knew better. She had witnessed firsthand the power of the God of Israel, the one who could multiply resources that seemed exhausted, who could bring abundance from scarcity, who could sustain life when death seemed certain. As weeks turned into months, the relationship between the widow, her son, and Elijah deepened into something like family. The prophet helped with daily tasks, told stories of his journeys and the wonders he had witnessed, and taught them both about the nature and character of the God he served. The boy, who had never known a father's presence, began to look up to Elijah with the mixture of respect and affection that a son shows to a beloved elder. For his part, Elijah found in this simple household something he had rarely experienced in his years of prophetic ministry, the warmth of ordinary human fellowship. Here, far from the palaces and temples where he usually delivered his messages, he discovered the profound joy of seeing God's love expressed through daily provision, through the laughter of a child who was no longer hungry, through the grateful smile of a woman who had learned to trust in the impossible. The jar and jug that never emptied became more than just a miracle of physical provision. They became symbols of a deeper truth, that the God of Israel was not limited by human boundaries, that his love extended beyond the chosen people to encompass all who would trust in him, that his power was sufficient to meet every need of those who placed their faith in his promises. In the small house in Zarephath, as the drought continued to devastate the surrounding lands, a different kind of abundance flourished. It was an abundance measured not just in flour and oil, but in faith rewarded, hope restored, and the quiet joy of lives sustained by the inexhaustible love of the Almighty. The seasons had begun to change in the way they do even during the harshest droughts, with subtle shifts in the angle of sunlight and the patterns of wind that speak to those who know how to listen. Elijah had now been living in the widow's household for many months, and what had begun as a desperate act of faith had settled into a rhythm of daily miracle. Each morning brought the same wonder: jars that should have been empty filled with provision, hope renewed with the rising of the sun. The boy had grown stronger during this time, his cheeks regaining some of their childhood roundness, his eyes bright with the vitality that comes from adequate nourishment. He had become Elijah's shadow, an eager student, hanging on every word the prophet spoke about the wonders of God, helping with small tasks around the house, and bringing a lightness to their days that reminded all of them what joy looked like. His laughter had become one of the most precious sounds in that small courtyard, pure and musical, the kind of laughter that makes adults remember what it felt like to see the world as a place of infinite possibility. When he played with the wooden toys he had carved under Elijah's guidance, when he helped his mother tend their small herb garden, when he sat listening to stories of lions' dens and burning bushes, the boy radiated the particular happiness of a child who knows he is loved and secure. The widow, too, had blossomed during these months of miraculous provision. The constant worry that had carved lines around her eyes had softened, replaced by a quiet confidence that spoke of faith tested and proven true. She had learned to trust not just in the daily renewal of flour and oil, but in the character of the God who provided them. Her relationship with Elijah had evolved from desperate gratitude to genuine friendship, seasoned with the deep respect she held for his calling and his God. In the evenings, when the heat of the day had passed, the three of them would often sit together in the courtyard, watching the stars emerge in the clear sky. Elijah would tell them stories of his people's history, of Abraham's faith, of Moses' courage, of David's psalms, and gradually the widow and her son came to understand that they were not merely recipients of divine charity, but participants in a story much larger than themselves. It was during one of these peaceful evening conversations that the boy first began to cough. At first it seemed like nothing, perhaps a bit of dust in the throat, or the dry air that had been their constant companion throughout the drought. The widow offered him water, and he drank gratefully, the coughing subsiding as quickly as it had begun. They thought nothing more of it, and continued their conversation about the time when Elijah had called down fire from heaven to consume a sacrifice on Mount Carmel. But the next morning the boy woke with a flush in his cheeks that spoke of fever rather than health. His mother noticed immediately, the way mothers always do, and pressed her palm to his forehead with the practised concern of one who had nursed many childhood illnesses. He was warm, not dangerously so, but enough to cause worry. "It's nothing serious," she assured Elijah when she saw the concern in the prophet's eyes. "Children often take fevers during the changing of seasons. I have herbs that will help, and with rest he'll be well in a few days." Elijah nodded, but something in his spirit was troubled. He had learned over his years of walking with God to pay attention to such stirrings, even when they seemed to contradict the evidence of his natural senses. Still, he kept his concerns to himself, and joined the widow in tending to the boy with all the skill and care they could muster. For 2 days the illness seemed manageable. The boy remained in bed, accepting the herbal teas his mother prepared, sleeping more than usual, but still able to sit up and take some nourishment. His fever rose and fell in the typical pattern of childhood ailments, and there were moments when he seemed almost his normal self, asking Elijah to tell him again about the ravens that had brought bread and meat to the brook Cherith. But on the third morning, something changed. The boy's breathing became laboured. and his fever spiked higher than before. His eyes, when he managed to open them, seemed to look through rather than at the people who bent over him with growing concern. The flush in his cheeks deepened to an alarming red, and his small body trembled with chills that no amount of blankets could warm. The widow worked with desperate efficiency, trying every remedy she knew. She brewed stronger teas from the herbs that had always worked before, applied cool cloths to bring down the fever, and held her son close when the chills made him shake uncontrollably. But despite all her efforts, his condition continued to deteriorate. Elijah found himself in a terrible position. He was a prophet, accustomed to speaking with divine authority about the will of God, yet here he felt helpless in the face of a child suffering. He prayed earnestly, seeking guidance, seeking healing, seeking any word from the Lord about what was happening and why. But the heavens seemed silent, offering no immediate answer to his urgent petitions. By the fourth day, the boy could barely keep his eyes open. His breathing had become so shallow that both his mother and Elijah found themselves leaning close, just to assure themselves that he was still alive. The widow had not slept in 2 nights, maintaining a constant vigil beside her son's bed, and the strain was beginning to show in every line of her face. Perhaps, she said to Elijah, during one of the boy's brief periods of peaceful sleep, perhaps we should send for the physician from the next town. I know we have little to pay him with, but surely the physicians have no more power over this illness than we do, Elijah replied gently. This is not a sickness that earthly medicine can cure. The words hung between them, carrying implications that neither wanted to fully acknowledge. If earthly medicine could not help, if the herbs and treatments that had always worked before were proving useless, then they were facing something beyond the normal course of illness and recovery. They were facing the possibility that God might be calling this beloved child home. On the 5th morning, as the sun rose with its customary indifference to human suffering, the inevitable happened. The widow, who had dozed fitfully in her chair beside the bed, was awakened by a silence that was somehow more alarming than any sound could have been. She looked at her son and knew immediately that something fundamental had changed. His face, which had been flushed with fever, was now pale and still. His chest no longer rose and fell with the rhythm of breathing. The boy was gone. The widow's scream of anguish pierced the morning air, a sound so raw and primal that it seemed to tear through the very fabric of hope itself. She gathered her son's lifeless body into her arms, rocking back and forth as tears streamed down her face. "What have you done to me, O man of God?" she cried, turning to Elijah with eyes blazing with grief and accusation. "Have you come to bring my sin to remembrance and to kill my son?" The words struck Elijah like physical blows. Here was a woman who had trusted him, who had shared her last meal based on his promise, who had opened her home to him for months. And now, in the presence of God's prophet, her only child lay dead. Without a word, Elijah gently took the boy from his mother's arms. "Give me your son," he said quietly, and despite her grief, something in his tone made her release her hold on the child. Elijah carried the boy to the upper room where he had been staying, laying him carefully on the bed. Then he fell upon his face before God, crying out with all the passion of his prophetic calling. "O Lord my God, have you also brought tragedy on the widow with whom I lodge, by killing her son?" 3 times Elijah stretched himself upon the child, calling out each time, "O Lord my God, I pray, let this child's soul come back to him." The silence that followed seemed to stretch into eternity. Then, like the first breath of dawn, after the longest night, the boy's chest rose. His eyes fluttered open, clear and bright, and he looked up at Elijah with wonder. "Teacher?" he whispered, his voice weak but unmistakably alive. Elijah gathered the boy in his arms, his own eyes wet with tears of joy and gratitude. "Come," he said, "let us go to your mother." When the widow saw her son walking down the stairs, alive and whole, she fell to her knees. "Now by this I know that you are a man of God," she declared through her tears, "and that the word of the Lord in your mouth is the truth." The miracle at Zarephath teaches us profound truths that echo through the ages. First, we learn about faith in scarcity, how the widow trusted God's promise, even when her cupboards were bare and death seemed certain. Her willingness to give from her need rather than her abundance shows us that God often asks us to step forward in faith before we can see how he will provide. Second, we see the power of obedience before understanding. The widow didn't need to comprehend how flour and oil could multiply. She simply needed to trust the word of the Lord and act upon it. Blessings flowed not because she understood the miracle, but because she believed in the one who promised it. Third, this story reveals God's care beyond all boundaries. Here was a Hebrew prophet ministered to by a Gentile widow, showing that God's love transcends nationality, culture, and religion. The miracle in Zarephath foreshadowed the day when God's salvation would be offered to all nations. Finally, through Elijah's intercession for the dead boy, we glimpse God's ultimate power over life and death itself. This miracle points forward to the resurrection, hope that would one day be fully revealed in Christ, reminding us that with God, even death is not the final word. As our story draws to a close, I invite you to consider the empty jars in your own life, those places where resources seem exhausted, where hope feels depleted, where you wonder if God sees your need. The widow of Zarephath discovered that the God of impossible things delights in filling what appears empty, in multiplying what seems insufficient, in bringing life where death has reigned. Perhaps tonight, as you prepare for rest, you can release your own impossibilities into his capable hands. Trust that the same God who filled flour jars and oil vessels in ancient Zarephath is still working miracles today, sometimes dramatic and visible, sometimes quiet and hidden, but always rooted in his unchanging love for his children. The sun has set over that ancient town by the sea, and a gentle breeze stirs the olive trees, where a widow once gathered sticks in desperation, and found instead a destiny of faith. In that small house, the jars remained full, the boy grew strong, and 3 hearts learned to trust in the God of endless provision. May you rest tonight knowing that your own story is being written by the same loving hand, and that tomorrow's provision is already prepared by the one who never fails to keep his promises. Sleep well, dear friend, and remember, with God the jar never truly empties and hope is always renewable. Hello, dear listener, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know how your day has been. Whatever time it is where you are in the world, whether you're settling in for the evening or finding a quiet moment during your day, you're exactly where you need to be. We have listeners joining us from every corner of the globe, and it's beautiful to think that we're all connected through these ancient stories that continue to speak to our hearts today. If this story brings you peace and you'd like to hear more like it, please consider subscribing to Sacred Slumber. Now let us journey back over 3,000 years to a time when the hills of ancient Israel echoed with the cries of an oppressed people, and discover how God chose the most unlikely hero to deliver them. The sun blazed mercilessly over the barren hills of ancient Israel, its heat seeming to mock the suffering people below. For 7 long years, the shadow of oppression had fallen across the promised land, like a plague that would not lift. The Midianites, fierce nomadic warriors from the desert, had swept down upon Israel like locusts, devouring everything in their path. In caves carved into limestone cliffs, families huddled in darkness, their faces gaunt with hunger and hollow with despair. Children, who should have been playing in village squares instead, learned to recognize the distant thunder of approaching hoofbeats the signal to flee deeper into their rocky refuges. The once fertile valleys that had flowed with milk and honey now lay trampled and barren, stripped clean by the endless raids of their oppressors. The Israelites had forgotten what it meant to harvest their own crops. Each year they would plant in hope, tending their fields with trembling hands, always listening for the sound that would send them running. And each year, just as the grain began to ripen, the Midianites would come. They arrived like a sandstorm, their camels innumerable as the sand by the sea, their warriors dark silhouettes against the burning sky. They took everything, left nothing, and vanished back into the wilderness, leaving behind only dust and desperation. In this time of darkness, when hope seemed as distant as the stars, there lived a young man named Gideon. He was not what anyone would call a mighty warrior. His hands, though calloused from labour, had never gripped a sword in battle. His shoulders, though broad from years of farm work, had never carried the weight of armour. His eyes, though keen from watching the horizon for danger, had never gazed unflinchingly into the face of an enemy. On this particular day, Gideon found himself doing what had become all too common among his people. Hiding. He was in his father's wine press, a stone basin carved deep into the earth, meant for treading grapes. But instead of the purple stain of harvest, this hollow held only wheat stalks and the sound of desperate threshing. Gideon worked quickly, quietly, glancing nervously toward the rim of the pit above him. This was no place to thresh grain, but it was hidden from watching eyes, concealed from raiders who might snatch away even this meagre portion of food. The irony was not lost on him. Here he was, a descendant of Abraham, to whom God had promised this very land, reduced to working in secret, like a thief in his own inheritance. The wheat he threshed was barely enough to keep his family alive, and even this small amount had to be hidden from those who would steal it away. As Gideon worked, sweat dripping from his brow to mingle with the grain dust, he wondered where the God of his fathers had gone. The elders still told stories around carefully concealed fires, stories of a time when the Lord had parted the sea, when he had brought down the walls of Jericho, when his presence had dwelt among them in power and glory. But those seemed like tales from another world, stories of a God who had perhaps grown tired of his people and turned his face away. The rhythmic sound of the flail striking grain filled the small space, a lonely percussion that seemed to echo the beating of his own discouraged heart. Each strike felt like a prayer he didn't know how to voice, a desperate plea to heaven from a pit in the earth, and then without warning, the monotonous rhythm was broken by a voice. "The Lord is with you, mighty warrior." Gideon's flail froze mid-swing. His heart hammered against his ribs as he spun around, expecting to see a Midianite soldier who had discovered his hiding place. Instead, he saw a figure sitting beneath the oak tree above the winepress, a man whose presence seemed to make the very air shimmer with an otherworldly light. The stranger's words echoed in Gideon's mind. Mighty warrior? Him? The man who threshed wheat in secret, who started at shadows, who had never held anything more dangerous than farming tools? Surely this visitor was either mocking him or mistaken about who he was addressing. Gideon climbed slowly from the winepress, his legs unsteady, not from exertion, but from the strange presence of this visitor. The man beneath the oak appeared ordinary enough, yet something in his bearing, something in the way the light seemed to gather around him, spoke of anything but ordinary humanity. "Pardon me, my lord," Gideon said, his voice betraying his confusion and fear. "But if the Lord is with us, why has all this happened to us? Where are all his wonders that our ancestors told us about when they said, 'Did not the Lord bring us up out of Egypt? But now the Lord has abandoned us and given us into the hand of Midian.'" The words tumbled out of him like water breaking through a dam, 7 years of bottled frustration, 7 years of unanswered prayers, 7 years of watching his people suffer, while heaven remained silent. If this stranger claimed the Lord was with them, then where was the evidence? Where was the God who had once fought for Israel, with fire and earthquake, with angel armies and miraculous interventions? The figure beneath the oak tree regarded him with eyes that seemed to hold depths of understanding far beyond human measure. When he spoke, his voice carried an authority that made the ground beneath Gideon's feet feel somehow more solid, as if reality itself paid attention to his words. "Go in the strength you have and save Israel out of Midian's hand. Am I not sending you?" Gideon felt his knees nearly buckle. Save Israel? Him? The man who hid in wine presses, who jumped at the sound of the wind through the barley? This had to be some terrible mistake, some cosmic error in judgment. "Pardon me, my lord," he said again, his voice barely above a whisper, "but how can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my family." It was true. His family held no position of honour among the tribe. They owned no great flocks, commanded no respect in the councils of the elders. Gideon himself was the youngest son, the one who tended to mundane tasks while others made important decisions. He was nobody special, nobody who mattered, nobody whom anyone would follow into battle. But the mysterious visitor seemed unmoved by these protests. "I will be with you," he said simply, "and you will strike down all the Midianites, leaving none alive." The promise hung in the air between them, impossible and overwhelming. Gideon's mind reeled as he tried to comprehend what was being asked of him. But if this was truly a messenger from the Lord, if this was indeed the God of his fathers speaking to him, then surely he could ask for some sign, some proof that this wasn't merely the product of too much sun and too little food. "If now I have found favour in your eyes," Gideon said carefully, "give me a sign that it is really you who speaks with me. Please do not go away until I come back, and bring my offering and set it before you." The figure nodded gravely. "I will wait until you return." Gideon hurried to his house, his heart pounding with a mixture of terror and desperate hope. He prepared what he could offer: a young goat, unleavened bread made from precious flour, broth to complete the meal. It was a significant sacrifice for a family that had so little, but if there was even the slightest chance that the God of Israel was truly speaking to him, no cost was too great. When he returned to the oak tree, the stranger was still there, patient as stone, eternal as the hills. Gideon set the meat on a rock, poured out the broth, and waited to see what would happen. The visitor extended the staff in his hand and touched the meat and bread. Instantly, fire flared up from the rock, consuming the offering completely. In the same moment, the figure vanished from sight, leaving Gideon alone with the blackened stone and the certain terrifying knowledge that he had been speaking with an angel of the Lord. "Alas, sovereign Lord," Gideon cried out, falling to his knees, "I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face." But even as fear overwhelmed him, a voice spoke from heaven itself. "Peace, do not be afraid, you are not going to die." Gideon built an altar there and called it "The Lord is Peace," but peace was far from what he felt in his heart. That very night, the Lord spoke to him again, commanding him to tear down his father's altar to Baal and cut down the Asherah pole beside it. It was to be his first act of obedience, his first step toward the impossible task that lay ahead. Under cover of darkness, accompanied by 10 servants, Gideon did as he was commanded. They worked quietly, dismantling the stone altar and chopping down the wooden symbol of false worship. In their place, Gideon built an altar to the Lord and offered a bull as a sacrifice, using the wood from the Asherah pole as fuel for the fire. When morning came, the men of the town discovered what had been done. Their rage was immediate and fierce. They demanded that Joash, Gideon's father, bring out his son to be killed for destroying the altar of Baal, but Joash surprised everyone, including his son, with his response. "Are you going to plead Baal's cause?" he asked the angry crowd. "If Baal really is a god, he can defend himself when someone breaks down his altar." From that day on, Gideon was called Jerub-Baal, meaning "let Baal contend with him." But even after this first victory, even after seeing fire consume his sacrifice and hearing the voice of the Lord, doubt still gnawed at Gideon's heart like a persistent wound. When the Midianites assembled once again for their annual raid, gathering in the valley like a dark sea of destruction, Gideon knew the time had come. Yet still he hesitated, still he needed more assurance. That night he took a wool fleece and placed it on the threshing floor. "If you will save Israel by my hand as you have promised," he prayed, "look, I will place a wool fleece on the threshing floor. If there is dew only on the fleece and all the ground is dry, then I will know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you said." In the morning the fleece was soaked with dew, while the ground around it was completely dry. Gideon wrung out the fleece and filled a bowl with water, but still he doubted. Still, he feared he was deceiving himself. "Do not be angry with me," he prayed again. "Let me make just one more request. Allow me one more test with the fleece, but this time make the fleece dry and let the ground be covered with dew." And God, patient with his fearful servant, did exactly as Gideon asked. The next morning, the fleece was dry while dew covered all the ground around it. Finally, Gideon could doubt no longer. The signs were clear, the calling was certain. The God of Israel had indeed chosen him, the least and the weakest, to deliver his people from their oppressors. But as Gideon would soon discover, God's ways of winning battles were as unexpected as his choice of champions. Word spread quickly through the hill country of Israel. Gideon, son of Joash, had called for warriors to gather at the spring of Harod. The response was overwhelming. Men came from every tribe, every village, every cave where families had been hiding. They came carrying whatever weapons they could find. Old swords passed down from fathers, farming implements that could serve as spears, slings and stones gathered from riverbeds. 32,000 men answered the call. It was a significant force, larger than any army Israel had mustered in years. As Gideon looked out over the sea of faces, weathered by years of oppression, but now bright with hope, he felt a stirring of confidence. Perhaps this task wouldn't be as impossible as it had seemed. But even as he counted his forces, Gideon knew they were still vastly outnumbered. In the valley below, the Midianites and their allies spread across the landscape like a plague of locusts. Their camels were indeed as numerous as the sand on the seashore. Their warriors a dark tide that seemed to stretch to the horizon. Conservative estimates put their numbers at over 100,000 fighting men, but some said there were twice that many. Gideon was contemplating these daunting odds when the Lord spoke to him once again, and the words he heard made his blood run cold. "You have too many men," the Lord said. "I cannot deliver Midian into their hands, or Israel would boast against me. My own strength has saved me. Now announce to the army, anyone who trembles with fear may turn back and leave Mount Gilead." Too many men. Gideon stared out at his army, then down at the vast enemy host in the valley. How could 32,000 be too many when facing such overwhelming odds? But the Lord's reasoning became clear. If Israel won this battle with such numbers, they would attribute the victory to their own military might, rather than to God's power. With a heavy heart, Gideon stood before his assembled forces. These men had left their families, their hiding places, their small measures of safety to answer his call. Now he had to tell some of them to go home. "Men of Israel," he called out, his voice carrying across the gathered warriors. "The Lord has spoken to me. Anyone among you who is afraid, anyone who trembles with fear, may return to his home. There is no shame in this. Go in peace." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some men looked relieved, others confused, still others ashamed. But slowly, surely, men began to step forward, to gather their belongings, to turn away from the camp. What started as a trickle became a stream, then a flood. By evening, 22,000 men had departed for their homes, leaving only 10,000 behind. Gideon watched them go with a mixture of understanding and dread. He couldn't blame them for their fear, not after 7 years of running and hiding, but now his army was less than a third of its original size, facing an enemy that seemed to grow larger with every passing hour. Surely now the Lord would be satisfied with the numbers. Surely now they could plan their attack, develop their strategy, prepare for battle. But as the sun set over the camp, painting the sky the colour of blood, the voice of the Lord came to Gideon once more. "There are still too many men," the Lord said. "Take them down to the water, and I will thin them out for you there." Gideon felt as if the ground was shifting beneath his feet. Still too many? 10,000 men were still too many to face 100,000? What kind of battle was the Lord planning? The next morning Gideon led his remaining men down to the spring of Harod. The water was clear and cold, bubbling up from underground sources that had never failed, even in the driest years. The men were thirsty from the march and eager to drink. Separate those who lapped the water with their tongues, as a dog laps from those who kneel down to drink, the Lord instructed. Gideon watched carefully as his men approached the water. Most of them, weary and relieved to finally rest, knelt down and put their faces directly to the stream, drinking deeply. But a few, perhaps more cautious or alert, cupped water in their hands and lapped it quickly while keeping their eyes up, watching for danger. When the test was complete, Gideon counted with growing amazement and terror. Only 300 men had lapped the water like dogs. 300 out of 10,000. 300 to face the multitudes of Midian. "With the 300 men that lapped I will save you and give the Midianites into your hands," the Lord said. "Let all the others return home." The dismissal of the remaining 9,700 men was even more painful than the first reduction. These were the men who had stayed when others fled, who had shown courage and commitment. Yet now they too had to be sent away, carrying with them the supplies and provisions that would have sustained a larger force. As evening fell over the camp, Gideon found himself staring at his tiny army. 300 men sat around small fires, their faces illuminated by flickering flames. Some sharpened weapons, others mended gear, still others simply stared into the darkness where their enemies waited. They were farmers and shepherds, craftsmen and traders. None of them were professional soldiers. None of them had trained for this kind of warfare. Gideon walked among them, listening to their quiet conversations. Some spoke of their families, wondering if they would ever see their wives and children again. Others talked about the enemy, speculating about Midianite tactics and weapons. A few prayed quietly, their voices barely audible above the crackling of the fires. "Do you think we can win?" one young man asked his companion, his voice carrying the weight of doubt that Gideon felt in his own heart. "With God's help," came the reply, but even that voice held uncertainty. As Gideon continued his circuit of the camp, he felt the familiar weight of fear settling on his shoulders like a heavy cloak. 300 men. It was impossible. It was madness. It was a recipe for massacre, not victory. But even as doubt assailed him, Gideon remembered the fire that had consumed his sacrifice, the signs with the fleece, the voice that had called him mighty warrior when he was anything but mighty. The God who had chosen him, who had reduced his army to an impossibly small number, was the same God who had parted the Red Sea, who had brought down the walls of Jericho with trumpets and shouts. Still, as he looked out toward the valley, where enemy campfires twinkled like stars fallen to earth, Gideon found himself struggling with the same fears that had driven him to test God with fleeces. The odds were beyond daunting. They were simply impossible. But perhaps, he thought with growing understanding, that was exactly the point. Sleep eluded Gideon that night. He tossed on his simple bedroll, listening to the sounds of his small army around him. Some of the men snored peacefully, displaying a faith or fatalism that he envied. Others, like himself, shifted restlessly, no doubt contemplating the impossibility of what lay ahead. As the night deepened, the Lord spoke to him once more. "Get up, go down against the camp, because I am going to give it into your hands. If you are afraid to attack, go down to the camp with your servant Purah and listen to what they are saying. Afterward, you will be encouraged to attack the camp." The Lord knew him well, Gideon realized. He was indeed afraid, terrified beyond measure. The offer to scout the enemy camp was exactly what his anxious heart needed. Taking his servant Purah, a young man who had served his family faithfully for years, Gideon crept away from the Israeli camp under cover of darkness. The descent into the valley was treacherous in the darkness. They picked their way carefully between rocks and thorny bushes, each step taking them closer to the vast enemy encampment. As they drew near, the sheer scale of the Midianite army became even more overwhelming. Their campfires stretched as far as the eye could see in every direction, creating a galaxy of light in the darkness of the valley floor. The smell hit them first, thousands of camels, horses and men, creating a pungent mixture that hung heavy in the still night air. Then came the sounds, snoring, quiet conversations, the shuffling of animals, the occasional clank of weapons or armour. It was like approaching a vast, slumbering beast that could wake at any moment and devour them. Gideon and Purah crept to the edge of the camp, staying low among the rocks and scrub brush that dotted the valley floor. The nearest tents were only a few dozen yards away, their dark silhouettes outlined against the glow of dying fires. Guards moved slowly through the camp, but their attention was focused inward, watching for disturbances among their own people rather than looking outward for threats. As they settled into their hiding place, Gideon heard voices from a nearby tent. Two men were talking in low tones, their conversation carrying clearly in the still night air. "I had the most disturbing dream," one man was saying. "I dreamed that a round loaf of barley bread came tumbling into the Midianite camp. It struck the tent with such force that the tent overturned and collapsed." His companion was quiet for a moment before responding, and when he did, his voice was heavy with foreboding. "This can be nothing other than the sword of Gideon, son of Joash the Israelite. God has given the Midianites and the whole camp into his hands." Gideon felt as if lightning had struck him. Here in the heart of the enemy camp, these soldiers were talking about him, about his victory, about their own defeat. The dream was clearly a sign from God. A simple barley loaf, representing humble Israel, would overturn the mighty tent of Midian. He grasped Purah's arm, and together they crept back through the darkness, toward their own camp. But now the impossible seemed possible. Now the 300 seemed not like a pitifully small force, but like the perfect instrument of God's power. The enemy was already defeated in their hearts. All that remained was to make that defeat a reality. Back in the camp, Gideon woke his sleeping warriors. "Get up," he whispered urgently. "The Lord has given the Midianite camp into your hands." The men rose quickly, gathering around their commander in the darkness. Gideon's voice was transformed, no longer tentative and fearful, but filled with supernatural confidence. "Listen carefully," he said. "We will divide into 3 companies of 100 men each. I will give each of you a trumpet and an empty jar with a torch inside it. Watch me and do exactly what I do. When I and all who are with me blow our trumpets, Then you blow your trumpets all around the camp and shout, 'For the Lord and for Gideon.'" The plan was unlike anything any of them had ever heard of. No swords, no spears, no conventional weapons at all. Just trumpets, empty pottery jars and torches. It seemed almost like madness, but there was something in Gideon's voice, something in his bearing, that convinced them this was indeed the Lord's strategy. The men moved quickly and quietly to gather the supplies they would need. Clay jars were found and emptied. Torches were prepared and placed carefully inside, so that their light was completely hidden. Each man took a trumpet, though few of them had any experience with such instruments. The plan didn't require musical skill, however, only the ability to make noise. As the first company prepared to move out, Gideon looked at his men one final time. These farmers and shepherds, these ordinary men who had answered an extraordinary call, were about to attempt something that would be remembered for generations to come. They were terrified. He could see it in their faces, but they were also determined. They'd come too far to turn back now. "Remember," Gideon said quietly, "we are not fighting this battle alone. The Lord goes before us. Trust in him, follow my lead, and we will see the salvation of Israel this very night." The three companies spread out in the darkness, moving carefully around the perimeter of the enormous enemy camp. It took time to get into position, with each group having to navigate difficult terrain while carrying their unusual equipment. But finally, just as the middle watch began, just as the guards were changing and the camp was at its most vulnerable, Gideon's company reached their position on one side of the valley. He looked across the vast sea of tents and fires, knowing that his other two companies were in position on the other sides. Somewhere out there in the darkness, 200 other men were waiting for his signal, trusting him to lead them in this impossible venture. Gideon raised his trumpet to his lips, lifted his jar with its hidden torch, and prepared to find out whether the God of Israel would indeed fight for his people. The moment had come. 300 men were about to challenge an army of over 100,000, armed with nothing but faith and the most unusual weapons in the history of warfare. The fate of Israel hung in the balance, suspended in the darkness between doubt and faith, between human impossibility and divine power. The signal came like thunder splitting the night sky. Gideon's trumpet blast echoed off the hills surrounding the valley, a piercing note that seemed to come from heaven itself. In the same instant, he smashed his clay jar against a rock, releasing the torch inside to blaze forth like a star suddenly born in the darkness. "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon," he shouted at the top of his lungs. The response was immediate and devastating. All around the perimeter of the vast Midianite camp, 299 other men followed their commander's example. The sound was indescribable. 300 trumpets blowing at once, creating a wall of noise that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. 300 clay jars smashed simultaneously, the sound like thunder crashing over and over again. 300 torches suddenly blazed to life, creating a ring of fire around the sleeping army. And 300 voices roared out the battle cry, "A sword for the Lord and for Gideon." The effect on the Midianite camp was catastrophic. Men who had been sleeping peacefully moments before were jolted awake by the tremendous noise, their minds struggling to comprehend what was happening. In the darkness, disoriented and terrified, they saw only the ring of torches surrounding them, and heard only the overwhelming sound of trumpets and shouting. To their sleep-clouded minds, it seemed as if they were surrounded by a vast army. The torches suggested thousands of soldiers, each one marking a warrior ready to attack. The trumpets spoke of organised military might, of disciplined forces moving in coordinated assault. The unified battle cry indicated an enemy confident of victory, sure of their superior strength. Panic spread through the camp like wildfire. Men stumbled from their tents, grabbing weapons, looking desperately for officers to tell them what to do. But in the chaos and darkness, with the deafening noise continuing all around them, communication was impossible. No one could hear orders over the sound of 300 trumpets. No one could see clearly through the confusion of flickering torches and deep shadows. "We're surrounded," someone screamed. "The whole Israeli army is here," shouted another. "We're all going to die," cried a third. The panic was contagious, spreading from tent to tent, from company to company, until the entire vast army was in the grip of terror. Men began running in all directions, some trying to escape what they perceived as encirclement, others attempting to mount some kind of defence against an enemy they couldn't see or understand. In their confusion and fear, the unthinkable began to happen. Midianite soldiers, unable to distinguish friend from foe in the chaos, began attacking each other. A man running through the darkness looked like an enemy soldier. A voice shouting commands in the confusion sounded like the voice of an Israeli warrior. Every shadow could be hiding an attacker. Swords were drawn not against the 300 Israelites on the perimeter, but against fellow Midianites. Spears were thrust not at the enemy, but at allies who had become indistinguishable from foes in the panic and darkness. The great army that had terrorized Israel for 7 years was turning on itself, destroying itself in its fear and confusion. Gideon and his men maintained their positions around the camp, continuing to blow their trumpets and brandish their torches, watching in amazement as their enemies did the work of destruction for them. It was the most extraordinary battle any of them had ever witnessed, a battle won without striking a single blow, a victory achieved through terror rather than traditional warfare. As the chaos in the camp intensified, the Midianites began a massive retreat. Those who could find their camels or horses fled toward the Jordan River and beyond. Others ran on foot, abandoning their weapons, their supplies, their wounded comrades, in their desperate attempt to escape what they believed was certain annihilation. But Gideon was not content to simply watch his enemies flee. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the eastern hills, he sent messengers throughout the hill country of Israel, calling on his countrymen to join the pursuit. "Come down against the Midianites," the messengers proclaimed, "and seize the waters of the Jordan ahead of them as far as Beth-barah." The response was immediate and enthusiastic. Men who had been hiding in caves for 7 years suddenly found themselves called to active pursuit of their oppressors. They came streaming down from the hills, like water released from a dam, energized by the news that the mighty Midianite army was in full retreat. The men of Ephraim were particularly effective, seizing the fords of the Jordan River and trapping many of the fleeing enemy forces. They captured and killed Oreb and Zeb, 2 of the Midianite leaders, bringing their heads to Gideon as proof of their victory. Meanwhile, Gideon and his original 300 men continued the pursuit of the main enemy force. They crossed the Jordan River, following the fleeing armies eastward into the desert. Despite their exhaustion, despite having had no sleep and little food, they pressed on relentlessly. The psychological impact of the night's events had completely broken the spirit of the Midianite alliance. Armies that had seemed invincible just hours before were now scattered bands of demoralized fugitives. The camels that had been as numerous as sand by the seashore were now obstacles to rapid flight rather than instruments of swift attack. Gideon's small force continued to grow as more Israelites joined the pursuit. Men from Naphtali, Asher, and all of Manasseh took up arms and chased the fleeing enemy. What had begun as an impossible battle for 300 men had become a nationwide uprising, a complete reversal of 7 years of oppression. The fleeing Midianites tried to regroup at Succoth and Penuel, but the local officials, perhaps fearing retaliation, refused to provide them with food or assistance. Gideon's pursuit was relentless, driving them ever deeper into the wilderness, further from their base of operations, further from any hope of mounting a counterattack. Finally, in the desert east of the Jordan, Gideon caught up with the remnants of the great army. Zebah and Zalmunna, the two kings of Midian, were there with about 15,000 men, all that was left of an army that had once numbered over 100,000. Even this reduced force vastly outnumbered Gideon's 300, but their spirit was completely broken. The final battle was swift and decisive. The Midianite army, already demoralised and exhausted, offered little resistance. Zebah and Zalmunna were captured alive, bringing to an end the 7-year reign of terror that had plagued Israel. As the sun set on that remarkable day, Gideon found himself looking out over a battlefield strewn with the evidence of complete victory. The mighty army that had seemed invincible just 24 hours earlier was destroyed. The kings who had terrorised his people were prisoners. The oppression that had driven Israel into caves and hiding places was broken forever. It had all begun with 300 men, 300 trumpets, 300 torches, and faith in a God who specialises in impossible victories. The journey back to Israel was unlike anything the land had seen in generations. What had begun as a desperate flight by 300 terrified farmers had become a triumphant procession that seemed to grow with every mile. Men emerged from caves and hidden places, women came out of their refuges, children ran alongside the returning heroes. The roads that had been empty for 7 years, too dangerous for normal travel, were now filled with celebration. Gideon rode at the head of the procession, the captured kings Zebah and Zalmunna walking in chains behind him. The sight of these once mighty rulers, who had struck terror into Israelite hearts for so long, now humbled and defeated, was almost too wonderful to believe. People lined the roads just to see them, to confirm with their own eyes that the nightmare was truly over. As they passed through villages and towns that had been ghost settlements just days before, people poured out of their houses with tears of joy streaming down their faces. Children, who had never known anything but hiding and fear, looked with wonder at the defeated enemy kings. Elderly men and women who remembered the time before the oppression began whispered prayers of thanksgiving to the God who had delivered them. The celebration that erupted across Israel was spontaneous and overwhelming. In every settlement, people brought out whatever food they had hidden away and shared it freely. Wine that had been buried for safekeeping was uncorked and passed around. Songs that had been silenced for 7 years rang out again from hilltops and valleys. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the victory was how complete it had been. The Midianite power was not just temporarily broken, but utterly destroyed. Their military organisation was shattered, their leadership eliminated, their will to fight completely crushed. Never again would they be able to mount the kind of massive raids that had devastated Israel year after year. The psychological impact was equally profound. For 7 years, the Israelites had seen themselves as victims, as weak and helpless prey for stronger predators. Now they had witnessed their God fighting for them in the most dramatic way imaginable. The story of the 300 and their trumpets would be told and retold around campfires for generations to come. A permanent reminder that no enemy is too strong when the Lord chooses to fight for his people. When Gideon finally reached his homeland, representatives from all the tribes of Israel came to meet him. They came with a proposal that on the surface seemed like the natural conclusion to his remarkable victory. "Rule over us," they said, their voices filled with genuine admiration and gratitude. "You, your son, and your grandson, because you have saved us from the hand of Midian." It was an offer of kingship, of dynastic rule, that would establish Gideon's family as the permanent rulers of Israel. After centuries of loose tribal confederation, of judges who arose in times of crisis only to fade from prominence when the emergency passed, the people were ready for something more permanent, more stable, and who better to serve as their king than the man who had delivered them from their greatest enemy? The offer was tempting beyond measure. Gideon had gone from threshing wheat in secret to being offered the crown of all Israel. The boy who had hidden in wine presses was being invited to sit on a throne. The man who had doubted his own worth was being told that he was worthy to found a royal dynasty. But Gideon's response revealed the depth of his spiritual growth during this incredible journey. The fearful farmer who had needed multiple signs and confirmations had become a man who understood something fundamental about the nature of God's kingdom. "I will not rule over you," he declared firmly, "nor will my son rule over you. The Lord will rule over you." It was a profound statement of faith and wisdom. Gideon recognized that Israel's true king was the Lord himself, and that any human ruler would be merely a steward of God's authority. He had learned through his own experience that victory came not through human strength or wisdom, but through complete dependence on divine power. To accept a crown now would be to claim credit for what God alone had accomplished. The people were disappointed but not surprised. They had seen enough of Gideon's character to understand that he was not motivated by personal ambition. Still, they wanted to honour him in some way, to create some lasting memorial to his remarkable victory. Gideon did make one request of the people, though it would prove to be a fateful one. "I do ask one thing of you," he said. "Each of you give me an earring from your share of the plunder." The Midianites, like many desert peoples, wore gold earrings, and the spoils of victory included a considerable amount of such jewellery. The Israelites were happy to comply with this modest request. They spread out a garment, and each man threw a gold earring onto it. When all the contributions were gathered, the weight of the gold was 1,700 shekels, an enormous fortune by the standards of the time. In addition to the earrings, there were ornaments, pendants, and purple garments worn by the Midianite kings, as well as chains from their camels' necks. With this gold, Gideon made an ephod, a ceremonial garment similar to what the high priest wore. His intentions may have been pure, perhaps wanting to create a memorial to God's victory, or a way for the people to seek divine guidance. But the results were tragic. All Israel prostituted themselves by worshipping it there, and it became a snare to Gideon and his family. The very man who had torn down his father's altar to Baal, who had refused the crown because only God should rule Israel, inadvertently created an object that led his people back into idolatry. It was a sobering reminder of how easy it is for even the most faithful to stumble, how quickly victory can turn to spiritual defeat. The golden ephod, created from the spoils of a battle won by faith alone, became a false god that drew the people's hearts away from the true God who had delivered them. Yet despite this failing, the primary result of Gideon's victory endured. The land had peace for 40 years during his lifetime. The Midianites never recovered from their devastating defeat. Other potential enemies, seeing what had happened to the mighty Desert Confederation, thought twice before threatening Israel. Gideon himself lived quietly on his estate, enjoying the respect of his people, but never again taking up the sword. He married and had many children, 70 sons from his various wives. One son, born to a concubine in Shechem, was named Abimelech, and he would later bring great trouble to Israel in his quest for the power his father had refused. When Gideon died at a good old age, he was buried in the tomb of his father Joash in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. His death marked the end of an era, the passing of a man who had embodied both the highest faith and the deepest human frailty. As we reach the end of this ancient story, told now across thousands of years and countless retellings, the lessons of Gideon's life continue to resonate with profound relevance. His journey from fearful farmer to victorious leader speaks to truths that transcend time and culture, offering wisdom for anyone who has ever felt inadequate for the tasks before them. The first and most striking lesson is how God chooses his instruments. When the angel called Gideon a mighty warrior while he hid in a wine press, it seemed like either a mistake or a cruel joke. Gideon was none of the things we typically associate with great leaders. He wasn't brave, wasn't confident, wasn't from an important family, wasn't trained in warfare or politics. By every human measure, he was spectacularly unqualified for the task ahead. Yet this was precisely why God chose him. The Lord deliberately selects the weak to confound the strong, the foolish to shame the wise, the lowly to humble the proud. Gideon's weakness became the perfect vessel for divine strength because there could be no question about who deserved the credit for the victory. This principle was reinforced by the reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300. With overwhelming numbers, Israel might have attributed their victory to superior military strategy or exceptional courage. With just 300 men, there could be no doubt that the victory belonged to God alone. The method of the victory itself drove this point home with unmistakable clarity. No swords were swung, no arrows were shot, no conventional battle was fought. Instead, the enemy was defeated by trumpets, torches, and shouting. It was a victory that made no sense according to human wisdom, but perfect sense according to divine strategy. Gideon's story also illustrates the patient grace of God toward human weakness. When Gideon asked for signs, when he tested God with fleeces, when he needed encouragement through overhearing the enemy's dream, the Lord did not respond with anger or impatience. Instead, he provided exactly what his frightened servant needed to move forward in faith. This divine patience extends to our failures as well as our fears. Even when Gideon created the golden ephod that led Israel into idolatry, even when his victory was tainted by this spiritual stumble, God's larger purposes were not thwarted. The peace that came to Israel lasted for 40 years, and the story of Gideon's faith continued to inspire future generations. Yet Gideon's failure with the ephod serves as a sobering warning about the subtle nature of spiritual pride. The man who had refused a crown could still fall into the trap of creating an object that drew worship away from God. Victory can be more spiritually dangerous than defeat, success more corrupting than failure. Even those who have experienced God's power in extraordinary ways must remain vigilant against the pride that can grow from their very victories. The story also reveals the importance of recognizing God's sovereignty in our circumstances. When Gideon questioned why God had allowed the Midianite oppression, he was struggling with one of humanity's oldest questions: why does a good God permit suffering? The answer that emerges from his story is not a theological explanation, but a practical demonstration. God had not abandoned his people. He was preparing to deliver them in a way that would reveal his power and restore their faith. Sometimes what looks like divine absence is actually divine preparation. The 7 years of oppression created the conditions that made Israel ready to trust completely in God rather than in their own strength. Without that desperation, they might never have been willing to follow 300 men with trumpets against an army of over 100,000. Gideon's reluctance to accept the crown offers another crucial lesson about the nature of true leadership. The people wanted to make him king because he had saved them, but Gideon understood that salvation belongs to God alone. Human leaders are at their best when they serve as instruments of divine will rather than as objects of human worship. This principle applies far beyond political leadership. In families, in businesses, in communities, in churches, the most effective leaders are those who understand that their authority is delegated, that their successes come from sources beyond themselves, that their role is to point others toward truth rather than toward their own personalities or achievements. The transformation in Gideon's character throughout the story demonstrates the power of stepping out in faith despite fear. The man who ended the story was dramatically different from the one who began it, not because his circumstances had changed, but because he had learned to trust in something greater than his circumstances. He discovered what countless others have learned, that God's strength is made perfect in human weakness, that his power is most clearly displayed when human power is obviously inadequate, that the greatest victories often come in ways that make no earthly sense. For modern listeners, Gideon's story speaks to anyone who has ever felt overwhelmed by the challenges they face, whether dealing with personal struggles, family crises, professional obstacles, or community problems. The principles that guided Gideon remain relevant. True solutions often come not through human wisdom or strength, but through surrender to divine wisdom and dependence on divine strength. The story encourages us to look beyond the odds, beyond our qualifications, beyond conventional approaches, to find the unexpected ways that God might work. It reminds us that He specialises in impossible situations, that He delights in using unlikely people, that He often works in ways that confound human expectations. At the same time, Gideon's story warns us about the ongoing nature of spiritual vigilance. Victory is not a destination, but a stepping stone. Success is not an end, but a beginning. Even those who have experienced God's power in remarkable ways must continue to guard their hearts against pride, idolatry, and spiritual complacency. The golden ephod that became a snare to Gideon serves as a perpetual reminder that our greatest spiritual dangers often arise not from our failures, but from our successes, not from our weaknesses, but from our strengths, not from what we lack, but from what we have achieved. As we close this ancient tale, we're reminded that Gideon's story is ultimately not about Gideon at all. It's about a God who sees potential where others see only weakness, who creates strength from surrender, who wins victories through the most unlikely means. It's about divine love that persists through human doubt, divine patience that endures human testing, divine power that works through human frailty. The trumpets that shattered the midnight silence in that valley so long ago continue to echo through the centuries, calling each generation to trust in something greater than themselves, to step forward in faith despite their fears, to discover that the God who delivered Israel through 300 men with torches is still in the business of impossible victories. In our own valleys of challenge and oppression, surrounded by enemies that seem too numerous to count, facing odds that appear insurmountable, Gideon's story whispers the same truth that changed a fearful farmer into a mighty warrior. The Lord is with you, and in Him even the weakest can become strong. Even the smallest can achieve great things. Even the most unlikely can be used for extraordinary purposes. The battle belongs to the Lord, and in Him, victory is always possible. And so we end where we began, with a simple truth that transcends time and circumstance. When God chooses to fight for His people, no enemy can stand, no odds are too great, and no victory is impossible. The story of Gideon continues to unfold in every generation, in every heart that learns to trust, not in human strength, but in divine power, not in earthly wisdom, but in heavenly guidance, not in what we can see, but in what God can do. May this ancient story find new life in modern hearts. May its lessons take root in contemporary soil, and may its timeless truths continue to inspire faith, courage, and hope in all who hear it. For the God who called Gideon from his hiding place continues to call ordinary people to extraordinary purposes, continues to choose the weak, to confound the strong, and continues to win impossible victories through the most unlikely means. The story of Gideon is, in the end, the story of all who learn to trust in something greater than themselves. It is the story of divine love that never gives up, divine power that never fails, and divine grace that transforms fearful hiding into mighty victory. This has been the story of Gideon and the battle against Midian, shared with you tonight through sacred slumber. May it bring you peace, may it strengthen your faith, and may it remind you that no challenge is too great when faced with divine help. Sleep well, dear listener, and may your dreams be filled with the trumpets of victory and the light of hope that never dies. Picture this: a young widow standing at a crossroads, dust swirling around her feet as she faces the most important decision of her life. Behind her lies everything familiar: her homeland, her people, her gods. Ahead stretches an uncertain path toward a foreign land with a grieving mother-in-law who has nothing left to offer but heartache. Most would choose the safety of the familiar. But Ruth, she chose love over security, loyalty over convenience, and in that single moment of breathtaking faithfulness, she stepped into a story that would echo through eternity. What if I told you that in the midst of hardship, one small act of kindness could change the course of history? The book of Ruth isn't just another ancient tale gathering dust on library shelves. It's a masterpiece of hope, painted against the darkest canvas of human loss. This isn't a story of mighty warriors or thundering prophets. There are no plagues here, no walls crumbling at the sound of trumpets. Instead, we find something far more profound: the quiet power of unwavering devotion and the gentle hand of divine providence working through ordinary people making extraordinary choices. In a world that often celebrates the loud and flashy, Ruth's story whispers a different truth. It tells us that loyalty can triumph over loss, that kindness can overcome cruelty, and that sometimes the most powerful force in the universe isn't found in earthquake or fire, but in the still, small voice of love, choosing to stay when everything else falls apart. This is a tale of hope, peace, and God's gentle provision. A story that begins with death and ends with life, starts with emptiness and concludes with abundance, opens with despair and closes with joy so profound it reverberates through generations. The beauty of Ruth's narrative lies not in its complexity, but in its simplicity. It's a story anyone can understand because it touches the universal human experiences of loss, love, loyalty, and redemption. Yet beneath this surface simplicity runs a current so deep it connects the heart of ancient Moab to the throne of David, and ultimately to a manger in Bethlehem, where another story of divine love would unfold centuries later. The story begins not with triumph, but with tragedy. Not in the promised land, but in foreign territory. Naomi, whose name ironically means pleasant, finds herself in the bitter reality of compound grief that would break most spirits entirely. She had left Bethlehem during a famine with her husband Elimelech and their 2 sons, Mahlon and Chilion, seeking survival in Moab, a land that was both geographically close to Israel and spiritually distant from its God. What started as a temporary sojourn became permanent residence when Elimelech died, leaving Naomi a widow in a foreign land. In ancient times, widowhood wasn't just a personal tragedy, it was an economic and social death sentence. Women had little legal standing, no inheritance rights, and depended entirely on male relatives for protection and provision. Yet Naomi found a glimmer of hope when her sons married Moabite women, Orpah and Ruth. These marriages, while controversial by Israelite standards, brought companionship and the promise of grandchildren who would carry on the family name. But hope proved fleeting. After about 10 years in Moab, both sons died, leaving 3 widows to face an uncertain future together. The Hebrew text doesn't elaborate, on how they died. Perhaps disease, perhaps accident, perhaps the simple harsh realities of ancient life. What matters isn't the how, but the devastation that followed. Naomi found herself stripped of everything that defined her identity: wife, mother, provider, protector. She was a living emblem of loss, carrying nothing but grief and 2 foreign daughters-in-law who had their own mourning to bear. When news reached Moab that the famine in Bethlehem had ended, Naomi made a decision, born of both hope and desperation. She would return to her homeland, to her people, to whatever remained of her former life. It was a journey of approximately 50 miles, but it might as well have been to the moon for all the security it promised. She was returning not as the confident woman who had left with her family, but as a broken widow with empty hands and an empty womb, carrying nothing but memories of better days. The moment of truth came when it was time to say goodbye. Standing at the border between Moab and Israel, Naomi turned to her daughters-in-law with words that revealed both her love for them and her own despair. "Go back," she urged them, "each of you to your mother's house. May the Lord show kindness to you as you have shown to your dead and to me." It was a release tinged with blessing, an act of selfless love that put their welfare above her own companionship. Orpah, after much weeping and embracing, made the practical choice. She kissed Naomi goodbye and returned to her people and her gods. History doesn't judge her for this decision. It was sensible, even wise by worldly standards. She was young enough to remarry, to find security and happiness in familiar surroundings. Her choice was understandable, logical, and completely reasonable. But Ruth made a choice that defied every rational calculation. When Naomi urged her to follow Orpah's example, Ruth responded with words that have echoed through millennia, words that capture the very essence of covenant love. "Don't urge me to leave you or to turn back from you. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May the Lord deal with me, be it ever so severely, if even death separates you and me." This wasn't a momentary burst of emotion. It was a deliberate, irrevocable commitment. Ruth wasn't just choosing to accompany Naomi. She was choosing to abandon everything familiar for everything unknown. She was trading the security of her homeland for the uncertainty of being a foreign widow in Israel. She was exchanging the comfort of her people's acceptance for the likelihood of being viewed as an outsider, even an enemy, given the historical tensions between Moab and Israel. Most remarkably, Ruth was choosing Naomi's God over her own family deities. In the ancient world, this wasn't merely a personal preference, it was a complete transformation of identity, worldview, and destiny. She was stepping away from the gods she had known since childhood and embracing the God of Israel, whom she knew primarily through the testimony of her mother-in-law's life and loss. The journey to Bethlehem began with 2 broken women walking together toward an uncertain future, but it was really the beginning of one of history's most beautiful stories of redemption. Ruth's choice to stay wasn't just loyalty to Naomi, it was an unconscious choice to step into the stream of God's redemptive plan for humanity. Without knowing it, she was walking not just toward Bethlehem, but toward her destiny as an ancestor of kings and ultimately of the King of Kings. The arrival in Bethlehem was far from triumphant. When Naomi and Ruth entered the town, the women who had known Naomi before could hardly believe their eyes. "Can this be Naomi?" they asked, seeing the toll that loss and hardship had taken on their former neighbour. Naomi's response revealed the depth of her pain. "Don't call me Naomi, call me Mara, because the Almighty has made my life very bitter. I went away full, but the Lord has brought me back empty." It was barley harvest time, a detail that might seem incidental, but carries profound significance. In God's economy, timing is never accidental. They arrived not during the lean months when work was scarce and food scarcer, but during the season of harvest when there might be opportunities for survival. Still, being widowed foreigners in a patriarchal society meant they stood at the very bottom of the social ladder, dependent on the kindness of others and whatever work Ruth could find. Ruth, whose name likely means friendship or companion, immediately proved the accuracy of her name through her actions. Without waiting for Naomi to devise a plan or wallowing in self-pity over their circumstances, she took initiative with the words that reveal her character. "Let me go to the fields and pick up the leftover grain behind anyone in whose eyes I find favour." This simple statement masks the courage it required. Ruth was volunteering to do backbreaking labour in the scorching sun, to work alongside the lowest members of society, to face possible harassment or rejection, all to provide for the woman she had chosen to love. Gleaning was God's provision for the poor, embedded in the law of Moses as a safety net for society's most vulnerable. Landowners were commanded not to harvest to the very edges of their fields and not to go back for grain that was dropped or missed. This leftover grain could be gathered by widows, orphans and foreigners, the three groups most at risk in ancient society. It was honest work, but humble work, requiring long hours bent over in the heat, gathering grain stalk by stalk, hoping for enough to make a small meal. The providential nature of Ruth's story becomes apparent in the simple phrase, "as it turned out." She happened to find herself working in a field belonging to Boaz, a prominent man from Elimelech's clan. But in God's story, there are no coincidences, only the invisible hand of providence, orchestrating circumstances for purposes beyond human understanding. Boaz first noticed Ruth through his foreman's report. When he asked about the young woman working diligently in his field, he learned her identity. She is the Moabite who came back from Moab with Naomi. That description carried weight. Moabites were not generally welcomed in Israelite society. They were descendants of Lot through an incestuous relationship, and their nation had historically been hostile to Israel. For Ruth to be identified first by her nationality rather than her name suggests the social barriers she faced. Yet when Boaz observed Ruth personally, he saw beyond her foreign origins to her character. He watched her work with steady dedication, saw her respectful interaction with his workers, and most importantly, he had heard of her kindness to Naomi. In a society that valued family loyalty above almost all other virtues, Ruth's devotion to her mother-in-law had become legendary. Word had spread throughout Bethlehem of the young Moabite woman who had abandoned everything to care for her husband's mother. Boaz's first words to Ruth were revolutionary for their kindness. "My daughter, listen to me. Don't go and glean in another field, and don't go away from here. Stay here with the women who work for me." He was offering her protection, stability, and dignity. In ancient times, young women working in fields were vulnerable to harassment and worse. By placing her under his personal protection and encouraging her to work alongside his regular female employees rather than as a desperate outsider, Boaz was treating Ruth not as a foreign charity case, but as a valued person worthy of respect. But his kindness went further. He instructed his workers to let her drink from their water jars when she was thirsty, in a time and place where clean water was precious. He told her to eat with his harvesting crew, sharing in the roasted grain and vinegar that sustained the workers. Most remarkably, he quietly instructed his harvesters to pull out some stalks for her from the bundles and leave them for her to pick up, and don't rebuke her. Ruth's response to this unexpected kindness reveals both her humility and her wisdom. She fell prostrate before Boaz, asking, "Why have I found such favour in your eyes that you notice me, a foreigner?" Her question acknowledges her outsider status while expressing genuine gratitude for treatment she neither expected nor felt she deserved. Boaz's answer illuminates the reputation Ruth had already built in Bethlehem. "I've been told all about what you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and your homeland and came to live with a people you did not know before. May the Lord repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." These words are more than polite conversation. They're a blessing that recognises Ruth's choice to trust in Israel's God. The image of taking refuge under God's wings evokes the protective presence of the Almighty, like a bird sheltering its young. Boaz was acknowledging that Ruth's kindness to Naomi was really an act of faith, a stepping into the covenant community of Israel despite her foreign birth. That day Ruth gathered approximately an ephah of barley, about half a bushel, far more than a typical gleaner could hope to gather. When she returned home and showed Naomi her extraordinary harvest, along with the leftover food from the workers' meal, Naomi immediately recognised God's hand in these events. Her response, "Blessed be he by the Lord, whose kindness has not forsaken the living or the dead," reveals her growing awareness that their apparent coincidental encounter with Boaz was actually divine appointment. When Naomi learned that the field owner was Boaz, her excitement was palpable. "The man is our close relative," she explained to Ruth. "He is one of our kinsman redeemers." This wasn't just good news, it was the first glimpse of hope Naomi had felt since leaving Moab. The kinsman redeemer system was God's provision for protecting family lines and property. A close male relative had both the right and responsibility to buy back family land that had been sold due to poverty and to marry a widowed relative to preserve the family name and inheritance. Ruth continued working in Boaz's fields through both the barley and wheat harvests, likely a period of several months. Day after day, she laboured faithfully, building a reputation for diligence and integrity while gradually becoming part of the community. She was no longer just the Moabite woman, but Ruth, the devoted daughter-in-law whose character spoke louder than her foreign birth. During this time, a subtle transformation was taking place. Ruth was learning the ways of Israel, observing their customs, participating in their community life. She was also, unknowingly, becoming the object of Boaz's growing admiration and affection. Though significantly older than Ruth, Boaz found himself drawn not to her physical beauty, but to the beauty of her character, her loyalty, her faith, and her gentle strength. This season in the fields was more than economic survival. It was Ruth's integration into the covenant community of Israel and the beginning of a love story that would have implications far beyond the borders of Bethlehem. As the harvest season continued, the relationship between Ruth and Boaz deepened through daily interactions marked by mutual respect and growing affection. Boaz's kindness wasn't mere politeness, it was the recognition of extraordinary character in someone society might easily overlook. Every morning when Ruth arrived in his fields, every conversation they shared, every protective gesture he made, was weaving a tapestry of love, built on a foundation of honour and integrity. Naomi, meanwhile, was experiencing her own transformation. The bitterness that had defined her return to Bethlehem was gradually giving way to something she hadn't felt in years: hope. Watching Ruth's faithful service and witnessing Boaz's unprecedented kindness toward her daughter-in-law, Naomi began to see the hand of God moving in their circumstances. The woman who had declared herself empty was beginning to see the possibility of fullness once again. It was Naomi who first recognized what Ruth, in her humility and focus on daily survival, might have missed. Boaz's interest was more than benevolent concern for a hard-working gleaner. His protection of Ruth, his generous provisions, his public praise of her character, all pointed to something deeper. In a culture where marriages were often arranged for economic and social advantage, Here was a man of standing choosing to honour a foreign widow, not for what she could bring him, but for who she was. The harvest season was also a time of community celebration. The successful gathering of crops meant survival for another year, and the people of Bethlehem marked these occasions with festivals and gatherings. During these celebrations, Ruth would have had opportunities to observe Israelite customs, to learn their songs and stories, to better understand the God she had chosen to follow. She was becoming not just a resident of Bethlehem, but a true daughter of Israel. Boaz's generosity during this time went far beyond legal requirements or social expectations. The law required landowners to allow gleaning, but it didn't require them to ensure the gleaners found substantial amounts. When Boaz instructed his workers to intentionally drop extra grain for Ruth, he was going above and beyond duty into the realm of love. When he invited her to share meals with his workers, he was treating her as family rather than charity case. The other workers in the field would have noticed this special treatment. In small communities, nothing goes unobserved, and Boaz's obvious favour toward Ruth would have been the subject of much discussion. Yet the narrative suggests this talk was positive rather than scandalous. Ruth's reputation for integrity and Boaz's character as a righteous man meant their growing relationship was viewed with approval rather than suspicion. During these months, Ruth was also learning about the God of Israel through observation and experience. She saw how the law protected the vulnerable, how the community cared for its members, how even foreigners could find acceptance when they showed faithfulness. The God she had committed to following in her pledge to Naomi was revealing himself to be trustworthy through the kindness of his people. The emotional climate was changing for all three main characters. Ruth, while still focused on providing for Naomi, was discovering that life could hold possibilities beyond mere survival. Naomi was moving from despair to cautious optimism as she watched events unfold. And Boaz, a man who might have remained unmarried and childless, was finding his heart stirred by a woman whose character exemplified everything he valued. The religious significance of this season cannot be understated. Ruth was effectively completing her conversion to Judaism, not through formal ceremony, but through lived experience. She was learning to trust in the God of Israel, not through theological instruction, but through witnessing his provision and protection. Her faith was being refined and deepened through the daily rhythm of work, community, and growing relationship with both Naomi and Boaz. The harvest season was also a time when family relationships and inheritance rights became particularly relevant. With successful crops came discussions of land ownership, family obligations, and the duties of kinsman redeemers. Naomi would have been acutely aware of these conversations, knowing that her late husband's property rights and family obligations remained unresolved. The presence of a kinsman redeemer like Boaz, combined with his obvious interest in Ruth, would have sparked hope for resolution of their precarious situation. As the wheat harvest drew to a close, the foundations had been laid for the dramatic events that would follow. Ruth had proven her character through months of faithful work. Boaz had demonstrated his integrity and growing love through consistent kindness. Naomi had moved from bitter resignation to hopeful planning. The community had accepted Ruth as one of their own, and God's providence had been orchestrating circumstances toward a conclusion that would provide redemption, love, and legacy for generations to come. The harvest season was ending, and with it came both celebration and anxiety about the future. Naomi, who had been quietly observing the growing relationship between Ruth and Boaz, decided it was time to take decisive action. Her plan, which she shared with Ruth, was both bold and risky. Ruth would approach Boaz at the threshing floor during the harvest festival, and essentially propose marriage by invoking his rights and responsibilities as a kinsman redeemer. "My daughter," Naomi said to Ruth, I must find a home for you, where you will be well provided for. This wasn't merely matchmaking, it was strategic thinking about survival and security. Naomi understood that while Boaz's kindness during harvest season had been extraordinary, the relationship needed to move beyond casual benevolence to formal commitment if it were to provide lasting security for both women. The plan required enormous courage from Ruth. She would need to bathe, perfume herself, put on her best clothes, and go to the threshing floor where Boaz would be winnowing barley. After he had eaten and drunk and was sleeping beside the grain pile, she was to uncover his feet and lie down. When he woke and asked what she wanted, she was to say, "Spread the corner of your garment over me, since you're a kinsman redeemer." This might sound forward by modern standards, but it was actually a proper, though bold, way for a woman to request marriage from a kinsman redeemer. The act of lying at his feet was a gesture of submission and trust. The request to spread his garment over her was asking him to take her under his protection as his wife. The same imagery Boaz had used earlier when he spoke of Ruth taking refuge under God's wings. Ruth's response to this plan reveals the depth of her trust in Naomi. "I will do whatever you say." She didn't question the wisdom of the approach or worry about the potential for misunderstanding or rejection. She had committed herself to following Naomi's guidance, and she would do so even in this most vulnerable moment. The night at the threshing floor was a pivotal moment in the story. Ruth followed Naomi's instructions precisely, approaching quietly and lying at Boaz's feet after he had fallen asleep. Around midnight, Boaz stirred and discovered someone at his feet. "Who are you?" he asked in the darkness. Ruth's answer was direct and humble. "I am your servant Ruth. Spread the corner of your garment over me, since you're a kinsman redeemer." She was formally requesting that he fulfill his family obligations by marrying her, thereby providing security for both her and Naomi, and potentially redeeming Elimelech's family property. Boaz's response exceeded Ruth's hopes. "The Lord bless you, my daughter," he said. "This kindness is greater than that which you showed earlier. You have not run after the younger men, whether rich or poor." He was acknowledging that Ruth's approach to him wasn't born of desperation or opportunism, but of faithfulness to family obligations and trust in God's provision. However, Boaz revealed a complication Ruth hadn't known about. There was another kinsman redeemer who had a closer family relationship and therefore first rights to redeem Elimelech's property and marry Ruth. "Although it is true that I am near of kin," Boaz explained, "there is a kinsman redeemer nearer than I." This was devastating news, but Boaz assured Ruth that the matter would be resolved properly, according to law and custom. Boaz's handling of this delicate situation reveals his character perfectly. He could have taken advantage of Ruth's vulnerable position, but instead he protected her reputation and committed himself to resolving the legal complications honourably. He told Ruth to stay until morning, but leave before anyone could recognise her, protecting her from potential scandal. Before she left, he filled her cloak with 6 measures of barley, ensuring she didn't return to Naomi empty-handed. When Ruth returned home and reported everything to Naomi, the older woman's response was confident. "Wait, my daughter, until you find out what happens, for the man will not rest until the matter is settled today." Naomi knew Boaz well enough to trust that he would handle the situation with integrity and dispatch. That very morning, Boaz went to the city gate, the place where legal and business matters were conducted in ancient Israel. He sat down and waited for the other kinsman redeemer to pass by. When the man appeared, Boaz called him over and assembled a group of 10 elders as witnesses for the legal proceedings that would follow. The negotiation was masterful. Boaz began by telling the man about a piece of land that had belonged to their relative Elimelech, which Naomi was selling. According to law, the nearest kinsman redeemer had first rights to purchase the property to keep it in the family. The man was interested until Boaz explained the complete package. "On the day you buy the land from Naomi," Boaz said, "you also acquire Ruth the Moabite, the dead man's widow, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property." This changed everything. Purchasing the land was one thing, but marrying Ruth meant taking responsibility for supporting her and Naomi, and any sons born to Ruth would inherit the redeemed property rather than being part of the Redeemer's own family line. The closer kinsman declined. "Then I cannot redeem it because I might endanger my own estate. You redeem it yourself. I cannot do it." His refusal, while disappointing for him personally, was providential for Ruth and Boaz. To formalise the transaction, the man took off his sandal and gave it to Boaz, the customary way of transferring rights in Israel. Boaz then made a public declaration before the assembled witnesses. "Today you are witnesses that I have bought from Naomi all the property of Elimelech, Kilion, and Mahlon. I have also acquired Ruth the Moabite, Mahlon's widow, as my wife, in order to maintain the name of the dead with his property, so that his name will not disappear from among his family or from his hometown." The witnesses responded with a beautiful blessing. "We are witnesses. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you have standing in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. Through the offspring the Lord gives you by this young woman, may your family be like that of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah." This blessing was prophetic in ways the speakers couldn't imagine. They were comparing Ruth to the matriarchs of Israel and expressing hope for the continuation of significant family lines. Their mention of Perez was particularly significant, as Perez was an ancestor of Boaz and would be an ancestor of David and ultimately Jesus. The marriage between Ruth and Boaz was celebrated throughout Bethlehem. Here was a love story that had captured the community's imagination. The virtuous foreign woman and the honourable landowner, brought together by providence and confirmed by their own choices of faithfulness and integrity. Their wedding was not just a personal celebration, but a community affirmation of God's goodness and the power of loyal love. Ruth, who had come to Bethlehem as a destitute foreign widow, was now the wife of one of the town's most respected men. Naomi, who had returned empty, was now provided for and honoured as the mother-in-law of a prominent family. Boaz, who might have remained childless, was married to a woman whose character and beauty had won his heart. The redemption was complete, financially, socially, emotionally, and spiritually. The marriage of Ruth and Boaz represented more than the happy ending to a beautiful love story. It was the beginning of a legacy that would reshape history. Their union produced a son named Obed, whose birth brought completion to the themes of redemption and restoration that had woven throughout the narrative. When the women of Bethlehem saw Naomi holding her grandson, they declared, "Naomi has a son," acknowledging that through Ruth's faithfulness, Naomi's line would continue. The birth of Obed was celebrated as divine vindication of Ruth's loyalty and God's faithfulness to his people. The same women who had witnessed Naomi's bitter return to Bethlehem now rejoiced with her in this ultimate reversal of fortune. "Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a kinsman redeemer," they told Naomi. "May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth." The significance of being better than 7 sons cannot be overstated in a culture that prized male heirs above all other blessings. 7 was the number of completeness and perfection, so to say Ruth was better than 7 sons was to declare her the ultimate blessing, a foreign woman who had proven more valuable than the greatest treasure a family could hope for. But the story of Ruth and Boaz was part of a much larger narrative that wouldn't be fully revealed for generations. Their son Obed became the father of Jesse, who became the father of David, the shepherd boy who would become Israel's greatest king. Through their lineage, Ruth, the Moabite widow, became the great-grandmother of the man after God's own heart, whose dynasty would rule Israel and whose throne God promised would endure forever. The genealogy that concludes the book of Ruth traces the line from Perez, son of Judah and Tamar, through Boaz and Ruth to David, showing how Ruth's faithfulness became part of the messianic line. What began as a simple act of loyalty to a grieving mother-in-law ultimately contributed to God's plan for redeeming all humanity. Ruth's decision to stay with Naomi and adopt Israel's God placed her squarely in the centre of salvation history. This foreign woman, who could have been excluded from the covenant community, instead became one of only 4 women mentioned in Matthew's genealogy of Jesus, along with Tamar, Rahab and Bathsheba. Each of these women had unusual circumstances that made their inclusion remarkable, but Ruth's story is particularly beautiful because it demonstrates how God's love extends beyond ethnic and national boundaries to embrace all who respond to him in faith. The legacy of Ruth extends beyond genealogy to the realm of character and faith. Her story became a teaching tool for generations of Israelites about the power of loyal love, the Hebrew concept of hesed that encompasses devotion, faithfulness, and sacrificial commitment. Ruth embodied hesed in her relationship with Naomi, and Boaz demonstrated it in his treatment of Ruth. Their marriage was built on this foundation of covenant love that mirrors God's relationship with his people. Ruth's integration into Israelite society also established an important precedent for how foreigners could be welcomed into the covenant community. Her acceptance wasn't based on her ethnicity or social status, but on her character and faith. She proved that nationality was less important than loyalty, that birth circumstances mattered less than personal choices, and that God's family was open to all who chose to belong to it. The story of Ruth also demonstrates God's providence in the seemingly ordinary events of life. There were no dramatic miracles in Ruth's story, no parting of seas or walls falling down, yet God's hand guided every step. The timing of their arrival during harvest season, the chance encounter with Boaz's field, the availability of the kinsman-redeemer laws, the other redeemer's decision to decline his rights. All of these coincidences work together to create the perfect conditions for redemption and blessing. For Naomi, Ruth's legacy meant the restoration of everything she thought she had lost forever. Through Ruth's son, Naomi's family line continued, her security was assured, and her later years were filled with joy instead of bitterness. The woman who had asked to be called Mara, bitter, was now surrounded by the sweetness of new life and hope. For Boaz, marrying Ruth brought fulfillment he might never have expected. Instead of remaining childless, he became the father of a son who would carry on his name and values. His kindness to a foreign gleaner was rewarded with a love that enriched his life and extended his influence through generations. For Bethlehem and the wider community, Ruth's story became a testament to the power of character over circumstances. Her reputation for faithfulness outlasted her foreign origins, and her descendants would bring honour to the very town where she had once worked humbly in the fields. The house of bread, Bethlehem's meaning, became truly blessed through the presence of this woman who had chosen loyalty over security. The themes of Ruth's story, loyalty rewarded, faithfulness blessed, love conquering prejudice, and providence working through ordinary events, would resonate throughout Scripture and human experience. Her example of sacrificial love prefigures the ultimate sacrifice that would come through her descendant, Jesus, who would demonstrate the same kind of loyal love on a cosmic scale. Ruth's legacy teaches us that small acts of faithfulness can have eternal consequences, that God's plans often work through unlikely people in unexpected ways, and that the greatest blessings sometimes come disguised as difficult choices. Her decision to stay with Naomi seemed like the harder path, but it led to blessings she could never have imagined. As we close the pages of Ruth's story, we're left not with the thunderous echoes of conquest or the dramatic flourishes of miracle, but with something far more profound, the quiet certainty that love endures, that faithfulness matters, and that God's gentle hand guides even the most ordinary moments toward extraordinary purposes. Ruth's tale doesn't shout at us, it whispers truths that settle into our hearts, like seeds waiting for the right season to bloom. The beauty of Ruth's narrative lies in its accessibility. We may never face exile in a foreign land or need to glean in harvest fields, but we all encounter crossroads where we must choose between security and loyalty, between what's easy and what's right. Ruth's story reminds us that these moments, when we choose love over convenience, faithfulness over comfort, are the building blocks of legacy. In our contemporary world, where relationships are often disposable and commitment is seen as restriction rather than strength, Ruth's devotion to Naomi offers a counter-narrative. Her famous words, "Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay," weren't just poetry. They were a life philosophy that valued connection over independence, loyalty over self-preservation. In an age of radical individualism, Ruth models radical commitment. Her story also speaks to anyone who has ever felt like an outsider. Ruth was foreign by birth, widowed by circumstance, and poor by necessity. 3 strikes that should have kept her on society's margins. Yet through character and faith, she moved from the periphery to the centre of God's plan. Her journey from Moabite stranger to beloved ancestor of kings offers hope to everyone who has wondered if their background, circumstances, or mistakes disqualify them from significance. The gentleness of God's providence in Ruth's story offers comfort to those who wonder if their lives matter in the grand scheme of things. There were no burning bushes or angelic visitations in Ruth's experience, just the quiet orchestration of ordinary events toward extraordinary outcomes. Her story suggests that God is just as present in the mundane moments as in the miraculous ones, working through harvest seasons and chance encounters to weave tapestries of grace. For those experiencing seasons of loss like Naomi, Ruth's story offers hope without minimizing pain. Naomi's bitterness was real and justified. She'd lost everything that mattered to her. Yet through Ruth's faithfulness and God's providence, her empty hands were filled again. The story doesn't suggest that loss isn't real, or that pain isn't valid, but it does promise that emptiness isn't the end of the story. Boaz represents the power of kindness and integrity in a world that often seems harsh and selfish. His treatment of Ruth demonstrates how one person's compassion can transform another's entire trajectory. He saw beyond her circumstances to her character, beyond her foreignness to her faithfulness. In doing so, he models how we might approach the marginalised and struggling people in our own communities. The redemption theme that runs throughout Ruth's story speaks to our deepest longing for second chances and new beginnings. Ruth redeemed Naomi's emptiness through loyalty. Boaz redeemed Ruth's vulnerability through love. Their union redeemed a family line that seemed destined for extinction. This pattern of redemption points toward the ultimate Redeemer, who would come through their lineage, offering restoration to all who are broken, lost, or forgotten. Perhaps most powerfully, Ruth's story reminds us that our choices ripple through eternity in ways we cannot foresee. When Ruth chose to stay with Naomi, she had no idea she was choosing to become the great-grandmother of King David or an ancestor of Jesus. She simply chose love. Her decision, made in a moment of grief and uncertainty, affected the course of history and the salvation of the world. The story teaches us that faithfulness is its own reward, but it's also the foundation for blessings we cannot imagine. Ruth's loyalty to Naomi brought her love with Boaz. Her willingness to work humbly brought her honour. Her choice to embrace Israel's God brought her into the centre of his redemptive plan. As we reflect on Ruth's journey from foreign widow to beloved ancestor, we're reminded that God delights in using the unlikely and the overlooked. He chooses the humble to confound the mighty, the faithful to accomplish the impossible, the loving to heal the broken. Ruth's story is ultimately not about her exceptional character, though that was remarkable, but about God's exceptional grace working through ordinary obedience. In a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain, Ruth's story offers the gentle assurance that someone is writing a larger story, weaving together our small acts of faithfulness into a tapestry of purpose and beauty. Every choice to love instead of abandon, to stay instead of leave, to serve instead of demand, becomes part of a narrative larger than ourselves. The final truth Ruth's story whispers to our hearts is perhaps the most beautiful of all. Sometimes the smallest acts of love carry the weight of eternity. A foreign woman's decision to care for her grieving mother-in-law became part of the story that leads to Christmas morning and the cross of Calvary. Her simple faithfulness participated in God's plan to redeem not just a family, but a world. Ruth's legacy lives on not only in the genealogies of Scripture, but in every act of sacrificial love, every choice of loyalty over convenience, every decision to stay when leaving would be easier. Her story continues in our stories when we choose, as she did, to let love be our guide and faithfulness be our strength. In the end, Ruth teaches us that we don't need to be heroes to be heroic. We don't need to be perfect to be used by God. And we don't need to see the whole staircase to take the next step of faith. Sometimes, all that's required is the courage to say, like Ruth, "Where you go, I will go," and trust that the God who guided her steps will guide ours as well. The gentle hope of Ruth's story rests in this beautiful truth. In God's economy, no act of love is ever wasted, no gesture of faithfulness ever forgotten, and no choice to follow him ever in vain. Sometimes the smallest acts of love carry the weight of eternity, echoing through generations and touching the very heart of God's redemptive plan for humanity.
Hello, dear friends, and welcome back to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I hope your day has been filled with blessings and peace. Whether it's morning where you are, the quiet of afternoon, or the gentle embrace of evening, know that you are exactly where God wants you to be in this moment. I'm curious about where in this beautiful world you're listening from tonight. Are you nestled in your bed in a bustling city, or perhaps finding solace in the countryside under a canopy of stars? Wherever you are, whatever time it is for you, you are welcomed here with open arms. If this story touches your heart tonight, I encourage you to subscribe to Sacred Slumber. We gather here regularly to explore the profound truths and timeless wisdom found in God's Word, bringing comfort to weary souls and strength to troubled hearts. Your subscription helps us continue sharing these sacred stories that remind us of God's unfailing love and faithfulness. Now let us journey together to ancient Israel, to a time when kingdoms stood at crossroads, when truth was a dangerous commodity, and when one man's courage would echo through the ages. This is the story of Micaiah, the forgotten prophet who dared to stand alone. The sun blazed mercilessly over the ancient city of Samaria, its golden rays dancing across the limestone walls of King Ahab's palace. Within those walls, power brooked no opposition, and truth was often the first casualty of political ambition. It had been 3 years since the last war between Israel and Syria, 3 years of uneasy peace that sat heavy on King Ahab's shoulders like an ill-fitting crown. Ahab paced the marble floors of his throne room, his royal robes rustling with each agitated step. The king of Israel was a man consumed by his desires, a ruler who had long ago traded his soul to the altar of self-interest. His marriage to the foreign princess Jezebel had brought prosperity to his kingdom, but at a cost that would echo through generations. The worship of Baal had infiltrated the very heart of Israel, and the prophets of the Lord had been hunted, killed, or driven into hiding. Yet today something stirred within Ahab's ambitious heart. News had arrived that morning of Syrian movements near Ramoth-Gilead, a strategic city that had once belonged to Israel, but now languished under enemy control. The city's location made it a prize worth fighting for, a gateway that could secure trade routes and strengthen his kingdom's eastern border. As Ahab contemplated this opportunity, word came that King Jehoshaphat of Judah was approaching Samaria with a considerable entourage. Jehoshaphat was everything Ahab was not. A king who sought the Lord's face, who had torn down the high places of idol worship, and who ruled with righteousness as his compass. The irony was not lost on Ahab that he would need the help of such a man to achieve his ambitions. The great doors of the throne room swung open with a resonant boom, and Jehoshaphat entered with the dignity befitting a king of David's lineage. He was a man of medium stature but commanding presence, his beard meticulously groomed, and his eyes holding the wisdom of one who had walked closely with the Almighty. Behind him came his advisors and military commanders, their expressions respectful but cautious, as they entered the domain of Israel's controversial king. "Jehoshaphat, my brother," Ahab called out, his voice echoing through the vast chamber as he descended from his throne. "Welcome to Samaria. Your presence brings honour to my house." The two kings embraced in the customary greeting, though those who knew them well could sense the underlying tension. Jehoshaphat had come seeking alliance, but his heart was troubled by what such an alliance might require of him. "Ahab," Jehoshaphat replied warmly, though his eyes remained watchful. "It has been too long since we have spoken face to face. The Lord has blessed both our kingdoms with peace these past years." "Indeed," Ahab agreed, gesturing toward the laden tables his servants had prepared. "Come, let us feast together and speak of matters that concern us both." The banquet that followed was a spectacle of royal excess. Tables groaned under the weight of roasted meats, exotic fruits, and wine from the finest vineyards. Musicians played softly in the background, while servants moved like shadows, attending to every need. Yet beneath the veneer of celebration, both kings harboured their own purposes. As the evening wore on and the wine loosened tongues, Ahab finally revealed his true intention. Leaning toward Jehoshaphat with the conspiratorial air of old friends, he spoke in measured tones. "My brother, there is a matter that weighs heavily upon my heart," Ahab began, his eyes glinting in the torchlight. "You know that Ramoth-Gilead belongs to us, yet it remains in the hands of the king of Syria. Should we not take back what is rightfully ours?" Jehoshaphat set down his goblet carefully, his expression growing thoughtful. He had anticipated this moment, knowing that Ahab rarely extended hospitality without purpose. The question hung in the air between them like incense, heavy with implication. "Ramoth-Gilead has indeed been a source of contention," Jehoshaphat replied diplomatically. "What do you propose?" Ahab's smile was that of a merchant who senses a favourable negotiation. "I propose that we go up together against Ramoth-Gilead. Your army combined with mine would be formidable. We could restore the city to Israel and share in the glory of victory." The words were carefully chosen, appealing to both practical strategy and Jehoshaphat's sense of brotherhood among the tribes of Israel. Yet Jehoshaphat had not survived as king by making hasty decisions. His reign had been marked by careful consultation with the Lord, and he would not abandon that practice now. "I am as you are," Jehoshaphat responded slowly. "My people as your people, my horses as your horses. If the Lord wills it, we shall stand together in battle." He paused, his next words carrying the weight of true conviction. "But first let us inquire of the Lord." Ahab's smile faltered slightly. In his eagerness for military glory, he had hoped to avoid the complications that divine consultation might bring. Yet he could hardly refuse such a reasonable request from a potential ally, especially one whose righteousness was renowned throughout the region. "Of course," Ahab agreed, though his tone lacked enthusiasm. "Let us seek the word of the Lord." What followed was a demonstration of the spiritual corruption that had infected Ahab's court. The king summoned his prophets, all 400 of them, men who wore the garments of holiness, but whose hearts served earthly masters. They came in a great procession, their robes flowing and their voices raised in what appeared to be spiritual fervour. These were not true prophets of the Lord, though they claimed his name. They were court prophets, men who understood that their continued prosperity depended upon telling the king what he wished to hear. Their prophecies were crafted not in the secret place of prayer, but in the calculating chambers of political expediency. As the prophets assembled in the courtyard before the two kings, their spokesman stepped forward. His name was Zedekiah, son of Chenaanah, a man whose pride matched his ambition, and whose hatred for true prophets would soon be revealed in violent fashion. "Hear the word of the Lord," Zedekiah proclaimed, his voice carrying across the courtyard with theatrical intensity. "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and prosper, for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." The 400 prophets took up the cry with orchestrated precision, their voices creating a chorus of false assurance. "Go up to Ramoth-Gilead and prosper. The Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." Some of the prophets had even prepared visual aids for their performance. They danced and shouted, waving swords and spears, creating a spectacle that would have been impressive to any observer unfamiliar with the ways of true prophecy. The din was tremendous, the enthusiasm seemingly genuine, and the message exactly what Ahab longed to hear. Yet as Jehoshaphat watched this display, his spirit grew troubled. Something about the performance felt hollow, manufactured. These men spoke with one voice, but it was not the voice of the Lord that Jehoshaphat knew from his own times of prayer and seeking. There was no cost to their prophecy, no challenge to the king's desires, no hint of the divine complexity that marked true encounters with the Almighty. As the prophets continued their enthusiastic proclamations, Jehoshaphat raised his hand for silence. The courtyard gradually quieted, though the echo of their shouts seemed to linger in the air like smoke from a dying fire. "Is there not here a prophet of the Lord besides these?" Jehoshaphat asked carefully, "that we might inquire of him?" The question fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples of discomfort through the assembly. Ahab's face darkened, and several of the court prophets exchanged meaningful glances. They all knew there was indeed another prophet, one whose very existence was a thorn in the flesh of everyone present. Ahab's response came through gritted teeth, his voice barely concealing his irritation. "There is still one man, Micaiah the son of Imlah, by whom we may inquire of the Lord, but I hate him, for he does not prophesy good concerning me, but evil." The honesty of Ahab's admission was startling in its nakedness. Here was a king openly declaring his hatred for a prophet based not on any moral failing or false prophecy, but simply because the man refused to tell him what he wanted to hear. It was a moment that revealed the true spiritual state of Israel's leadership. Jehoshaphat, ever the diplomat, sought to smooth over the awkward moment. "Let not the king say such things," he replied gently, though his words carried a subtle rebuke. Ahab realized he had revealed too much of his heart. With visible effort he composed himself and called for one of his officers. "Bring Micaiah the son of Imlah quickly," he commanded, though his tone suggested he would rather summon a plague upon his house. As the officer hurried away on his grim errand, the two kings settled in to wait. The 400 prophets remained in the courtyard, their earlier enthusiasm now tempered by the knowledge that their unanimous voice was about to be challenged by a single man they both feared and despised. The sun continued its relentless journey across the sky, and in the distance the sound of the officer's horse could be heard galloping toward the place where truth dwelt in isolation, where a forgotten prophet waited in the shadows of his integrity. The horse's hooves struck the dusty road with rhythmic precision as the king's officer rode toward the humble dwelling where Micaiah made his home. The prophet lived simply, far from the luxury of the royal court, in a stone house that spoke of function rather than ostentation. Here, away from the corrupting influence of political power, dwelt a man who had chosen faithfulness over favour, truth over comfort. Micaiah son of Imlah was not an imposing figure by earthly standards. Of average height and lean build, he bore the weathered appearance of one who had walked through many storms. His beard was streaked with silver, and his eyes held the deep weariness of a man who had spoken unpopular truths for too many years. Yet there was something unbreakable in his demeanour, a quality that suggested he had found his anchor in something far stronger than human approval. When the king's messenger arrived, Micaiah was in his garden, tending to the vegetables that provided much of his sustenance. The prophet lived modestly, supported by the occasional gifts of those few souls who still valued truth above comfort. He had long ago learned to find contentment in simple things, the satisfaction of honest work, the peace of prayer, and the quiet joy of communion with the Almighty. "Micaiah," the officer called out as he dismounted, "the king commands your presence immediately." The prophet looked up from his work, unsurprised. He had sensed in recent days that the Lord was preparing him for something significant. His prayers had been marked by an unusual intensity, and his dreams had been filled with visions he did not yet fully understand. "Very well," Micaiah replied simply, setting aside his tools. "Let me wash and prepare myself." As Micaiah went about the task of making himself presentable for the royal court, the officer felt compelled to share information that might save the prophet from making a costly mistake. The man had witnessed what happened to those who crossed King Ahab, and despite his loyalty to the crown, he possessed enough humanity to feel concern for this solitary figure. "Listen to me, Micaiah," the officer said, his voice dropping to a confidential tone. "The words of the prophets declare good to the king with one mouth. Let your word be like the word of one of them, and speak favourably." It was well-intentioned advice, offered by a man who understood the political realities of Ahab's court. The officer had seen the 400 prophets deliver their unanimous message of victory and prosperity. He knew that Micaiah's reputation for speaking uncomfortable truths could lead to imprisonment, exile, or worse. In his mind, he was offering the prophet a lifeline, a chance to align himself with the majority and avoid the consequences of standing alone. Micaiah paused in his preparations, considering the messenger's words. The offer was clear: conform, agree with the crowd, tell the king what he wants to hear, and enjoy the benefits of royal favour. It would be so easy, so practical, so utterly reasonable by every human measure. But as Micaiah looked into the officer's earnest face, he felt the familiar stirring of the spirit within him, that unmistakable presence that had guided him through decades of faithful service. The Lord had not called him to an easy path, but he had never failed to provide strength for the journey. "As the Lord lives," Micaiah replied with quiet dignity, "whatever the Lord says to me, that I will speak." The words hung in the air between them, a declaration of absolute commitment that left no room for compromise. The officer's face showed his disappointment and concern, but he knew better than to argue further. He had delivered his warning. What the prophet did with it was beyond his control. The journey back to Samaria was made in relative silence, the officer pondering the stubborn integrity of his passenger, while Micaiah prayed and prepared his heart for whatever lay ahead. As they approached the city, the prophet could see the banners of both Israel and Judah flying from the palace walls, confirming his suspicion that this summons involved more than a routine consultation. The palace courtyard was a scene of controlled chaos when they arrived. Servants scurried about preparing for what appeared to be an important gathering, while guards stood at attention in their finest armour. The 400 prophets were still present, clustered in small groups and speaking in hushed tones. Their earlier enthusiasm had given way to a more subdued attitude, though their confidence in their message remained unshaken. As Micaiah dismounted and followed the officer toward the throne room, he could feel the weight of many eyes upon him. Some looks were curious, others hostile, and a few held the barely concealed contempt of those who viewed his independence as a personal affront. He had grown accustomed to such reactions over the years, understanding that his very presence served as an uncomfortable reminder of the spiritual compromise that permeated the court. The great doors opened before them, revealing the opulent throne room where Kings Ahab and Jehoshaphat waited. The contrast between the two rulers was immediately apparent even to a casual observer. Ahab sat upon his throne with the restless energy of a man driven by ambition, his fingers drumming impatiently on the armrest. Jehoshaphat, seated in a chair of equal honour nearby, maintained the composed dignity of one accustomed to seeking divine guidance before making important decisions. "Ah, Micaiah," Ahab said as the prophet entered, his tone carrying forced joviality that fooled no one. "At last, Our final consultant arrives. Micaiah approached the throne with measured steps, neither hurrying to show deference nor dawdling to display defiance. He had learned long ago that in the presence of earthly power, his allegiance belonged to a higher authority. When he reached the appropriate distance, he bowed respectfully but not obsequiously, acknowledging the king's position without compromising his own integrity. "You summoned me, your majesty," Micaiah said simply, his voice carrying clearly through the chamber. King Jehoshaphat studied the prophet with interest. He had heard reports of Micaiah's reputation for uncompromising honesty, and after witnessing the theatrical performance of the 400 prophets, he was eager to hear from someone who might offer a different perspective. Ahab leaned forward on his throne, his eyes fixed on the solitary figure before him. "Micaiah, shall we go to war against Ramoth-Gilead, or shall we refrain?" It was the same question that had been posed to the 400 prophets, the same inquiry that had produced such enthusiastic unanimity. Now it fell upon the shoulders of one man who stood alone, without allies or supporters, facing the combined expectation of two kings and their assembled courts. The moment stretched taut with anticipation. Everyone present understood that they were witnessing something significant, though few could have predicted the drama that was about to unfold. In the silence, Micaiah felt the familiar stirring of the spirit, but what came first was not the word of the Lord, but something altogether unexpected. What happened next would be remembered and debated for generations to come. Micaiah, the prophet known for his uncompromising honesty, looked directly at King Ahab and delivered exactly the message the king wanted to hear. "Go up and prosper," Micaiah declared, his voice carrying throughout the throne room, "for the Lord will deliver it into the hand of the king." A murmur of surprise rippled through the assembled court. The 400 prophets exchanged glances of confusion and perhaps a touch of irritation. Here was the man they had feared would contradict their unanimous verdict, and instead he was confirming their prophecy word for word. Some of them smiled with what they imagined was vindication, while others seemed puzzled by this unexpected development. But King Ahab was no fool. Despite his many moral failings, he had known Micaiah for years, had heard his prophecies of judgment and warning countless times. Never once had the prophet told him what he wanted to hear. Never once had Micaiah's words aligned so perfectly with royal desires. The king's eyes narrowed as he studied the prophet's face, searching for the truth behind this suspicious compliance. There was something in Micaiah's tone, a subtle quality that suggested layers beneath the surface of his words. It was the same tone a parent might use when agreeing with a child's obviously foolish plan, allowing them to proceed while knowing full well what the consequences would be. King Jehoshaphat, too, sensed that something was amiss, though he remained silent, observing the interaction with keen interest. "How many times shall I make you swear," Ahab said slowly, his voice carrying a warning, "that you tell me nothing but the truth in the name of the Lord?" It was a remarkable moment. Here was a king who had just received exactly the prophecy he desired, yet his own conscience convicted him that it could not be genuine. Ahab understood Micaiah well enough to know that such easy agreement was completely out of character. In demanding the truth, the king was inadvertently acknowledging that he recognized the difference between authentic prophecy and the comfortable lies he typically preferred. Micaiah stood silent for a moment, and those watching could see a visible change come over him. The sardonic expression faded from his face, replaced by the solemn countenance of one who was about to deliver a message from the throne room of heaven. When he spoke again, his voice carried a different quality altogether, the unmistakable authority of divine revelation. "I saw all Israel scattered on the hills like sheep that have no shepherd," Micaiah began, his words falling like stones into the sudden silence. "And the Lord said, 'These have no master. Let each return to his house in peace.'" The impact of these words was immediate and devastating. The vision was clear to everyone present. Israel would be defeated, their army scattered, and their king would not return from battle. It was a prophecy of military disaster and royal death, delivered with the calm certainty of one who had seen beyond the veil of earthly circumstances. King Ahab's face flushed with anger, but beneath the rage was something that looked remarkably like fear. He turned to Jehoshaphat with the bitter satisfaction of one whose worst expectations have been confirmed. "Did I not tell you," Ahab said, his voice heavy with frustration, "that he would not prophesy good concerning me, but evil?" But Micaiah was not finished. The Spirit of the Lord had opened his eyes to see into the very council chambers of heaven, and what he had witnessed there needed to be shared, regardless of the consequences. The prophet's voice took on an even more solemn tone as he continued. "Therefore hear the word of the Lord," Micaiah declared, his words cutting through the tension in the room like a sword. "I saw the Lord sitting on his throne, and all the host of heaven standing by, on his right hand and on his left." The court fell absolutely silent. Even the most worldly and cynical among them recognized that they were hearing something extraordinary. This was not the political maneuvering they were accustomed to, nor the comfortable reassurances of the court prophets. This was a glimpse into eternal realities, a revelation of divine purpose that transcended human understanding. "And the Lord said," Micaiah continued, "Who will persuade Ahab to go up, that he may fall at Ramoth-Gilead?" So one spoke in this manner, and another spoke in that manner. Then a spirit came forward and stood before the Lord and said, "I will persuade him." The Lord said to him, "In what way?" And he said, "I will go out and be a lying spirit in the mouth of all his prophets." And the Lord said, "You shall persuade him and also prevail. Go out and do so." The revelation was staggering in its implications. Micaiah was claiming that the Lord himself had allowed, indeed, had orchestrated, the deception that had been proclaimed by the 400 prophets. It was a divine judgment in the form of false prophecy, a spiritual trap set for a king who had repeatedly chosen lies over truth. Therefore, Micaiah concluded with inexorable logic, "Look, the Lord has put a lying spirit in the mouth of all these prophets of yours, and the Lord has declared disaster concerning you." The silence that followed was deafening. Every person present was forced to grapple with the implications of what they had heard. The 400 prophets found themselves accused not merely of error, but of being unwitting instruments of divine deception. The kings faced the terrifying possibility that their carefully planned military campaign was actually a trap set by the Almighty himself. But the silence was short-lived. Zedekiah, the spokesman for the 400 prophets, was a man of considerable pride and ambition. He had built his reputation on his supposed connection to the divine, and Micaiah's words threatened not only his credibility but his entire worldview. The accusation that he had been deceived by a lying spirit was more than he could bear. With a roar of rage, Zedekiah strode across the throne room until he stood face to face with Micaiah. The contrast between them was striking. Zedekiah in his fine robes and carefully groomed appearance, representing the comfortable religiosity of the court, facing Micaiah in his simple garments, embodying the uncompromising voice of authentic prophecy. "Which way did the Spirit from the Lord go from me to speak to you?" Zedekiah demanded, his voice shaking with fury. It was a desperate attempt to challenge Micaiah's authority, to suggest that if anyone possessed a connection to the divine, it was surely the spokesman for 400 prophets rather than this isolated troublemaker. But before Micaiah could respond, Zedekiah's anger overwhelmed his judgment entirely. The sound of the slap echoed through the throne room like a thunderclap. Zedekiah had struck Micaiah across the face with sufficient force to stagger the prophet, leaving a red mark on his cheek that would serve as a visible reminder of what it cost to speak truth in the face of comfortable lies. The act of violence hung in the air like a poisonous cloud. No one moved or spoke, shocked by the sudden transition from theological debate to physical assault. Micaiah slowly straightened, touching his cheek where Zedekiah's hand had left its mark. When he looked up, there was no anger in his eyes, no desire for retaliation. Instead, there was a sadness that seemed to encompass not only his immediate situation, but the entire spiritual state of the nation. "Indeed," Micaiah said quietly, his voice carrying despite its gentle tone, "you shall see on that day when you go into an inner chamber to hide." It was both prophecy and promise. The day would come when Zedekiah's false confidence would crumble, when the reality of divine judgment would force him to seek shelter from the consequences of his deception. The words carried the weight of inevitable fulfillment, spoken not in anger, but with the sorrowful certainty of one who had seen the future and found it tragic. King Ahab had heard enough. The prophet's words had struck too close to uncomfortable truths, had challenged too directly the comfortable illusions upon which he had built his reign. The vision of divine deception, the prophecy of military disaster, the humiliating suggestion that his 400 prophets were unwitting instruments of judgment, all of it combined to create a rage that demanded immediate action. "Take Micaiah," the king commanded, his voice sharp with fury, "and return him to Ammon, the governor of the city, and to Joash the king's son, and say, 'Thus says the king, put this fellow in prison, and feed him with bread of affliction and water of affliction until I come in peace.'" The order was both punishment and insurance policy. By imprisoning Micaiah until his safe return from battle, Ahab was attempting to nullify the prophecy through royal decree. It was a desperate act of defiance against divine judgment, a futile attempt to bind the word of the Lord with chains and prison walls. But Micaiah was not finished. Even as the guards moved toward him, even as the shadow of imprisonment fell across his path, the prophet had one final word to speak. His voice rang out across the throne room with the clarity of absolute conviction. "If you ever return in peace, the Lord has not spoken by me." The words were a direct challenge to royal authority, a public declaration that put Micaiah's credibility as a prophet on the line. He was essentially saying that if Ahab returned safely from battle, then everyone present should conclude that Micaiah was a false prophet deserving of death. It was the ultimate expression of confidence in the word he had received from the Lord. But Micaiah was not content to let his challenge rest with the immediate audience. Looking around the throne room at the assembled courtiers, nobles and servants, he raised his voice even louder. "Mark it, all you people." It was a call to witness, an appeal to everyone present to remember this moment and test the validity of his prophecy against future events. The prophet was willing to stake everything, his reputation, his freedom, possibly his life, on the truth of what he had spoken. It was a level of certainty that transcended human confidence and entered the realm of divine assurance. As the guards seized Micaiah's arms and began to lead him away, the throne room erupted in a buzz of conversation. Some whispered among themselves about the prophet's boldness, others debated the implications of his vision, and still others tried to process the dramatic confrontation they had just witnessed. Through it all, the 400 prophets maintained their uncomfortable silence, uncertain how to respond to accusations that struck at the very heart of their prophetic claims. King Jehoshaphat watched the proceedings with deep concern. The righteous king of Judah had requested divine counsel, and what he had received was a prophecy that directly contradicted his military plans and predicted disaster for his ally. Yet something in Micaiah's bearing, some quality of authentic conviction, made it impossible to dismiss his words as the ravings of a madman or the spite of a disgruntled prophet. As Micaiah was led away, his footsteps echoing through the palace corridors, he felt no bitterness toward his captors or self-pity for his situation. He had spoken the word of the Lord faithfully, regardless of the consequences, and that obedience brought a peace that transcended his circumstances. The prison cell that awaited him might confine his body, but his spirit remained free, anchored in the unshakable certainty that he had been faithful to his calling. The cell where Micaiah was imprisoned was a far cry from the luxury of the royal court. Built of rough stone with a small barred window that provided minimal light, it was designed for punishment rather than comfort. The bread of affliction and water of affliction promised by the king proved to be exactly that. Meagre rations calculated to sustain life, while providing a constant reminder of a royal displeasure. Yet in that dark cell, Micaiah found something that had eluded him in the freedom of his simple home. Absolute clarity about his purpose and calling. Stripped of all earthly comforts and securities, he was forced to rely entirely upon his relationship with the Lord. In the long hours of solitude, he prayed not for deliverance but for continued faithfulness, not for vindication, but for grace to endure whatever lay ahead. Meanwhile, preparations for war continued with increasing intensity. King Ahab threw himself into military planning with the fervour of a man trying to drown out unwelcome voices of conscience. He consulted with his generals, inspected his troops, and made elaborate arrangements for what he was determined would be a glorious victory. The prophecy of the 400 court prophets was repeated frequently, as if constant repetition could somehow make it more reliable. King Jehoshaphat, however, found himself deeply troubled by the day's events. The contrast between the theatrical unanimity of the 400 prophets and Micaiah's stark authenticity had left him with serious doubts about the wisdom of the planned campaign. Yet he had given his word to stand with Ahab, and the political implications of backing out now were significant. As the day of departure approached, Ahab made one final attempt to circumvent the prophecy that haunted his thoughts. If the word of the Lord through Micaiah was true, then King Ahab was destined to die in battle. But perhaps, the king reasoned, he could outwit divine judgment through human cleverness. "I will disguise myself and go into battle," Ahab announced to his commanders, "but you put on your robes." It was a cunning plan. By dressing as an ordinary soldier while Jehoshaphat wore royal garments, Ahab hoped to deceive the enemy about his identity and location. If the Syrians could not identify him as the king of Israel, perhaps he could survive the battle and prove Micaiah wrong. It was the kind of tactical thinking that had served Ahab well in political manoeuvring. But he was about to discover that divine judgment operates by different rules than human conflict. The morning of battle dawned clear and bright, with a gentle breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers across the plains surrounding Ramoth-Gilead. It seemed an unlikely day for the fulfillment of prophecy, too beautiful for the tragic events that were about to unfold. The armies of Israel and Judah had assembled in impressive formation, their banners flying proudly in the morning air, their weapons gleaming in the sunlight. King Ahab, disguised as a common soldier, moved among his troops with nervous energy. His royal armour had been replaced with the simple leather and bronze of an ordinary warrior, and his distinctive crown was nowhere to be seen. To any casual observer, he appeared to be merely another commander preparing for battle, yet those closest to him could sense his underlying anxiety, the tension of a man who was trying to outrun a divine decree. King Jehoshaphat, meanwhile, wore his royal robes with obvious reluctance. The righteous king of Judah had agreed to this deception as part of their military strategy, but his conscience troubled him. The memory of Micaiah's words weighed heavily on his mind, and he found himself offering frequent prayers for divine protection and guidance. The Syrian army was formidable, well-trained and confident in their ability to defend their territory. Their king had given specific instructions to his 32 chariot commanders: fight with no one small or great, but only with the king of Israel. It was a strategic decision based on the understanding that killing or capturing the enemy king would effectively end the battle and secure victory. As the two armies faced each other across the field of battle, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Horses stamped impatiently, armour creaked as soldiers shifted their weight, and commanders made final adjustments to their battle plans. In the distance, the walls of Ramoth-Gilead stood as silent witness to the conflict that was about to determine its fate. The battle began with the thunderous clash of armies colliding, the sound of metal against metal mixing with the shouts of warriors and the screams of the wounded. Chariots raced across the battlefield like instruments of divine wrath, their wheels churning up clouds of dust that obscured vision and added to the chaos of combat. For a time, it seemed as though Ahab's strategy might succeed. Hidden among his soldiers, the disguised king fought with the desperation of a man who believed his life depended on remaining unrecognized. His years of military experience served him well as he wielded sword and spear with deadly efficiency, contributing to the initial success of the Israelite forces. But the Syrian chariot commanders were not easily deceived. When they spotted King Jehoshaphat in his royal robes, they immediately assumed they had found their primary target. A group of them converged on the king of Judah with deadly intent, their chariots cutting through the battle lines like ships through stormy seas. "Surely it is the king of Israel," they shouted to one another as they closed in on Jehoshaphat. The king of Judah found himself surrounded by enemy chariots, their occupants preparing to capture or kill what they believed to be their primary objective. In that moment of extreme danger, Jehoshaphat did what he had learned to do throughout his reign. He cried out to the Lord for deliverance. "Help me, O Lord," Jehoshaphat called out, his voice carrying above the din of battle. What happened next was a clear demonstration of divine intervention. As Jehoshaphat's cry reached heaven, the Lord moved the hearts of the Syrian commanders in an unexpected way. Something about the king's appearance or manner suddenly convinced them that this was not their intended target after all. "It is not the king of Israel," one of them declared, and just as quickly as they had converged upon Jehoshaphat, they turned away to search for their real quarry elsewhere on the battlefield. Meanwhile, across the chaos of combat, King Ahab continued his desperate masquerade. His disguise had served him well throughout the morning, allowing him to participate in the battle without attracting the special attention of enemy forces. For a brief moment, it seemed as though human cunning might indeed triumph over divine decree. But the Lord's purposes are not thwarted by earthly schemes, no matter how cleverly conceived. As the battle raged on, a Syrian soldier drew his bow at random, not aiming at any particular target, but simply shooting into the mass of enemy forces. It was the kind of arrow that soldiers loose when they cannot see clearly, through the dust and confusion of battle, hoping to strike something useful, but with no specific intent. The arrow flew through the air with the invisible guidance of divine providence. It passed over the heads of common soldiers, sailed between the wheels of racing chariots, and found its mark with the precision of perfect justice. The bronze point struck King Ahab between the joints of his armour, penetrating the one gap in his defences that his disguise could not protect. The king felt the arrow's impact like a thunderbolt, the sudden sharp pain followed by the warm spread of blood across his chest. He looked down in shock to see the Syrian arrow protruding from his body, its shaft trembling with the force of impact. In that instant, Ahab understood with perfect clarity that no amount of human cleverness could circumvent the word of the Lord. "I am wounded," the king cried out to his chariot driver, his voice tight with pain and the dawning realization of his doom. "Turn around and carry me out of the battle." The chariot driver, a loyal servant who had recognized his disguised king despite the common soldier's garb, immediately began maneuvering toward the edge of the battlefield. But extricating themselves from the chaos of combat proved more difficult than anticipated. The battle had intensified throughout the day, and enemy forces blocked many of the potential escape routes. As they struggled to retreat, King Ahab's condition continued to deteriorate. The arrow had found a vital spot, and blood flowed freely from the wound despite his attempts to stanch it. Yet with grim determination, the king remained propped up in his chariot, unwilling to let his army see him fall. His presence, even in his wounded state, served to encourage the Israelite forces and maintain their fighting spirit. The battle raged from morning until evening, the outcome hanging in the balance as both sides fought with desperate intensity. But as the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of red that seemed to mirror the blood spilled on the battlefield below, King Ahab's strength finally gave out. The disguised king, who had tried to outwit divine judgment, slumped forward in his chariot, his life ebbing away with each laboured breath. As word of the king's condition spread through the ranks, the cry went up that would fulfill Micaiah's prophecy with devastating accuracy. Every man to his city, and every man to his own country. The army of Israel, leaderless and demoralized, began to scatter across the hills just as the prophet had foreseen. Like sheep without a shepherd, they abandoned their positions and fled toward home, their dreams of victory dissolving into the nightmare of defeat. King Ahab died as the sun set over Ramoth-Gilead, his blood pooling in the bottom of his chariot. The man who had spent his reign choosing comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths had finally encountered a reality that no amount of deception could alter. The word of the Lord, spoken through his faithful prophet, had been fulfilled to the letter. News of King Ahab's death spread quickly through the land, carried by the scattered remnants of his army and the merchants who followed military campaigns. In the palace at Samaria, the reaction was one of stunned disbelief. The 400 prophets who had proclaimed certain victory found themselves facing a crisis of credibility that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. In his prison cell, Micaiah heard the news with a mixture of sadness and vindication. He had taken no pleasure in prophesying disaster, had felt no joy in predicting the death of his king. Yet the fulfillment of his prophecy served as a powerful reminder that the word of the Lord does not return void, regardless of how unwelcome it might be to human ears. When the guards came to release him from prison, Micaiah emerged into the daylight a changed man. His body bore the marks of his confinement. He was thinner, paler, and bore the lines of one who had endured hardship. But his spirit was unbroken, perhaps even strengthened by his ordeal. He had spoken truth in the face of overwhelming opposition, had maintained his integrity under pressure, and had been vindicated by the very events that had brought tragedy to the kingdom. The political ramifications of Ahab's death were immediate and far-reaching. His son Ahaziah ascended to the throne, inheriting a kingdom shaken by military defeat and spiritual confusion. The influence of Queen Jezebel remained strong, but the dramatic fulfillment of Micaiah's prophecy had dealt a severe blow to the credibility of the Baal-worshipping establishment. Zedekiah, the false prophet who had struck Micaiah in the throne room, found himself in an impossible position. His confident predictions of victory had been thoroughly discredited, and his authority as a spokesman for the divine had been shattered. The inner chamber where he sought to hide, just as Micaiah had prophesied, became both a physical and spiritual reality as he struggled to come to terms with the magnitude of his error. The other court prophets faced similar crises of confidence. Their unanimous declaration of victory had been revealed as the lying spirit Micaiah had warned about, and their reputations lay in ruins. Some of them quietly retired from public life, while others attempted to reinvent themselves as followers of different deities. None of them could escape the uncomfortable truth that they had been deceived, and had, in turn, deceived others. King Jehoshaphat returned to Jerusalem a wiser and more cautious man. His alliance with Ahab had nearly cost him his life, and the experience had taught him valuable lessons about the importance of seeking genuine divine guidance rather than accepting comfortable confirmations of predetermined plans. The prophet Jehu, son of Hanani, met him upon his return with words of rebuke for his alliance with the ungodly king, but also with recognition that the Lord had delivered him from the consequences of his poor judgment. Throughout the kingdom, people began to reassess their understanding of prophecy and divine revelation. The dramatic contrast between the false assurances of the 400 prophets and the accurate warnings of the solitary Micaiah had provided a vivid lesson in discernment. Many began to understand that true prophecy was not measured by its popularity or its agreement with human desires, but by its faithfulness to the word and character of the Lord. Years passed, and the story of Micaiah's stand against the 400 false prophets became one of the most remembered episodes in the history of Israel. Parents told it to their children as an example of courage and integrity, while religious teachers used it to illustrate the difference between true and false prophecy. The tale grew in significance with each telling, not because it was embellished, but because its lessons proved to be timeless and universal. The first and most obvious lesson was about the cost of speaking truth. Micaiah had paid a heavy price for his faithfulness: imprisonment, isolation, and the hostility of the powerful. Yet his willingness to endure these hardships had ultimately served a greater purpose, preserving the integrity of prophetic ministry and providing a clear example of what it meant to fear God rather than man. His story became a source of encouragement for future generations of prophets and faithful believers who found themselves standing alone against popular opinion. The second lesson concerned the danger of groupthink and manufactured consensus. The 400 prophets had created an impressive display of unanimity, but their agreement had been based on political expediency rather than divine revelation. Their story served as a warning about the seductive power of majority opinion and the importance of seeking truth, even when it contradicted popular sentiment. The comfort of belonging to the crowd, they learned, was no substitute for the sometimes lonely path of authentic faith. The third lesson was perhaps the most theologically complex: the reality that God sometimes allows deception as a form of judgment. The lying spirit that had influenced the false prophets was not an independent force, but an instrument of divine justice, permitted by the Lord as part of his sovereign plan. This aspect of the story forced believers to grapple with difficult questions about the nature of divine sovereignty and human responsibility, helping them develop a more mature understanding of how God works in the world. The fourth lesson focused on the importance of discernment in spiritual matters. King Jehoshaphat's initial uneasiness with the 400 prophets had been a manifestation of spiritual discernment, a recognition that something was amiss despite the impressive display of consensus. His request for a prophet of the Lord had demonstrated the value of seeking authentic divine guidance rather than accepting convenient confirmations of predetermined plans. The fifth lesson was about the ultimate futility of human schemes when they oppose divine purposes. King Ahab's elaborate disguise had been a clever attempt to circumvent prophecy through human ingenuity, but it had proven utterly useless against the sovereign will of the Lord. The random arrow that found its mark had served as a powerful reminder that God's purposes will be accomplished regardless of human attempts to thwart them. As the years passed and the kingdom of Israel continued its spiritual decline, the story of Micaiah took on additional significance. It became a benchmark against which other prophets and prophecies were measured, a reminder of what authentic faithfulness looked like in the face of opposition. When Elijah stood alone against the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, people remembered Micaiah's solitary stand. When Jeremiah faced persecution for his unpopular messages, the example of Micaiah's courage provided encouragement and precedent. The story also served as a cautionary tale for those in positions of authority. King Ahab's admission that he hated Micaiah because the prophet never spoke favourably about him had revealed the dangerous tendency of leaders to surround themselves with yes men rather than truthful counsellors. Future kings and officials who heard the story were challenged to examine their own relationships with advisors and to consider whether they were seeking truth or merely confirmation of their existing beliefs. In the quiet of his later years, Micaiah often reflected on that pivotal day when he had stood alone before 2 kings and 400 false prophets. The physical scars from his imprisonment had faded, but the spiritual impact of his experience continued to shape his understanding of his calling and his relationship with the Lord. The prophet had learned that faithfulness was not measured by immediate results, but by obedience to divine instruction. His warning had not prevented the battle or saved King Ahab's life, but it had preserved the integrity of prophetic ministry and provided a clear demonstration of the difference between true and false revelation. Sometimes, he realized, the greatest victories were won not through changing circumstances, but through maintaining faithfulness in the midst of difficult circumstances. Micaiah had also discovered that standing alone was not the same as being alone. In his prison cell, deprived of human companionship and comfort, he had experienced a deeper intimacy with the Lord than he had ever known before. The isolation that had seemed like punishment had actually become a pathway to greater spiritual understanding and strength. He had learned that the approval of the crowd was a poor substitute for the approval of the Almighty. The prophet had come to understand that his role was not to be popular, but to be faithful, not to tell people what they wanted to hear, but to speak what the Lord had given him to say. This understanding had freed him from the burden of trying to manage people's reactions to his messages, and had allowed him to focus entirely on the sacred responsibility of accurate communication of divine truth. The peace that came from this clarity of purpose was worth more than all the royal favour he might have gained through compromise. As news of Micaiah's faithfulness spread beyond the borders of Israel, his story began to influence other nations and cultures. Foreign dignitaries who visited the kingdom often asked to hear the account of the prophet who had stood against 400 false prophets and accurately predicted the death of a king. The story became a testament to the power of truth and the importance of moral courage, inspiring people of various backgrounds to examine their own commitments to integrity and faithfulness. The story also had a profound impact on the understanding of prophecy itself. Future generations would use Micaiah's example as a standard for evaluating prophetic claims, recognizing that true prophecy was characterized by faithfulness to the Lord's character and purposes rather than by popular appeal or immediate gratification. The account helped establish criteria for distinguishing between authentic divine revelation and human manipulation disguised as spiritual authority. In the broader context of Israel's history, Micaiah's stand represented a crucial moment in the preservation of true worship and authentic faith. At a time when the kingdom was sliding towards spiritual apostasy, his unwavering commitment to truth served as a beacon of hope for those who still sought to follow the Lord with integrity. His example encouraged other faithful believers to maintain their convictions even when they seemed to be in the minority. The story of Micaiah also served as a bridge between the ministries of the earlier prophets like Elijah and later ones like Jeremiah and Ezekiel. His experience of standing alone against popular opinion and suffering for his faithfulness would be echoed in the lives of many subsequent prophets who faced similar challenges. The patterns of persecution, vindication, and ultimate triumph that characterized his story became recurring themes in the ongoing narrative of God's relationship with his people. As we reach the end of Micaiah's story, we find ourselves confronted with questions that transcend the ancient world and speak directly to our modern hearts. In an age of social media echo chambers and manufactured consensus, the prophet's example challenges us to examine our own commitment to truth and our willingness to stand alone when necessary. The 400 false prophets of Micaiah's day have their counterparts in every generation. Those who tell us what we want to hear rather than what we need to hear, who offer comfortable lies instead of challenging truths. The temptation to join the crowd, to find safety in numbers, to seek approval rather than accuracy, remains as strong today as it was in ancient Israel. Micaiah's courage reminds us that faithfulness is not a group activity, but an individual responsibility. Each of us must decide whether we will speak truth or remain silent, whether we will stand for what is right or compromise for what is convenient. The prophet's example shows us that the path of integrity is often lonely, but it is never walked alone by those who trust in the Lord. The story also challenges us to examine our own relationship with authority and our tendency to surround ourselves with people who confirm our existing beliefs rather than challenging us to grow. Like King Ahab, we may find ourselves preferring the comfort of familiar lies to the discomfort of unfamiliar truths. Micaiah's example calls us to seek out voices that speak with authenticity, rather than those that merely echo our own opinions. Perhaps most importantly, the story of Micaiah reminds us that truth has a way of prevailing in the end, even when it seems overwhelmed by opposition. The prophet's vindication did not come immediately, and it came at great personal cost, but it came nonetheless. His example encourages us to trust in the ultimate triumph of truth, and to remain faithful even when the outcome is uncertain. In our own lives, we may face moments when we are called to be like Micaiah, to stand alone against popular opinion, to speak uncomfortable truths, to choose faithfulness over favour. When those moments come, may we remember the forgotten prophet who found his courage not in the approval of men, but in the approval of his God. The story of Micaiah teaches us that true strength is not found in numbers, but in conviction, that real courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to do what is right despite our fears, and that lasting victory comes not from avoiding conflict, but from maintaining integrity in the midst of it. As you close your eyes tonight and drift towards sleep, may you carry with you the quiet courage of Micaiah, the man who dared to stand alone because he knew he was not truly alone. May his example inspire you to speak truth with love, to stand for what is right with humility, and to trust in the ultimate triumph of God's purposes even when the immediate circumstances seem overwhelming. In a world that often rewards conformity and punishes authenticity, may you find the strength to be like Micaiah, faithful, courageous, and true. For in the end, it is not the approval of the crowd that matters, but the approval of the one who sees all hearts and knows all truths. The forgotten prophet's story ends, but its echo continues in every heart that chooses truth over comfort, courage over convenience, and faithfulness over favour. May that echo sound clearly in your own life, guiding you toward the kind of integrity that leaves a lasting legacy long after the voices of the crowd have faded into silence. Rest well, dear friends, and may your dreams be filled with the peace that comes from knowing you serve a God who honours faithfulness, rewards courage, and never abandons those who trust in him. The story of Micaiah reminds us that in God's kingdom, Standing alone with truth is always better than standing with the crowd in deception. Sleep peacefully, knowing that, like Micaiah, you're never truly alone when you walk in the light of divine truth. Hey there, peaceful soul. Before we begin tonight's gentle journey through Scripture, I'd love to know where in the world you're listening from right now and what time it is in your corner of creation. Please leave a comment below sharing this. It's always such a blessing to see how God's Word brings rest to hearts across every time zone. And if tonight's story brings you peace, please consider subscribing to Sacred Rest for more scripture-based sleep stories delivered with calm, unhurried care. Now take a deep breath and let's rest in God's presence. The Sea of Galilee rested in quiet splendour as the day's light began its gentle retreat toward the horizon. Golden rays stretched across the water's surface, dancing and shimmering as if heaven itself had scattered coins across the deep. It had been a full day, a day when crowds pressed in from every direction, hungry for wisdom, for healing, for a glimpse of this man who spoke as no one had spoken before. Jesus had been teaching since morning, his voice carrying across the gathered multitudes. He spoke of seeds falling on different soils, of tiny mustard seeds growing into sheltering trees, of hidden treasures and precious pearls. The kingdom of heaven, he said, was like these things, sometimes hidden, always valuable, growing in ways the human eye might miss. His words were simple yet profound, accessible yet mysterious, and the crowds hung on every syllable. But even the Son of God wrapped in human flesh grew weary. As the sun began its descent, Jesus looked out at his disciples with eyes that held both exhaustion and purpose. "Let us go over to the other side," he said simply. No fanfare accompanied these words, no dramatic declaration, just a quiet invitation to cross the sea. This is where our meditation begins tonight, with this small, seemingly unremarkable statement. Let us go over to the other side. 5 ordinary words that carried extraordinary meaning. For when Jesus says, "Let us go," he already knows what lies ahead. The storm that would soon rage was not a surprise to him. The fear that would grip his disciples' hearts was already known. The peace he would speak was already prepared. The disciples, eager to follow their teacher wherever he led, began to prepare the boat. Some of them were fishermen by trade, Peter, Andrew, James, and John, their hands calloused and strong from years of casting nets and pulling oars. They knew this sea intimately, had crossed its waters countless times. This evening crossing seemed unremarkable to them, simply another journey in their extraordinary adventure with this remarkable man. Other followers bid Jesus and the disciples farewell from the shore, perhaps still pondering the parables they had heard throughout the day. The kingdom of heaven is like. These words would linger in their hearts as they returned to their homes, planting seeds of truth that would grow in ways they couldn't yet imagine. As the boat pushed away from shore, Jesus settled into the stern. A small cushion was placed there, nothing luxurious, just a simple comfort for the teacher's rest. Several of the disciples took up the oars, their strong arms working in rhythmic unison to guide the vessel forward. Others perhaps sat quietly, watching the shoreline recede or gazing up at the vast canvas of sky that was beginning to transition from azure blue to deepening indigo. The evening air was cool against their skin, a welcome relief after the heat of the day. Birds wheeled overhead, their silhouettes dark against the warming colours of sunset. Fish occasionally broke the surface of the water, creating ripples that expanded outward in perfect circles. All seemed peaceful, all seemed well. Jesus, his body surrendering to weariness, closed his eyes. The gentle rocking of the boat, the quiet splash of water against its sides, the distant calls of birds, these formed a lullaby that invited rest. And so he slept, his head resting on the cushion, his breath falling into the deep, steady rhythm of slumber. The disciples continued their work, some rowing, others perhaps talking quietly among themselves about the day's events. What did the Master mean by this parable or that? How had he known what was in the heart of the Pharisee who had challenged him? Would they truly understand all these mysteries someday, as he had promised? As twilight deepened into dusk, stars began to appear overhead. First one, then dozens, then hundreds, until the sky above was spangled with light. On any other night, this might have been a moment of transcendent beauty, a reminder of God's promise to Abraham that his descendants would be as numerous as these very stars. But those with experience on these waters noticed something concerning. The air had changed, becoming charged with an expectancy that seasoned fishermen recognized. A slight shift in the wind's direction, a subtle change in temperature, small signs that spoke volumes to those who knew how to read them. Peter exchanged glances with Andrew, then with James. No words were needed between men who had spent their lives on these waters. Something was coming. The sea, now growing restless beneath them, had secrets to tell. Yet Jesus slept on, his face peaceful in the gathering darkness. Did the disciples consider waking him then, when the first signs appeared? Did they debate among themselves whether to alert their teacher to the changing conditions? We don't know. Perhaps they chose to let him rest, confident in their own abilities to handle whatever came. Perhaps they thought the signs would come to nothing. As the boat continued its journey across the darkening waters, the shoreline they had left grew distant, a thin line of shadow against the night sky. Ahead lay their destination, the country of the Gerasenes, but it remained out of sight, beyond the curve of the horizon. They were in the middle space now, too far from where they had been to return quickly, not yet close enough to where they were going to find shelter. It is in these middle spaces of our lives that storms often find us. Not when we're safely harboured, not when we've reached our destination, but in the vulnerable in-between, in the waiting, in the journeying, in the not yet there. The disciples could not know what lay ahead, but Jesus did. His rest was not the ignorant sleep of one caught unaware, but the peaceful repose of one who knows the end from the beginning. In this, there is profound comfort for us tonight as we rest. Whatever journey we're on, whatever middle space we find ourselves in, Jesus knows. He has already seen what we have not yet encountered. As our minds begin to slow and our bodies relax into this moment of rest, let us picture ourselves in that boat. Feel the gentle rocking beneath you. Hear the quiet splash of water against wood. See the stars appearing one by one in the vast expanse above, and know that Jesus is there with you, perfectly at peace even as the first winds of change begin to stir. It began with a whisper, a subtle change in the rhythm of the night. The stars that had shone so brightly overhead began to disappear, one by one, as clouds moved across the sky like silent spectators gathering for some celestial event. The gentle lapping of water against the sides of the boat grew more insistent, less soothing. The disciples, some of whom may have been drifting towards sleep themselves, grew more alert, their senses heightened by years of experience on these unpredictable waters. The Sea of Galilee, also known as Lake Gennesaret or the Sea of Tiberias, sits more than 600 feet below sea level, nestled in a basin surrounded by mountains. This unique geography creates a natural phenomenon well known to local fishermen. When cool air from the Mediterranean Sea, about 30 miles to the west, collides with the hot, humid air over the lake, sudden and violent storms can emerge with startling speed. This night would prove no exception to that natural law. One moment, the disciples were crossing in relative calm. The next, they found themselves battling a windstorm that seemed to descend upon them from nowhere. The Greek word used in Mark's Gospel to describe this storm is leilaps. Not a gentle rain shower or passing breeze, but a furious squall, a tempest of frightening power. The wind began to howl, no longer a whisper but a roar that filled their ears and made conversation nearly impossible. It seized the sail, straining the ropes that secured it, and threatening to tear the fabric from its moorings. Those disciples with seafaring experience would have worked quickly to secure what they could, their hands moving with practiced efficiency despite the growing chaos. Waves rose around them, no longer gentle undulations but angry mountains of water that lifted the boat high before dropping it with stomach-churning speed into the next trough. Water began to break over the sides, soaking the men to their skin and pooling at their feet. In the dim light of whatever lamps they might have had, or perhaps by now extinguished by wind and water, they could see the boat beginning to fill. For modern readers, it might be difficult to fully appreciate the terror of this moment. We who cross oceans in massive ships or fly above the clouds in airplanes may have experienced turbulence or rough seas, but few of us have truly feared for our lives while travelling. These men, however, even those who had spent their lives on the water, understood their mortality with stark clarity in this moment. The boat was filling with water faster than they could bail it out. The wind showed no signs of abating. The shore was nowhere in sight. In the ancient world where swimming was not a commonly taught skill, and where the depths of the sea represented chaos and death, their situation was dire indeed. And Jesus slept on, his head still resting on the cushion in the stern of the boat. This image of Christ sleeping peacefully while chaos rages is one of the most powerful in all of Scripture. There is something almost incongruous about it, something that both confounds and comforts. The disciples must have looked at him with bewilderment. How could anyone sleep through such a storm? Did he not feel the water soaking his garments? Did he not hear the howling wind, or feel the violent pitching of the vessel? Perhaps some of them remembered the words of Psalm 121. He who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. Yet here was their teacher, their master, whom some had begun to believe might be the promised Messiah, deep in slumber while destruction seemed imminent. We might pause here in our meditation and consider times when God has seemed silent or sleeping in our own lives. Those dark nights when prayers appear to go unanswered. Those seasons of suffering when heaven itself seems shut tight. Those moments when we cry out, "Lord, don't you care?" For this was precisely the question that rose to the disciples' lips as fear gave way to desperation. Someone, we don't know who, moved to the stern where Jesus lay sleeping. Perhaps they shook his shoulder roughly, the protocol of respect forgotten in the face of survival's urgency. "Teacher!" they cried, their voices barely audible above the storm's rage. "Don't you care if we drown?" There is raw humanity in this question, the unfiltered cry of those who feel abandoned in their hour of greatest need. It's not a theologian's careful inquiry or a philosopher's pondering, but the gut-level response of frightened men who cannot understand why the one they've come to trust seems indifferent to their plight. Don't you care? How many times have these words formed in human hearts across the centuries? The parent kneeling by the bed of a suffering child, the widow standing by a fresh grave, the refugee fleeing violence with nothing but the clothes on their back, the addict fighting for sobriety and failing again. Lord, don't you care? It's worth noting that the disciples didn't question Jesus' ability to help. They questioned his concern, his heart. They believed he could do something. Why else wake him? But they wondered if he would. Did their plight move him? Did their fear matter to him? Was he as invested in their well-being as they had come to believe? In asking this question, they revealed something profound about the nature of faith. True faith isn't just believing that God can, it's trusting that God will, that his heart is good, that his love is sure, that his timing is perfect. And this is often where our faith is tested most severely, not in questioning God's power, but in questioning his character, his concern, his care. As we continue to settle into rest tonight, let's acknowledge any storms that may be raging in our own lives. Perhaps there are circumstances that have caused us to wonder if God sees, if God cares. Like the disciples, we may have experienced moments of feeling alone in the tempest, questioning whether our prayers are heard. The beauty of this story, and the comfort it offers us even now, is that Jesus' response to their cry reveals the truth about his heart. But before we explore that response, let's sit for a moment with the reality of the storm itself. Feel the wind's force, hear its howl, see the waves crashing over the sides of the boat, experience the fear, the confusion, the desperate cry for help, and know that in the midst of it all, Jesus is present, not distant, not removed, but right there in the boat with them, with us. Whatever storm we face, we do not face it alone. The Lord of all creation has chosen to journey with us, to be present with us in every turbulent moment and every threatening circumstance. As our breathing deepens and our bodies grow heavier with approaching sleep, let us find comfort in this reality. The presence of Jesus in our boat does not exempt us from storms, but it changes everything about how we experience them. He's here even when he appears to be sleeping. He hears even when he seems silent. And he will respond in his perfect time with his perfect power. Now, as we picture the disciples crowding around Jesus, as we hear their cry of "Don't you care if we drown?" let us watch and see what happens next, for the storm is about to meet its match. The chaos is about to encounter its creator. The winds and waves are about to recognize the voice of the one who called them into being. Jesus woke to the violent pitching of the boat, to the spray of water across his face, to the desperate cries of his disciples. "Teacher, don't you care if we drown?" Their question hung in the air between them, nearly lost in the howling of the wind, yet impossibly loud in its implication. Did he care? Could they truly doubt this? He who had healed the sick, restored sight to the blind, cleansed the lepers, did they think his compassion extended only to strangers and not to those closest to him? He who had called them by name, who had shared meals and long roads and countless conversations with them, did they imagine his heart was indifferent to their fear? Yet Jesus did not respond to their question directly. He did not immediately reassure them of his care or explain his apparent indifference. Instead, he rose, calm, unhurried, sovereign, and turned his attention to the storm itself. Mark's Gospel tells us that he got up, rebuked the wind, and said to the waves, "Quiet, be still." The Greek phrase used here, siopa pephimoso, carries the sense of be silent, be muzzled. It is the language one might use to quiet a disruptive animal or silence a disturbing noise. There is authority in these words, command and expectation of immediate obedience, and obey they did. The wind, which had been screaming across the water with destructive force, died away at once. The waves, which had been crashing over the sides of the boat and threatening to sink it, flattened into submission. The entire chaotic scene transformed in an instant from deadly peril to perfect calm. Imagine witnessing this moment. 1 second, you're fighting for your life against one of nature's most terrifying displays of power. The next, you're floating on a sea as smooth as glass under a clearing sky. The contrast would be disorienting, almost unbelievable. The silence following such tumult would ring in your ears. The stillness after such violent motion would leave you feeling strangely weightless. Only then, after demonstrating his authority over creation itself, did Jesus turn back to his disciples, and his words to them were not what they might have expected. No warm reassurance that yes, of course he cared, no gentle understanding of their fear. Instead, he asked them two pointed questions. Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith? These questions weren't meant to shame or condemn. Jesus was not expressing disappointment so much as issuing an invitation to examine the gap between what they professed to believe about him and how they responded when those beliefs were tested by circumstance. The first question, why are you so afraid, invites examination of the source of our fears. Fear often arises from a perception of threat coupled with a sense of powerlessness to address that threat. The disciples feared drowning because they perceived the storm's power and recognized their inability to control it. But Jesus was suggesting another perspective. When he is in our boat, the equation changes. The presence of the Creator fundamentally alters the balance of power in any situation. The second question, do you still have no faith, probes even deeper. These disciples had witnessed Jesus perform miracle after miracle. They had seen him heal diseases medicine couldn't touch. They had watched him cast out demons that had tormented their victims for years. They had even seen him challenge the religious authorities of their day with an authority that clearly came from above. Yet when the storm came, when their own lives were threatened, their faith faltered. They reverted to fear rather than resting in confidence that the God who had demonstrated his power in so many other circumstances remained just as powerful in their present crisis. This is a common human pattern, isn't it? We can intellectually believe in God's power and love. We can recall times when we've experienced his faithfulness. We can even testify to others about how he has worked in our lives. But when new challenges arise, particularly ones that feel overwhelming or threatening, we can forget everything we know and surrender to panic. Jesus' questions invite a different response. They challenge us to align our emotional reactions with our professed beliefs, to allow what we know about God's character to inform how we feel when facing life's storms. This is not about denying fear. Fear is a natural human emotion that even Jesus experienced in the Garden of Gethsemane. Rather, it's about preventing fear from distorting our view of God and his activity in our lives. The disciples' fear had led them to question Jesus' care for them. Don't you care if we drown? His questions in return invited them to question their fear instead. Was it consistent with what they knew of him? Was it justified in light of who he had revealed himself to be? As we continue our journey toward rest tonight, these questions can guide our own reflection. What fears keep us awake at night? What storms in our lives have made us wonder if God cares? And more importantly, what do we know about the character of Jesus that might speak to those fears? If Jesus is truly who Scripture reveals him to be, all-powerful yet deeply compassionate, sovereign yet intimately involved, holy yet merciful, then our fears must be evaluated in light of these truths. Not dismissed or denied, but placed within the larger context of who God is and how he works. The disciples in that boat had to reconcile their experience of the storm with their experience of Jesus' power over it. We too must reconcile our experience of life's challenges with our understanding of God's character and capabilities. This reconciliation doesn't happen once and for all. It's an ongoing process, a continued growth in trust that develops as we walk with him through both calm seas and raging tempests. Perhaps the most comforting truth in this entire account is the simple reality that Jesus was in the boat with them. He had said, "Let us go over to the other side, you will," not "let me meet you on the other side," or "to try to make it to the other side." When Jesus says, "let us go," he commits to the entire journey, not just the destination. Similarly, when Jesus calls us to follow him, he doesn't promise absence of storms. He doesn't guarantee that the path will be smooth or the journey comfortable. What he does promise is his presence with us in whatever we face. "I am with you always," he would later tell his followers, "to the very end of the age." This presence changes everything. It doesn't always change our circumstances, though sometimes, as in this story, it dramatically does. But it always changes the meaning of those circumstances and how we can respond to them. As we feel sleep drawing nearer, let us rest in this truth. Whatever storm we face, Jesus is in our boat, not as a passive passenger, but as the Lord of wind and wave, the one whose word can transform chaos into calm, the one whose presence transforms our fear into faith. The question Jesus asks, "Why are you so afraid?" isn't meant to dismiss our feelings, but to direct our focus toward the greater reality of his presence and power. The perfect love he embodies casts out fear, not by pretending the storm doesn't exist, but by reminding us that he exists within the storm with us, and that makes all the difference. In the aftermath of the storm's sudden cessation, a profound silence settled over the Sea of Galilee. The only sounds remaining might have been the gentle lapping of now calm waters against the boat's hull, the dripping of seawater from soaked clothing and hair, and perhaps the still rapid breathing of men whose hearts had not yet caught up with the dramatic change in their circumstances. The contrast could not have been more stark. Moments before, chaos had reigned, wind howling, waves crashing, men shouting in fear. Now, perfect stillness surrounded them. The sky was clearing, stars reappearing like hesitant witnesses emerging after danger has passed. The sea, which had threatened to claim their lives, now cradled their boat with gentle care. In this strange new quiet, Jesus' words hung in the air. "Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith?" These questions weren't harsh or condemning. They were asked by the same voice that had just commanded the elements and been instantly obeyed. They were spoken by the same lips that had taught multitudes about the kingdom of heaven, that had pronounced forgiveness to the repentant, that had offered living water to the thirsty. His tone may have been one of genuine curiosity rather than criticism, a teacher using a powerful experiential lesson to reveal what was in his students' hearts. The disciples' reaction to this moment is profoundly revealing. Mark tells us that they were terrified and asked each other, "Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him." This was a new kind of fear, not the desperate fear of drowning that had gripped them during the storm, but the reverent awe that comes from encountering something, someone, beyond human comprehension. Their question, "Who is this?" is perhaps the most important question any person can ask about Jesus. It's a question that has echoed through centuries across cultures within countless human hearts. Who is this man who spoke with unparalleled authority, who healed with a touch, who forgave sins as if they were his to forgive, and who, as they had just witnessed, commanded the very elements of nature with a word? The disciples had already seen Jesus perform many miracles. They had watched him heal sickness, cast out demons, even restore withered limbs. But this display of power struck them differently, perhaps because it touched so directly on their own expertise. Peter, Andrew, James, John, these were fishermen who had spent their lives on this very sea. They knew its moods and dangers. They had weathered storms before through their own skill and experience. But they had never seen anyone simply speak to a storm and have it obey. Their question reveals something profound about spiritual growth. Revelation comes in layers. We don't grasp the full reality of who Jesus is all at once. Even those who walked with him physically, who ate with him and listened to his teaching daily, came to understand his identity gradually, through accumulated experiences and progressive revelation. This moment on the sea represented a significant shift in their understanding. The Jesus they thought they knew, teacher, healer, friend, suddenly revealed himself to be Lord of creation itself. The one who had been sleeping on a cushion moments before now stood before them as the one who held authority over the very forces of nature. "Who is this?" they asked each other. They were beginning to realize that the answer was far more profound, far more cosmic, far more divine than they had previously imagined. This question invites us into our own reflection tonight. Who is Jesus to us? Is he simply a wise teacher whose moral guidance we appreciate? A historical figure who founded a religion? A comforting presence when life gets difficult? Or is he the sovereign Lord of all creation, whose authority extends over every aspect of our existence, from the largest cosmic forces to the smallest details of our daily lives? Our answer to this question shapes everything about our faith journey. If Jesus is merely a good teacher, then his words are suggestions we can take or leave. If he is simply a historical religious figure, then his relevance to our modern lives may be limited. But if he is who he claimed to be, the Son of God, one with the Father, the Word made flesh, then every word he spoke carries divine authority. Every promise he made is utterly trustworthy, and every command he gave deserves our complete obedience. The disciples in that boat were confronting this reality in a visceral, immediate way. The Jesus they thought they knew had just done something only God could do. The Psalms describe God as the One who stilled the roaring of the seas, the roaring of their waves. Psalm 65:7, and the one who stilled the storm to a whisper, the waves of the sea were hushed. Psalm 107:29. Now they had seen Jesus do exactly this, with their own eyes in their own boat, in response to their own cry for help. Their question, "Who is this?" was not merely rhetorical. It reflected genuine wrestling with an expanding understanding of Jesus' identity. And this wrestling is an essential part of authentic faith. God does not expect us to have perfect theological understanding from the beginning of our journey with him. He reveals himself to us gradually, meeting us where we are and gently expanding our capacity to know him as he truly is. For the disciples, this storm became a classroom, a place where their understanding of Jesus grew deeper and wider. Similarly, the storms of our lives often become the context in which we come to know God more truly. It's relatively easy to affirm God's goodness when life is calm and comfortable. It's when the winds howl and the waves threaten that our true understanding of his character is both revealed and refined. As we continue our journey towards sleep tonight, let's allow this holy question to linger in our minds. Who is this Jesus? Not as an abstract theological inquiry, but as a personal exploration of relationship. Who is he to me? What have I seen him do in my life? How has my understanding of him grown through seasons of both calm and storm? The beauty of this story is that it invites us to know Jesus more fully, not just as a distant miracle worker, but as the one who journeys with us through every circumstance of life. He is in our boat. He may sometimes appear to be sleeping, but he is never absent, never unaware, never unconcerned. And when he speaks, whether to rebuke a storm or to question our fear, his words carry the authority of the one who created all things and holds all things together. The wind and waves recognize his voice, because they came into being through that same voice. All things were created through him and for him, Paul would later write to the Colossians. He is before all things, and in him all things hold together. Colossians 1:16-15. This is the Jesus who accompanies us through every storm. This is the one who has promised never to leave us or forsake us. This is the Lord who may ask us, as he asked his first disciples, "Why are you so afraid?" Not to shame us for our fear, but to invite us into deeper trust based on deeper knowledge of who he truly is. As our bodies grow heavier with approaching sleep, as our thoughts begin to slow and quiet, let us rest in this profound truth. The one who commands the wind and waves is with us. And if even the storm obeys his voice, how much more can we trust him with the circumstances of our lives, with the fears that sometimes keep us awake, with the future that remains unknown to us but is fully known to him? In this trust, we find not just theological truth, but practical peace, the kind of peace that allows us to rest even when circumstances remain uncertain. Jesus didn't promise his disciples a storm-free journey. He promised them his presence through whatever storms might come. He offers us the same today. Who is this? The disciples asked. The answer to that question continues to unfold for all who choose to journey with him. Not in abstract propositions, but in lived experience, in daily walking with the one whose authority extends over every realm and whose love reaches into every heart that opens to receive him. As the boat continued its journey across the now peaceful sea, the disciples must have fallen into a contemplative silence. The question they had asked each other, "Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him," would linger in their hearts and minds for days, weeks, perhaps even years to come. Each time they recalled this night, this storm, this miracle, their understanding of Jesus would deepen a little more. This is often how spiritual growth unfolds for us as well. Not primarily through intellectual study, though that has its place, but through lived experiences that reveal God's character and power in ways that transform our understanding. Head knowledge becomes heart knowledge when we see God act in response to our deepest needs and most desperate prayers. The disciples were beginning to grasp something profound. Jesus was not merely with them, he was over all things. His presence in their boat didn't just mean companionship, it meant protection, provision, and peace that transcended circumstances. Even when he appeared to be sleeping, his sovereignty remained active and absolute. As the first light of dawn began to brighten the eastern sky, they could see their destination approaching, the region of the Gerasenes on the opposite shore of the lake. Jesus had said, "Let us go over to the other side," and despite all that had transpired during the night, they were indeed arriving exactly where he had intended to take them. This small detail carries significant comfort. When Jesus sets a destination, he ensures arrival. The storm, powerful as it was, had not prevented the fulfillment of his stated purpose. It had threatened, certainly. It had frightened the disciples badly. But in the end, it had simply become another opportunity for Jesus to reveal more of himself to those who followed him. This pattern appears throughout Scripture and throughout the lives of those who walk with God. What appears to be a detour or a disaster often becomes the very context in which God manifests his glory most clearly. The storm on the sea, the fiery furnace, the lion's den, the prison cell. In Scripture, these became stages for divine revelation, not obstacles to divine purpose. As we prepare to drift into sleep tonight, there is profound rest available in this reality. Whatever storms we face, they do not take Jesus by surprise. Whatever fears arise within us, they do not diminish his power. Whatever threatens to overwhelm us, it cannot overrule his sovereign declaration over our lives. If Jesus has said to us, in any area of our lives, "Let us go to the other side," then we can rest assured that no storm, internal or external, can prevent us from reaching the destination he has established. The journey may include unexpected turbulence. We may experience moments of genuine fear, but the presence of Jesus in our boat, in our lives, our circumstances, our hearts, guarantees safe passage. This doesn't mean we won't get wet, doesn't mean the journey will always feel comfortable or proceed according to our preferred timeline. The disciples in that boat experienced genuine terror before they witnessed miraculous calm. They got soaked to the skin. They may have lost cargo overboard. The boat likely required bailing out and repairs afterward, but they made it to the other side because Jesus had declared that this would be so, and in the process, they came to know him more deeply than they had before. The storm became not an obstacle to their progress, but a vehicle for their spiritual growth. As we reflect on this story one final time tonight, let's consider 3 enduring comforts it offers to all who journey with Jesus. First, Jesus is present in every storm. He may not manifest his power immediately or in the ways we expect, but he's never absent from our struggles. The psalmist wrote, "God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Therefore we will not fear, though the earth give way and the mountains fall into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, and the mountains quake with their surging." Psalm 46:1-3. This presence is not just comforting, it's transformative. It changes how we experience our circumstances, even when it doesn't immediately change the circumstances themselves. Second, Jesus' timing is perfect. He allowed the storm to rage for a time before calming it, not because he was indifferent to the disciples' fear, but because the experience would deepen their understanding and strengthen their faith. Similarly, when he seems silent or inactive in our lives, it is never due to indifference. His timing takes into account purposes and perspectives that extend far beyond our immediate comfort, encompassing our long-term growth and God's eternal glory. Third, Jesus' authority is absolute. When he spoke to the wind and waves, they had no choice but to obey. The same voice that said, "Let there be light" at creation, now said, "Be still" to the storm, with the same creative authority and the same immediate result. This ultimate authority means that nothing we face, no circumstance, no enemy, no fear, no failure, is beyond his power to redeem, restore, or transform according to his perfect will. These truths don't eliminate life's storms, but they fundamentally change how we experience them. They allow us to sleep, literally and figuratively, in the sovereignty of the one who has promised to bring us safely to the other side. As your body relaxes more deeply now, as your breathing slows and your thoughts begin to drift, imagine yourself in that boat after the storm has ceased. Feel the gentle rocking of the vessel on calm waters. See the stars reflected on the surface like scattered diamonds. Hear the quiet lapping of small waves against the wooden hull. And most importantly, know that Jesus is there with you, awake, aware, almighty. The night is passing. Dawn approaches. The shore draws nearer with each moment. And the one who commanded the storm with a word continues to hold you in the palm of his hand, guiding your vessel to exactly where he intends it to go. In this assurance there is deep peace. In this knowledge there is perfect rest. In this presence there is complete safety. Whether we find ourselves currently in the midst of a raging storm, in the calm that follows, or in the ordinary moments between dramatic events, the truth remains. Jesus is with us. Jesus is for us, and Jesus will bring us safely to the other side. So breathe deeply now. Release the tension you may be holding in your shoulders, your jaw, your hands, your mind. Allow your body to grow heavy with approaching sleep.
What if I told you there's a Bible story where a piece of iron floated, not metaphorically, not symbolically, literally floated on water like a cork bobbing on the surface of a pond? You've heard of Moses parting the Red Sea. You know about David slaying Goliath. The story of Daniel in the lion's den rolls off your tongue, but tucked away in the pages of 2 Kings chapter 6 lies one of the most overlooked miracles in all of Scripture. A miracle so humble, so seemingly insignificant, that most people skip right over it without a second thought. Yet this brief narrative, comprising only 6 verses, contains profound truths about faith, responsibility, and the God who cares about the smallest details of our lives. During the prophetic ministry of Elisha, miracles often happened in ordinary, almost mundane situations. While his predecessor, Elijah, called down fire from heaven and raised the dead, Elisha's ministry was marked by intimate, practical interventions, healing bitter water, multiplying oil for a widow's debt, and yes, making iron float. This story is brief in Scripture but rich in meaning, a testament to faith in small things, a reminder that no problem is too insignificant for divine intervention. In a world where we're conditioned to believe that God only shows up for the spectacular, the floating axe head whispers a different truth. Sometimes, the most profound miracles happen in the most ordinary moments of our lives. The sun cast long shadows across the Jordan River Valley as another day began in the divided kingdom of Israel. It was a time of political turmoil and spiritual awakening, when the northern kingdom teetered between apostasy and revival, largely dependent on the influence of God's prophets. This was the era of Elisha's ministry, roughly 850 BC, decades after the dramatic departure of his mentor Elijah in a chariot of fire. The sons of the prophets, a community of disciples and spiritual students gathered around Elisha, had been growing steadily. These weren't prophets in the sense of fortune tellers or mystics, but rather men dedicated to learning God's ways, studying his word, and serving under the guidance of established prophets like Elisha. Think of them as a biblical seminary, a community of faith where young men came to deepen their understanding of the divine and prepare for ministry. Their current living situation had become cramped and inadequate. What had once been sufficient space for a handful of devoted followers was now bursting at the seams. The community was thriving, and with growth came practical challenges. They needed more room, more space to gather, to learn, to live together in their pursuit of spiritual wisdom. "The place where we dwell with you is too small for us," they told Elisha one morning, their voices carrying the respectful deference due their teacher, but also the practical urgency of their situation. It wasn't a complaint so much as an observation, a statement of fact that required action. Their solution was both practical and communal. They would go to the Jordan River region and gather timber to construct a larger dwelling place. The Jordan Valley was known for its trees, sycamores, willows, and other varieties that could provide the lumber they needed. It was honest work, the kind of labour that built both character and community as they worked side by side toward a common goal. "Let us go to the Jordan," they proposed, "and let every man take a beam from there, and let us make a place where we may dwell." The plan was simple, straightforward, and entirely reasonable. They weren't asking for a miracle or divine provision dropped from heaven. They were willing to work, to sweat, to use their hands and their backs to meet their need. Elisha, ever the encouraging leader, gave his blessing. Go. But their invitation touched his heart. "Please consent to go with your servants." They wanted their teacher among them, not just giving permission but participating in their labour. And Elisha, who could have remained comfortably behind while his students did the hard work, responded with characteristic humility, "I will go." So the small company set out for the Jordan, tools in hand, ready to transform their vision into reality. The Jordan River had witnessed countless biblical events. It was here that Joshua led the Israelites into the Promised Land, where the priest's feet touched the water and it parted just as the Red Sea had done for Moses. It was in these very waters that centuries later John the Baptist would immerse Jesus Christ himself. But on this particular day, there would be no grand procession, no miraculous river crossing, just a group of dedicated men heading to the riverside to cut timber, their hearts full of purpose and their hands ready for honest labour. The Jordan Valley stretched before them, its banks lined with the trees they needed, its waters flowing steadily toward the Dead Sea, carrying with it the silt and sediment of the highlands above. None of them could have imagined that before the day was through, these same waters would become the stage for a miracle that defied every law of physics they understood. The ordinary was about to become extraordinary, but for now it was simply another day of work in service to God and community. The work began in earnest as the sun climbed higher in the morning sky. The sounds of labour filled the Jordan Valley. the rhythmic thud of axes biting into wood, the crack and groan of falling timber, the calls of men coordinating their efforts. It was satisfying work, the kind that produces visible results and builds camaraderie among those who share the burden. Among the workers was a young man whose name history has forgotten, but whose predicament would echo through the ages. Unlike some of his fellow students who had brought their own tools, he had needed to borrow an axe for the day's work. In ancient Israel, this was no small matter. Iron tools were precious commodities, expensive and carefully maintained. They weren't mass-produced items you could easily replace if lost or damaged. The transition from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age had been gradual in Israel, and iron tools still represented significant investment. A good axe might cost several days' wages for an ordinary labourer. For a student prophet, likely supported by the generosity of others and focused on spiritual rather than material pursuits, such a tool was far beyond his means to purchase. Borrowing the axe wasn't just a casual favour between friends. It was a serious responsibility, a trust that carried moral and financial weight. The lender had placed confidence in this young man's character and ability to care for a valuable tool. To lose or damage it would bring not only financial burden, but also shame and damaged relationships within the community. The young man worked diligently, perhaps even more carefully than usual, acutely aware of the responsibility he carried. The axe felt good in his hands, well balanced, sharp, effective. Each swing brought down chips of wood as he worked to shape a beam for their new dwelling. The rhythm of the work was almost meditative. Lift, aim, strike, lift, aim, strike. Then it happened. Mid-swing, with no warning, the iron head of the axe flew off the handle. The wooden shaft, suddenly lightened, completed its arc uselessly through the air, while the heavy iron head traced a different trajectory entirely. Time seemed to slow as the young man watched in horror as the precious tool spun through the air and landed with a splash in the muddy waters of the Jordan. "Alas, my master, it was borrowed!" The cry escaped his lips before he could stop it, a wail of despair that carried all the weight of his predicament. This wasn't merely an inconvenience or a temporary setback. This was a crisis that threatened his integrity, his relationships, and his financial future. The Jordan River at this point wasn't like a clear mountain stream, where you might hope to spot a lost item on the bottom. Fed by tributaries from the hill country, it carried sediment and silt that made the water murky and opaque. The riverbed was soft mud, perfect for swallowing a heavy piece of iron and holding it fast. Even if the water had been crystal clear, the iron head would have sunk quickly into the soft bottom, possibly disappearing entirely into the muck. The other workers had stopped their labour at the sound of his cry. Elisha, who had been moving among them, observing the work and encouraging the labourers, turned his attention to the young man's distress. Here was a scene that any leader would recognise, a moment when accident and circumstance converge to create a problem that seems insurmountable. For the young man, the calculations were stark and frightening. How long would he need to work to earn enough to replace the axe? How could he face the man who had trusted him with this valuable tool? What would this mean for his standing in the community of prophets? The borrowed axe represented more than just iron and wood. It was a symbol of trust, responsibility, and his place in the community. The irony wasn't lost on anyone present. Here they were, working to build a place for spiritual learning and growth, and yet they faced an utterly practical, mundane problem. There was no theological complexity here, no deep spiritual mystery to unravel. Just a young man, a borrowed tool, and the murky waters of an ancient river. Standing there on the bank, staring at the spot where the ripples were already beginning to fade, the young man faced a moment that would test not only his faith, but his understanding of God's character. Was this the kind of problem that merited divine attention? Did the God who controlled the fate of nations care about one lost axe head? The question hung in the air, like morning mist over the Jordan, waiting for an answer that would surprise everyone present and challenge their assumptions about the scope of God's concern for the details of human life. Elisha approached the distressed young man with the calm demeanour that had become characteristic of his ministry. Where others might have seen an unfortunate accident requiring practical solutions, perhaps organising a group effort to drag the river bottom or beginning calculations about replacement costs, the prophet saw something different entirely. He saw an opportunity for God to reveal his character in the midst of everyday trouble. "Where did it fall?" Elisha asked simply. There was no rebuke in his voice, no suggestion that the young man had been careless or irresponsible. Just a straightforward question seeking practical information. The prophet's tone carried neither judgment nor dismissal of the problem's seriousness. He understood the weight of borrowed responsibility and the genuine distress it caused when things went wrong. The young man pointed to the spot where the axe head had disappeared beneath the surface. By now, any ripples had long since faded, and the river flowed on as if nothing had happened. To everyone watching, it looked like any other section of the Jordan, muddy water flowing over an invisible bottom, carrying the same sediment and debris as every other part of the river. But Elisha saw it differently. In his spiritual vision, this wasn't just another spot in the river. It was a specific location where God could demonstrate his power and his care for individual needs. The prophet moved with purpose, scanning the riverbank until he found what he was looking for, a suitable piece of wood. What happened next would have seemed almost comical if it weren't so profound. Elisha cut a stick, nothing special, just an ordinary piece of wood from the riverside. He didn't select anything particularly impressive or perform any elaborate ritual over it. It was simply wood, the kind of material they had been working with all morning, as common and unremarkable as anything could be. Then, with the focused intent of someone who knew exactly what he was doing, Elisha threw the stick into the water at the exact spot the young man had indicated. To the observers, it must have seemed like an odd gesture, perhaps the first step in some complex retrieval process they didn't yet understand. But Elisha's action carried the quiet confidence of a man who had learned to cooperate with divine power in the most unexpected ways. What happened next violated every natural law the witnesses understood. The iron axe head, which should have been resting in the mud at the bottom of the river, began to rise. Not slowly, not gradually, but with the buoyant purpose of cork or wood designed to float. The heavy metal broke the surface of the water and bobbed there like a leaf, defying gravity, density, and everything they thought they knew about the natural world. The silence that followed was profound. Even the sounds of the river seemed muted as the group of prophets stared at the impossible sight before them. Iron doesn't float. Everyone knows that. It's one of those fundamental facts about the physical world that requires no explanation because it's so obviously true. Yet there it was, unmistakably iron, unmistakably floating, unmistakably real. Elisha's voice broke through their amazements with practical direction. Pick it up. There was no grand speech about the miracle they had just witnessed, no theological explanation of what had occurred, no demand for praise or recognition, just simple, practical instruction to complete the restoration. The young man reached out, his hand probably trembling with a mixture of relief and awe, and lifted the iron axe head from the water. It was solid, real, unchanged, except for its brief defiance of natural law. The crisis was over. The debt was avoided. The trust was preserved. The borrowed tool was restored to its owner's care. But something much more significant than problem solving had just occurred. In those few moments beside the Jordan River, God had revealed something crucial about his character and his relationship with his people. This wasn't a miracle performed for crowds or kings. There were no political implications, no national consequences, no strategic advantages gained. This was simply God caring about one young man's distress over a borrowed tool. The miracle spoke to the heart of divine character, a God who notices when sparrows fall, who knows the number of hairs on each head, who cares about the details that seem insignificant to everyone else. The floating axe head declared that no genuine need is too small for divine attention, no honest trouble too mundane for miraculous intervention. As the young man hefted the restored tool, feeling its familiar weight and balance, the entire community of prophets had received a lesson they would never forget. They had come to the Jordan to cut timber for a building project. They were leaving with something far more valuable, a deeper understanding of the God they served and his intimate involvement in the practical details of their lives. The miracle of the floating axe head resonates through the centuries precisely because it speaks to truths that transcend its humble circumstances. In a world where we often compartmentalize the spiritual and the practical, this story demolishes the artificial barriers we create between sacred and secular concerns. The most striking aspect of this miracle is its ordinariness. God's intervention came not in response to a national crisis or a life-threatening emergency, but to solve an everyday problem that millions of people might face. The young prophet wasn't dying, wasn't facing persecution for his faith, wasn't even engaged in what we might consider particularly spiritual work. He was simply trying to help build a dormitory and had encountered the kind of mishap that makes any honest person's heart sink. This reveals something profound about God's character, his care for the complete range of human experience, not just the dramatic or spiritually significant moments. The God who controls the destiny of nations also notices when his children face embarrassment, financial stress, or the weight of broken trust. There's no problem too small, no concern too mundane, no worry too insignificant to merit his attention. The symbolism of Elisha's intervention method is equally meaningful. The prophet used a stick, one of the most common humble materials imaginable. He didn't employ exotic implements, rare metals, or elaborate ceremonies. Just wood thrown into water, the kind of action that in any other context would seem pointless or even foolish. This speaks to God's pattern of working through humble means to accomplish extraordinary purposes. Throughout Scripture, God consistently chooses the simple to confound the wise, the weak to overcome the strong, the ordinary to achieve the extraordinary. Moses had a staff, David had a sling, Gideon had clay pots and torches, and Elisha had a stick. The message is clear. God's power isn't dependent on impressive tools or elaborate methods. His strength is made perfect in weakness, his glory revealed through the most unlikely instruments. The miracle also serves as a powerful picture of restoration. What was lost was recovered. What seemed gone forever was returned. What threatened to bring shame and financial burden was transformed into a testimony of God's faithful care. This speaks to one of humanity's deepest needs, the longing for redemption, for second chances, for the restoration of what has been damaged or lost. In the broader context of human experience, we all have borrowed things that we've lost or damaged: trust, opportunities, relationships, innocence, time. We all face moments when we stare at the metaphorical muddy water where something precious has disappeared, feeling the weight of responsibility we can't fulfill. The floating axe head whispers hope into those moments, suggesting that restoration is possible, that what seems irretrievably lost can be recovered. The response required of the young man is also significant. When the miracle occurred, he still had to reach out and take the floating iron. God provided the supernatural intervention, but human cooperation was still necessary. The axe head floated, but it didn't jump back onto the handle by itself. This reflects the general pattern of divine-human cooperation throughout Scripture. God provides what only He can provide, but humans must still act in faith to appropriate His provision. Faith in action is another crucial theme woven through this narrative. The young man's cry for help wasn't a formal prayer with proper theological language. It was a raw expression of distress that nevertheless carried implicit faith that his predicament mattered to God and to God's representative, Elisha. His willingness to point out exactly where the axe head fell demonstrated trust that something could be done, even when the situation looked hopeless. Elisha's calm confidence throughout the episode reveals the prophet's deep understanding of God's character and ways. He didn't hesitate, didn't doubt, didn't suggest alternative solutions. He simply asked where the iron fell, and then acted with the assurance of someone who knew he served a God of intimate concern and unlimited power. The miracle also highlights the value of community and leadership. The young man wasn't facing his crisis alone. He was surrounded by fellow believers and guided by a seasoned prophet. Sometimes God's miraculous provision comes through the community of faith, through leaders who see possibilities where others see only problems, through the collective faith of those who believe God cares about every aspect of our lives. Perhaps most importantly, the floating axe head demonstrates that God's miracles often meet practical needs rather than serving merely as spectacular displays of power. This wasn't a miracle performed to convince skeptics or to showcase divine ability. It was a miracle of compassion, addressing a real need in the life of a faithful but distressed young man. It suggests that many of God's interventions in our lives might be similarly practical and personal rather than dramatic and public. The miracle of the floating axe head speaks across the millennia with surprising relevance to our contemporary struggles and concerns. In our age of complex problems and global crises, this ancient story reminds us that faith begins with trusting God in the small things, the everyday challenges that rarely make headlines but profoundly impact our daily lives. The first and perhaps most important lesson concerns the scope of prayer and divine concern. How many times do we hesitate to bring our smaller problems to God because they seem insignificant compared to global suffering or major life crises? The floating axe head shatters this false hierarchy of divine attention. If God cares enough to make iron float for a borrowed tool, then no legitimate concern is too small for prayer. This doesn't trivialize prayer or reduce it to a cosmic vending machine for convenience. Rather, it reveals the intimate nature of our relationship with the divine. Just as loving parents care about both the major milestones and the minor disappointments in their children's lives, our Heavenly Father is interested in the full spectrum of our human experience. Financial stress, damaged relationships, professional setbacks, personal failures, all of these matter to God because they matter to us. The principle of integrity and accountability that runs through this story remains powerfully relevant in our modern context. The young prophet's distress wasn't primarily about losing money, it was about failing to fulfill his responsibility to someone who had trusted him. In a culture where personal accountability is often diminished and broken commitments are easily rationalized away, the ancient prophet's anguish over a borrowed tool offers a compelling counterexample. When we borrow, we incur genuine responsibility. When we make commitments, we create legitimate expectations in others. When we fail to fulfill these obligations, we damage more than our own interests. We harm relationships, erode trust, and diminish the social fabric that holds communities together. The young prophet understood this instinctively, which is why his cry for help carried such genuine distress. The story also demonstrates how God's miracles often meet practical needs rather than serving merely as spectacular demonstrations of power. In our entertainment-driven culture, We sometimes expect divine intervention to be dramatic, public, and unmistakably supernatural. But many of God's most meaningful interventions in our lives might be much quieter and more practical. The unexpected job opportunity that comes just when finances are stretched thin. The chance encounter that provides exactly the encouragement we needed. The solution that appears to These interventions might not violate physical laws as dramatically as floating iron, but they reveal the same divine character, a God who cares about our practical needs and works in our circumstances to provide for them. Learning to recognize and appreciate these quieter miracles can transform our perspective on God's activity in our lives. The method of the miracle, using a simple stick to accomplish the impossible, continues to speak to God's pattern of working through humble means. In our technology-obsessed age, we often assume that bigger problems require more sophisticated solutions. The floating axe head reminds us that God's power isn't constrained by the impressiveness of our tools or the complexity of our methods. This has profound implications for how we approach problems, both personal and social. Sometimes the most effective solutions are the simplest ones. Sometimes the most powerful interventions come through the most ordinary means. The stick that Elisha threw into the Jordan wasn't impressive, but it was available, and God used it to accomplish the impossible. The story encourages us to bring our authentic selves and genuine problems to God without feeling the need to dress them up in spiritual language or make them sound more significant than they are. The young prophet's cry, "Alas, my master," it was borrowed, contained no theological sophistication, no proper prayer format, no spiritual jargon. It was simply an honest expression of distress from someone who believed his problem mattered to God and to God's representative. In our prayer lives, we sometimes feel pressure to make our requests sound sufficiently spiritual or theologically correct. The floating axe head suggests that God values authenticity over eloquence, genuine need over religious rhetoric. He understands our distress even when we can't articulate it perfectly, and he responds to the heart behind our words, rather than their theological precision. The communal aspect of the miracle also offers important insights for contemporary faith communities. The young prophet wasn't facing his crisis in isolation. He was surrounded by fellow believers and guided by experienced leadership. When problems arise, the community of faith should be a place where burdens are shared, wisdom is offered, and faith is strengthened through mutual support. Too often, we try to handle our difficulties alone, either from pride, embarrassment, or a mistaken belief that faith means never needing help. The sons of the prophets model a different approach, a community where needs could be expressed, help could be sought, and miracles could be witnessed together. This kind of authentic community creates an environment where God's provision can be both sought and celebrated corporately. Finally, the story reminds us that faith often requires us to act even when we don't understand the mechanism of God's provision. The young man still had to reach out and pick up the floating iron. He couldn't fully comprehend how iron could float, but he could respond to the miracle by accepting what God had provided. In our lives, we frequently face situations where we must act on faith without complete understanding of how God will work out the details. The floating axe head encourages us to focus on obedience and trust rather than demanding comprehensive explanations before we're willing to move forward. Sometimes the miracle becomes visible only as we step out in faith to receive what God has already provided. As we close this exploration of one of Scripture's most overlooked miracles, it's worth reflecting on why such a seemingly small event earned its place in the biblical narrative. In a book filled with the dramatic interventions of an almighty God, seas parting, walls falling, armies defeated, why does the story of one floating piece of iron deserve 6 verses in 2 Kings? The answer lies in what this miracle reveals about the God we serve and his relationship with his people. While the parting of the Red Sea demonstrated God's power to save nations, and the fall of Jericho showed his ability to conquer enemies, the floating axe head reveals something equally important but more intimate: his attention to individual needs and personal crises. This forgotten miracle has been overlooked precisely because it's so humble, so ordinary in its context, so focused on solving a simple human problem rather than achieving strategic objectives or demonstrating spectacular power. But perhaps that's exactly why it's so important. It serves as a counterbalance to our tendency to assume that God is only interested in the big things, the major decisions, the life-changing moments, the dramatic interventions that make compelling stories. The young prophet facing his borrowed axe head crisis represents all of us in those moments when we feel overwhelmed by problems that might seem insignificant to others but loom large in our personal experience. The financial burden we can't meet, the relationship we've damaged, the commitment we can't fulfill, the mistake that threatens to bring consequences we can't bear, the responsibility we've failed to handle properly. In these moments, the floating axe head whispers a profound truth. God sees, God cares, and God acts. Not always in the ways we expect, not always with the timing we prefer, not always through the means we would choose, but always with the same loving attention to our genuine needs and distress. The miracle also stands as a testament to the power of authentic community and spiritual leadership. Elisha didn't dismiss the young man's problem as trivial or suggest that he simply accept the consequences and learn from his mistake. Instead, the prophet engaged with the crisis as if it mattered deeply, which, to the person experiencing it certainly did. This models the kind of leadership and community that makes faith communities truly supportive rather than merely social. When someone faces a crisis, even one that might seem small from the outside, the appropriate response is compassionate engagement, not dismissive advice or spiritual platitudes that minimize the real impact of the problem. The stick that Elisha threw into the Jordan has become across the centuries a symbol of God's willingness to work through the most ordinary means to accomplish extraordinary purposes. It reminds us that miracles don't always require impressive staging or elaborate preparation. Sometimes they happen through simple acts of faith, using whatever materials are at hand, in response to genuine need expressed with authentic desperation. As we navigate our own challenges, financial pressures, damaged relationships, professional setbacks, personal failures, the floating axe head offers both comfort and challenge. Comfort in knowing that our problems, however humble they might seem, matter to God. Challenge in trusting Him to work in ways we might not expect or understand, using means we might not have chosen, through community we might not have anticipated. The young prophet left the Jordan River that day with more than a recovered tool. He carried with him a testimony of God's intimate care, a story that would strengthen his faith through future challenges, and a deeper understanding of the God he served. His fellow students witnessed not just a miracle, but a revelation of divine character that would shape their own ministries and their own relationship with the Almighty. Perhaps most importantly, the floating axe head reminds us to pay attention to God's activity in the ordinary moments of our lives. If we're only looking for dramatic interventions and spectacular displays of power, we might miss the quieter miracles happening all around us, the practical provisions, the timely encouragements, the the unexpected solutions to everyday problems. The iron that floated in the Jordan River that day has long since returned to dust, but the truth it demonstrated remains as solid as ever. God's care extends to every aspect of human experience. No genuine need is too small for his attention, and no problem is too ordinary for his miraculous intervention. In a world that often feels divided between the spiritual and the practical, the sacred and the secular, the significant and the trivial, the floating axe head bridges all these false divisions. It declares that the God who spoke the universe into existence also cares when his children lose borrowed tools, face financial embarrassment, or struggle with the weight of unfulfilled responsibility. If God can make iron float, what's truly impossible? The question echoes across the centuries, challenging our assumptions about divine limitation and inviting us to bring our authentic needs, however humble they might seem, to the one who specialises in doing the impossible through the most ordinary means. The miracle you've never heard of might just be the one you need most to hear.
Hello dear friends, and welcome to Sacred Slumber. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, how has your day been? Whether it's evening where you are, or perhaps the middle of the night, or even early morning on the other side of the world, you're so welcome here. What time is it in your corner of the world right now? And where are you listening from tonight? Whether you're in a bustling city or a quiet countryside, in the mountains or by the ocean, you belong in this peaceful space we're creating together. If this is your first time with us, welcome to our community of seekers finding rest in ancient wisdom. And if you're returning, thank you for being part of this journey. Don't forget to subscribe to Sacred Slumber so you never miss these moments of peace and reflection that we share together. Now let's settle in as we travel back to ancient Israel, to a time of prophets and miracles, to discover a story about trust, provision, and the surprising ways that hope can multiply in our darkest hours. The morning sun cast long shadows across the dusty village streets, but Miriam barely noticed its warmth. She stood in the doorway of her small stone house, watching her two young sons sleep on their woven mats, their faces peaceful in the golden light. For a moment she allowed herself to pretend that everything was as it had been before the illness took her husband, before the debts mounted like stones upon her chest, before the collectors began their visits with increasingly stern voices and hardening faces. But pretending was a luxury she could no longer afford. The sound of approaching footsteps made her stomach clench with familiar dread. She knew that measured pace, those heavy sandals against the packed earth. The debt collectors had returned, and this time she knew they would not leave empty-handed. Miriam's husband, Obadiah, had been a good man, a servant in the school of prophets, devoted to following Elisha and learning the ways of the Lord. But goodness, she had learned, did not always translate to prosperity. When the drought had stretched on for months, when the harvest had failed, Obadiah had borrowed money to keep food on their table and oil in their lamps. He had been certain that better times were coming, that the Lord would provide as he always had. Then the fever came, swift and merciless, taking Obadiah before the rains returned, before the debts could be repaid, before he could see his sons grow into men. Now 3 men stood at her threshold, their faces grim with business. The lead collector, a man named Josiah with calculating eyes and soft hands that had never known hard labour, stepped forward. Miriam, widow of Obadiah, he announced formally, though they all knew each other's names in this small village. The time for payment has come and gone. Your husband's debts must be settled. Miriam's throat felt as dry as sand. Please, I have explained our situation. I am a widow with nothing. Give me more time, and I will find a way. Time is a luxury that costs money, Josiah interrupted, his voice neither cruel nor kind, simply matter-of-fact. We have been patient, but patience does not feed our families, or pay our own obligations. The law is clear about what must be done when debts cannot be paid. Behind him, the other 2 men shifted uncomfortably. They knew what came next, and while they might not relish it, they would not hesitate to carry out what the law demanded. "Your sons," Josiah continued, his eyes flicking toward the doorway where the boys still slept. "They will come with us. 7 years of service will settle your husband's debt. It is more merciful than we are required to be." The words hit Miriam like a physical blow. She gripped the door frame to keep from falling, her knuckles white against the worn wood. 7 years. Her sons were only 8 and 10 years old. By the time they returned, they would be grown men who barely remembered their mother's face. "No," she whispered, then louder. "No, please. They're all I have left. There must be another way." But even as she spoke, she knew the futility of her words. She had nothing of value to offer. No jewellery, no livestock, no land. The house itself belonged to her husband's brother, who had graciously allowed her to remain but could offer no financial help of his own. "I will give you until tomorrow morning to say your goodbyes," Josiah said, and there was perhaps the smallest note of sympathy in his voice. "We will return at sunrise." As the men walked away, their sandals raising small clouds of dust that caught the morning light, Miriam sank to her knees in the doorway. The weight of hopelessness pressed down upon her like a stone, threatening to crush what little breath remained in her lungs. Her sons stirred behind her, waking to another day they assumed would be like all the others. Simple, poor perhaps, but together. How could she tell them that their childhood was about to end? How could she explain that the law that was meant to protect would now tear their family apart? But as the sun climbed higher, and the reality of her situation settled like dust around her, Miriam remembered something her husband used to say when times were difficult. "When we have nowhere else to turn, we can always turn upward." Obadiah had learned this truth in his years following the prophet Elisha, and even in death, his faith whispered to her across the veil of grief. Elisha. The prophet was still in the region, still teaching and performing the wonders that had made him famous throughout Israel and beyond. If anyone could help her, if anyone might know a way where there seemed to be no way, it would be the man of God who had been her husband's teacher and guide. Miriam rose to her feet, dust falling from her simple brown robe. She looked back at her sons, now awake and eating the last of their bread, with the unconscious contentment of children who trust that tomorrow will somehow provide for itself. "Aaron, Micah," she called softly, "I must go into the village. Stay close to home and watch out for each other." The boys nodded, accustomed to their mother's brief errands, unaware that she was about to embark on a journey that would either save their family or confirm their worst fears. As Miriam walked through the village streets, her heart hammered against her ribs like a caged bird. The prophet Elisha was known to be staying with a family on the far side of the village, and with each step she rehearsed what she would say, how she would explain their desperate situation without sounding like she was demanding a miracle. But by the time she reached the modest house where Elisha was lodging, all her carefully planned words had evaporated like morning dew. She stood at the gate, paralysed by the enormity of what she was about to ask and the crushing possibility that even a prophet might not be able to help her. The courtyard was quiet except for the gentle murmur of voices from within the house. Miriam could see Elisha through the open doorway, seated on a low cushion with several young men gathered around him, students perhaps, or local villagers seeking wisdom. His presence was immediately recognisable, not because of any physical grandeur, but because of a quality of stillness that seemed to radiate from him like heat from a hearth. Miriam had seen the prophet before, of course. In a village this small, everyone knew when such a significant figure was present. She had watched from a distance as people brought their sick children for healing, their troubled hearts for counsel, their impossible situations for divine intervention. But she had never imagined herself among their number, never thought her own need would drive her to such a desperate act. A woman emerged from the house, evidently the hostess, and noticed Miriam standing uncertainly at the gate. "Can I help you, sister?" the woman asked kindly, but there was a protective quality in her voice. She had probably dealt with many people seeking the prophet's attention. Before Miriam could answer, Elisha's voice came from within. "Let her come. The Lord has brought her here for a reason." The woman's expression immediately softened, and she gestured for Miriam to enter. "Come," The prophet will see you." Miriam's legs felt unsteady as she crossed the threshold. The young men who had been listening to Elisha's teaching respectfully moved aside, creating a space for her to approach. The prophet's eyes, kind but penetrating, met hers, and she felt as though he could see not just her present desperation, but the entire story of her life written in her face. "You're Obadiah's widow," Elisha said gently. It was not a question. Miriam nodded, surprised that he knew her by sight. "Yes, my lord. I am Miriam. Your husband was a faithful servant, both to the Lord and to this community. His loss has been felt by many." Elisha's words were spoken with genuine warmth, and Miriam felt tears prick at her eyes, partly from grief that was still fresh, partly from gratitude that someone remembered her husband's worth. "Thank you, my lord," she managed, "but I have come because—" The words stuck in her throat like thorns. How did one ask a holy man to solve what seemed unsolvable? "Speak freely, daughter. What troubles you?" The kindness in his voice broke through her restraint like water through a cracked dam. The whole story poured out. The debts, the collectors, the threat to take her sons, the sunrise deadline that loomed like an executioner's blade. She spoke of her husband's faithful service, of their family's long devotion to the Lord, of her complete bewilderment at how faithfulness could lead to such devastating circumstances. When she finished, the courtyard was silent except for the distant sound of children playing in another street, a sound that reminded Miriam acutely of what she stood to lose. Elisha listened without interruption, his expression grave but not hopeless. When she fell silent, he sat quietly for a moment, as though listening to a voice only he could hear. Finally he spoke. "Tell me, what do you have in your house?" The question caught Miriam off guard. What did she have? The very essence of her problem was that she had nothing. No money, no valuables, no resources with which to pay her debts, or provide for her family. "Nothing, my lord," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have nothing at all." But Elisha's gaze remained steady, patient. "Look again. What do you have in your house?" Miriam searched her memory, walking through their small home in her mind. A few pieces of simple furniture, some clay pots, worn clothing, sleeping mats. Nothing of any value. Certainly nothing that could solve a debt large enough to require 7 years of servitude to repay. Then she remembered. There is a small jar of olive oil," she said hesitantly. "Just a little. Barely enough for a few meals." She almost apologized for mentioning something so insignificant, but the prophet's face had changed. There was something in his expression now, not quite a smile, but a kind of quiet intensity that made the air in the courtyard feel charged with possibility. "A jar of oil," Elisha repeated thoughtfully. "How much oil?" "Very little, my lord. Perhaps enough to fill a cup, no more." The prophet nodded slowly, as though this small detail was exactly what he had been hoping to hear. He stood up, his movements deliberate and purposeful. "Here is what you must do," he said, his voice carrying the authority of someone who spoke not just his own words, but those of the Almighty. "Go to all your neighbours, not just the ones nearby, but throughout the village. Ask them to lend you their empty jars and vessels. Don't ask for just a few. Collect as many as you can carry." Miriam blinked in confusion. Empty jars? What good would empty vessels do when her problem was that she had nothing to fill them with? "I don't understand, my lord. If I had oil to fill jars, I would not be in this position." "Understanding comes after obedience, not before," Elisha said, but his tone was gentle, not reproving. "Trust in the Lord's provision, even when his ways seem strange to our human reasoning." He continued with his instructions. "When you have gathered the empty vessels, go into your house with your sons. Close the door. This miracle is not for the curious eyes of the neighbours, but for the desperate faith of a mother. Then take your small jar of oil and begin to pour." "Pour into what, my lord?" "Into the empty jars. Pour until they are full." The instruction seemed impossible, even absurd. How could she pour from a nearly empty jar into multiple vessels? The physical laws that governed their world simply didn't work that way. But as Miriam looked into the prophet's eyes, she saw something that gave her pause. Not madness, not delusion, but absolute certainty. This was a man who had seen the impossible become routine, who had learned to expect miracles the way others expected sunrise. "Do you trust me?" Elisha asked simply. Miriam thought of her sons, sleeping peacefully this morning while she faced the possibility of never tucking them in again. She thought of her husband's faith, unwavering even in illness, even in poverty, even at the end. She thought of the alternative, doing nothing, accepting defeat, watching her children be led away at sunrise. "Yes, my Lord, I trust you. Then go. The Lord will not fail you." As Miriam prepared to leave, one of the young men who had been listening spoke up. "Master, shouldn't we accompany her? Help her carry the vessels." But Elisha shook his head. This work must be hers alone. Faith cannot be borrowed or carried by another. It must be exercised by the one who needs the miracle. Walking back through the village streets, Miriam felt as though she were in a dream, or perhaps more accurately, as though she had just awakened from the nightmare of the past few months into a reality where impossible things might be possible. The prophet's instructions echoed in her mind: collect empty jars, as many as possible, then pour from her nearly empty vessel into them. It made no earthly sense. But then again, neither did most of the stories she had heard about Elisha and his master Elijah before him. Prophets who had called down fire from heaven, raised the dead, and fed multitudes with meagre supplies. Perhaps the very impossibility of the instruction was itself a sign that she was about to witness something beyond the natural order. Her first stop was at the house of her neighbour Sarah, an elderly woman who had been kind to Miriam since Obadiah's death, often sharing vegetables from her garden when she had none to spare. "Sarah," Miriam called softly at the gate, "may I speak with you?" The older woman emerged, wiping flour from her hands on her apron. "Of course, child. You look different somehow. Is everything well?" Miriam almost laughed at the question. Nothing was well, and yet somehow everything felt different than it had this morning. "I need to ask a favour. Do you have any empty jars or vessels that I might borrow?" Sarah's eyebrows rose in surprise. Empty jars? Whatever for? How could Miriam explain without sounding like she had lost her mind? "The prophet Elisha has given me instructions. I need to gather as many empty containers as I can." To her credit, Sarah didn't ask for further explanation. In a community where prophets occasionally walked among them, people had learned that divine instructions often defied human logic. "I have several clay jars that I use for storing grain, but they're empty now since the harvest was so poor. You're welcome to them. Let me help you carry them." As they loaded the vessels into Miriam's arms, Sarah's expression grew concerned. "Miriam, the whole village knows about your situation with the debt collectors. If there's anything else I can do..." "Pray," Miriam said simply. "Pray that the Lord remembers his promises to care for widows and orphans." Her next stop was at the home of Rebecca, a woman with several children who had always been friendly but not particularly close. Here, Miriam felt more nervous about making her request. "Rebecca, I know this will sound strange, but I need to borrow any empty jars or pots you might have." Rebecca looked puzzled but not unfriendly. "Empty jars? Are you planning to store something? I heard about your troubles. Surely you're not thinking of buying oil or grain?" "No, nothing like that. The prophet Elisha has asked me to collect empty vessels. I'm not entirely sure why, but I trust that he knows what he's doing." At the mention of Elisha's name, Rebecca's demeanour changed immediately. "The prophet gave you instructions? Of course, take whatever you need." "Children," she called into the house, "bring out all the jars and pots we're not using, quickly now." Soon Miriam's arms were full again, and Rebecca's children were helping to carry the additional vessels. Word seemed to be spreading through the village. She could see neighbours emerging from their houses, curious about the unusual activity. By the time she reached the house of David the potter, she didn't even need to make her request. He was already waiting with an armload of clay vessels, not his finest work, but good serviceable jars in various sizes. "I heard you were collecting empties on the prophet's instructions," he said with a grin. "I've got plenty of these. Consider it my contribution to whatever miracle is about to happen." "You really think there will be a miracle?" Miriam asked. suddenly feeling the weight of what she was attempting. So many people were now involved, so many witnesses to what would either be a tremendous demonstration of God's power or a devastating display of her own foolishness. David's expression grew serious. "I've lived in this village for 40 years, and I've seen 3 different prophets pass through. Not once have I seen one of them give instructions that didn't lead to something remarkable. The real question isn't whether there will be a miracle, it's whether we'll have enough faith to receive it." As Miriam continued through the village, she was amazed by the response. People she barely knew were offering their vessels, and those who had no jars to spare were spreading the word to others who might. Children ran ahead of her, announcing to each household what was needed. Even some of the village elders, usually stern and cautious about anything that disrupted the normal order, were nodding their approval and contributing what they could. By mid-afternoon, Miriam's small house was surrounded by more clay vessels than she had ever seen in one place. There were large storage jars that could hold enough oil for a family for months, medium-sized pitchers perfect for daily use, and small vessels suitable for lamps and cooking. Some were beautifully crafted, others rough and practical. Some were new, others showed the wear of years of faithful service. Her sons, Aaron and Micah, had awakened to find their home transformed into something resembling a pottery merchant's stall. They helped carry the vessels inside, their eyes wide with excitement and confusion. "Mother, what are all these for?" Aaron asked. At 10, he was old enough to sense that something significant was happening, but young enough to find it more exciting than frightening. "We're going to fill them," Miriam said, the words sounding even stranger when spoken aloud to her children. "Fill them with what?" 8-year-old Micah wanted to know. Miriam looked at the small jar of oil sitting on their simple wooden table, the same jar she had mentioned to the prophet, containing perhaps a cup's worth of precious olive oil. It looked impossibly small, surrounded by all the empty vessels now crowding their one-room home. "With oil," she said, and saw her sons exchange the kind of look children give when they're certain their parent has said something that makes no sense but are too polite to argue. As the sun began to sink toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold, Miriam stood in her doorway one last time before following the prophet's final instruction. The village around her looked the same as it had this morning, but everything had changed. This morning she'd been a desperate woman with no options. Now she stood on the threshold of either a miracle or a disaster. But at least she was no longer passive in the face of her circumstances. She could see a few neighbours lingering in their own doorways, clearly curious about what would happen next. News of the prophet's instructions had spread throughout the village, and while no one was bold enough to ask for details, there was a sense of anticipation in the air, as though the entire community was holding its breath. Tomorrow morning the debt collectors would return, expecting to claim her sons, but tonight belonged to faith, to the impossible, to the hope that a God who had parted seas and raised the dead might still care about one widow's desperate prayer. "Come, boys," she said, stepping back inside their small home. "It's time to close the door." The interior of their small house felt different with the door closed and the outside world shut away. The late afternoon light filtered through the single window, casting long shadows among the collection of empty vessels that now filled nearly every available space. Aaron and Micah stood close to their mother, sensing that they were about to witness something extraordinary, though they couldn't possibly understand what. Miriam picked up the small jar of oil with hands that trembled slightly, not from fear now, but from anticipation. The prophet had been so certain, so confident in his instructions. But looking at the meagre amount of oil in her jar compared to the dozens of empty vessels surrounding them, she felt the weight of impossibility settling over her like a heavy cloak. "Mother," Aaron said quietly, "how can we fill all these jars with so little oil?" It was the question that had been echoing in her own mind, but hearing it from her son's lips made her realize that this moment was about more than just solving their financial crisis. Her children were watching, learning what it meant to trust when trust seemed foolish, to obey when obedience seemed pointless, to hope when hope seemed dead. "I don't know how, my son," she said honestly, "but the prophet told us to pour, so we will pour. Sometimes we must act on faith before we understand the reason." She moved to the largest jar first, a beautiful vessel that David the potter had contributed. large enough to hold oil for several months. As she lifted her small jar and positioned it over the opening, she whispered a prayer. Lord God of Israel, you who cared for the widow of Zarephath in the days of Elijah, remember your servant and his children. The oil began to flow. At first it seemed natural. The golden liquid poured from her jar into the larger vessel with the normal splash and gurgle of any liquid being transferred. But as seconds passed, then minutes, Miriam realised that something impossible was happening. The oil continued to flow, steady and smooth, and yet when she looked at her own jar, it appeared as full as when she'd started. "Mother," Micah whispered, his young voice filled with awe, "it's still coming." The first large jar filled completely, rich golden oil reaching its brim. Miriam looked at her own vessel, still full. Her hands began to shake, not with fear now, but with the overwhelming realization that she was witnessing the divine intervention of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. "Bring me another jar," she said, her voice barely steady. Aaron quickly positioned a medium-sized pitcher beside her, and Miriam continued to pour. Again the oil flowed freely, filling the second vessel completely, while her own jar remained miraculously replenished. "Another," she said, and now her voice carried a note of growing excitement. Micah dragged over a small storage jar, and the process repeated. The oil flowed, the vessel filled, and still her small jar remained full to the brim. As they continued, a rhythm developed. The boys would position each new vessel, Miriam would pour until it was full, then they would move it aside and bring the next one. With each jar they filled, their excitement grew, and what had begun as nervous obedience transformed into joyful celebration. "It's not stopping," Aaron laughed, no longer trying to whisper in the presence of miracle. "Mother, it's really not stopping." Miriam found herself laughing too, tears of relief and wonder streaming down her face as she poured jar after jar. The oil continued to flow, inexhaustible, impossible, absolutely real. This was the God her husband had served, the God who had parted the Red Sea and provided manna in the wilderness, and he was here in their small house, multiplying oil for a desperate widow and her children. The sun set completely as they worked, and Aaron lit their oil lamp, using oil from one of the newly filled jars. The warm light danced across the growing collection of filled vessels, each one a testament to divine provision, each one a step away from the disaster that had threatened to destroy their family. They filled the large storage jars first, then the medium pitchers, then the smaller vessels for daily use. Oil for cooking, oil for lamps, oil for anointing, oil for trade. More oil than their family could use in a year, more than they could use in several years. "Mother," Micah said during a brief pause, "will we ever run out of empty jars?" Miriam looked around their home. They had filled perhaps half of the vessels they had collected, and still the oil flowed freely from her small jar. "I hope not, my son. I hope we never run out." But even as she spoke, she realized they were approaching the end of their supply of empty containers. Only a handful of vessels remained unfilled, the smallest ones suitable for perfumes and medicines. As she filled the second-to-last jar, a delicate little vessel that Rebecca had contributed, Miriam felt a change. The oil still flowed, but there was something different in its quality, as though it was beginning to recognize that its work was nearly complete. She reached for the final jar, the smallest one in the collection, barely large enough to hold oil for a single lamp. As she positioned her small jar above it and began to pour, the oil flowed out in a steady stream, filling the tiny vessel to its brim. And then, as suddenly as the miracle had begun, it stopped. Miriam tilted her jar, trying to coax out even a few more drops, but it was empty. Completely, naturally, normally empty, as though the laws of physics had suddenly remembered themselves and returned to their usual operation. The silence that followed was profound. For hours their small house had been filled with the sound of flowing oil, excited whispers, and occasional exclamations of wonder. Now, surrounded by dozens of filled vessels, they stood in the golden lamplight and absorbed the magnitude of what had just occurred. Aaron was the first to speak. "Is it over?" Miriam looked at her empty jar, then at the abundance surrounding them. "Yes, my son. It's over because we have no more empty vessels to fill." "What does that mean?" Micah asked. Before Miriam could answer, she remembered something the prophet had implied in his instructions. The miracle was not limited by the amount of oil God could provide, but by the amount of faith they could exercise, represented by the number of empty vessels they had been able to gather. "It means," she said slowly, understanding dawning on her like sunrise, "that God's provision is only limited by our capacity to receive it. If we had gathered 100 jars, he would have filled 100 jars. If we had gathered 1,000... The implications took her breath away. They had gathered many vessels, yes, but now she wondered, could they have gathered more? Had their own limited vision constrained the miracle? It was a question that would follow her for the rest of her life, a reminder to always ask for more, expect more, prepare for more when seeking God's intervention. But such thoughts were for later reflection. Tonight, surrounded by the tangible evidence of divine love and provision, there was only gratitude and wonder. "Tomorrow," she told her sons as they prepared for sleep among the filled vessels, "we will go to the prophet and then to the marketplace. We will sell this oil, pay our debts, and secure our future." As her boys settled onto their sleeping mats, their faces glowing with excitement and the security of knowing they would not be taken away, Miriam sat beside the window and looked out at the village where she had lived her entire life. Tomorrow she would no longer be known as the desperate widow who had nothing. She would be the woman whom God had remembered, the mother whose children had been saved, the recipient of a miracle that would be told and retold for generations. But tonight she was simply a woman who had learned that emptiness was not the absence of provision, but the presence of possibility, and that sometimes the most important thing you can bring to God is not what you have, but what you lack. The oil lamps flickered gently in the darkness, fueled by the miracle oil casting dancing shadows on the walls of their transformed home, and in the quiet of the night, Miriam whispered prayers of thanksgiving to the God who multiplies hope in the hands of those who dare to pour out their faith, one empty jar at a time. Morning came with a gentle golden light that seemed especially bright as it streamed through the window of their small house. Miriam awakened to a sight that confirmed the previous evening had not been a dream. Dozens of clay vessels filled with rich golden olive oil crowded every surface and corner of their home. Aaron and Micah were already awake, sitting among the jars with expressions of continued amazement, as though they expected the oil to disappear with the sunrise. "It's still here," Aaron said wonderingly. "All of it." "Did you think it wouldn't be?" Miriam asked, though she understood his disbelief. Miracles had a quality of unreality about them, even to those who experienced them directly. "I dreamed about it," Micah said. "I dreamed that we were pouring oil forever and ever, and there were jars as tall as trees, and the oil turned into rivers that flowed through the whole village." Miriam smiled at her younger son's imagination, but then paused to consider his words. In a way, wasn't that exactly what had happened? The oil had flowed beyond their immediate need, beyond their ability to contain it all, beyond what seemed possible in their small, constrained world. A knock at their door interrupted her thoughts. Through the window she could see the familiar figure of Elisha standing in their courtyard, his presence as calm and assured as it had been the day before. "The prophet," Aaron whispered excitedly. Miriam quickly adjusted her headscarf and opened the door, her heart racing with anticipation and gratitude. "My lord," she said, bowing respectfully, "please, come in and see what the Lord has done." Elisha entered their transformed home, his eyes taking in the abundance with what appeared to be satisfaction, but not surprise. This was clearly not the first time he had witnessed the Lord's provision in response to desperate faith. "It is well," he said simply, then looked directly at Miriam. "Tell me what happened." Though he had given the instructions and surely knew what to expect, Miriam realized he wanted to hear her testimony, to let her put into words the miracle she had experienced. So she told him everything: the gathering of vessels, the closing of the door, the first hesitant pour, the growing amazement as jar after jar filled with oil that seemed to come from an inexhaustible source. "We filled every vessel we had collected," she concluded. "When the last jar was full, the oil stopped flowing." Elisha nodded thoughtfully. "And what do you understand from this?" The question surprised her. She had expected congratulations, perhaps instructions for what to do next, but not an examination of her theological understanding. I understand that the Lord remembers his promises to care for widows and orphans, she said slowly, and that his provision is beyond what we can imagine or contain. Yes, Elisha agreed. And what else? Miriam thought about the experience, about the rhythm of pouring and filling, about the moment when the oil finally stopped. The miracle was limited only by our preparation, she said, with growing insight. If we had gathered more vessels... The oil would have continued to flow, Elisha confirmed. God's provision is not constrained by scarcity, but by our capacity to receive abundance. Remember this lesson, and teach it to your sons. He moved toward the door, then turned back with final instructions. Now go. Sell the oil and pay your debts. You and your sons will live on what remains. How much should I sell? Miriam asked, suddenly practical concerns rushing back as she realized she had no experience as a merchant. Take the oil to the marketplace in portions. Don't flood the market all at once, or you'll drive down the price. Sell slowly, over time, and you'll receive full value. The Lord has given you not just provision for today, but wisdom for managing tomorrow. After the prophet left, Miriam stood in her doorway watching his retreating figure until he disappeared around a corner. Then she turned back to face her transformed reality. The first practical task was obvious. She needed to begin transporting oil to the market. But first there was another matter to address. The sound of approaching footsteps made her look up. 3 familiar figures were walking down her street, the debt collectors, returning as promised at sunrise to claim her sons. But this time Miriam felt no fear, no desperate helplessness. She stood calmly in her doorway, watching their approach with something approaching pity for men who lived in a world too small to contain miracles. "Miriam," Josiah called as they drew near, "are you prepared to surrender the boys?" "I am prepared to pay the debt," she replied evenly. The 3 men stopped walking, clearly taken aback by her confident tone. "Pay the debt?" Josiah repeated skeptically. "Yesterday you claimed to have nothing. What has changed overnight?" "The Lord has provided," Miriam said simply. "I now have the means to settle my husband's obligations in full." She gestured toward her house, where several of the oil jars were visible through the open doorway. Olive oil of the finest quality, more than enough to cover what is owed, with plenty remaining for my family's future needs. The debt collectors exchanged glances, clearly struggling to process this unexpected development. "Where did you get oil?" one of them asked suspiciously. "You cannot simply produce valuable goods from nothing." "With the Lord, nothing is impossible," Miriam replied. "But if you doubt the quality or value, you are welcome to examine it for yourself." Josiah stepped forward and peered into the house, his eyes widening at the sight of dozens of filled vessels. He dipped his finger into the nearest jar and tasted the oil, his expression shifting from skepticism to amazement. "This is premium oil," he admitted reluctantly, "worth far more than your husband's debt." "Then we are agreed," Miriam said. "I will deliver payment to you within 3 days once I have sold sufficient oil in the marketplace." The 3 men departed, shaking their heads in bewilderment, leaving Miriam alone with her sons and their miraculous abundance. Over the following weeks, Miriam carefully sold portions of the oil at the market, following Elisha's wise counsel. The oil was of such exceptional quality that merchants competed to purchase it, and word spread throughout the region about the widow's premium product. True to her word, she paid her husband's debts in full within the promised time, but the oil continued to provide for their family month after month, year after year. She was able to purchase their house from Obadiah's brother, expand their small business, and ensure her sons received proper education. Aaron and Micah grew into strong, faithful men who never forgot the night they witnessed their mother pour from an empty jar and receive abundance beyond measure. They told the story to their own children and grandchildren, how God had multiplied oil in the hands of a desperate widow who dared to trust when trust seemed impossible. Years later, when Miriam was an old woman surrounded by prosperity and family, people would ask her about the secret of her success. She would always smile and say, "The miracle was not in the oil that multiplied, but in the faith that dared to pour from an empty jar. God is not limited by what we lack. He's only limited by our willingness to bring him our emptiness and trust him to fill it. And in the evenings, when the oil lamps flickered in homes throughout the village, many still burning oil that traced its origins back to that miraculous night, the people would remember that sometimes the greatest abundance comes not when our jars are full, but when we have the courage to pour from what little we have, trusting that the God who created the universe from nothing can certainly create provision from our emptiness. The widow's oil became more than a solution to debt. It became a testament to the truth that faith, like oil, multiplies when poured out in trust, and that the God who notices empty jars is the same God who delights in filling them beyond our wildest dreams. For in the end, Miriam learned the most important lesson of all. We bring our emptiness to God not as a sign of our failure, but as an invitation for his abundance. And when we dare to pour out our faith, even from the smallest jar, we discover that his provision knows no limits except those we place on our own capacity to receive. The story of the widow's oil echoed through generations, a reminder that in the hands of the Almighty, even our deepest need can become our greatest testimony to his faithfulness.